Alrighty. Are we live? There it is. Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Boot Camp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very interesting morning. Welcome to October. You're going to hear from Jerome Powell in a little bit. 15 minutes after the bell, you're going to get S&P numbers, and then that's for manufacturing. And then I think 15 minutes after that, you get ISM services. You're getting some updates. You have Rivian, even Tesla right now. Literally right now, they said the third quarter they produced 430,000 vehicles and delivered over 435,000. That's given us some stuff there, but for the most part, we are getting into October. We have a lot of data. The bonds already woke up this morning. They wanted to go higher. China will be closed the entire week, so it's going to be an interesting one, Chad. We already have a little bit of activity. We haven't moved too much, but once again, to start off the morning, everybody is looking at deliveries. Again, Tesla, oh wow, their delivery numbers were 435. Estimate was 456, so they were off by like 20,000. Tesla Q3 Model S and X deliveries, 15,985 units. Quarter 3 Model 3 and Y production, 416, and then quarter 3 S and X production, 13,688. 2023 volume remains around 1.8 million vehicles, remains unchanged. Sequential declines in volumes was caused by planned downtimes for factory upgrades. That's all for Tesla right there. That's all for Tesla. But Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for the day. We're going to have a lot to deal with. I even got a bunch of headlines to go over. We averted a government shutdown till November as well. So, good morning, baby. How you living? I hope your weekend was great. What's up, Juraj? Good morning, baby. NA in the house. Xbox fanatic. Laker. Jay. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Devlin? Tim Whitman. Lori. Monica. Trevor. Open face sandwich, baby. Good morning. Hey, Sos Moreno in the house. Hobby Life. Candy Upton. Good morning. Best all dia. Joe Trays, baby. Samuel. Dakota. Joshua Harris. Sean Carter. Dro, baby. Good morning. What's up, Bill Beards? Alex Lozano ready to go. Gregory Ruiz. Good morning. Oh, Carissa Hines, baby. Good morning. What's up, Ben Stone? Moses. Hobby Life. William Anderson, baby. Bruce B. Joanna. CC Youngblood. Tom Riddle, baby. Oh, good morning. What's up, Stacks? What's up, Dirty Bird? Battleborn. Dan B. Radical Destroyer, baby. Good morning. What's up, Cam Rido? Coper, baby. Happy Monday. Roll Tide, baby. Happy Monday. Wavy Gravy. Ricardo. And KC, baby. It's up for Mayor. Leonard. Yee. Oh, good morning. What's up, Backray? Backray Coffee in the house. Lucky Soldier. Benny Silverio, baby. Oh, good morning. Happy Monday. That's what I'm talking about. T-Bone, Wildstar, Arthur, no, baby, Lions. Oh, and Radical. Don't forget them. Good morning, baby. What about that Twitch? What about Lightning Blue GT, baby? Oh, no, we haven't got bad data yet. We have it on the way, baby, but good morning. What's up, reporter? What up? What up, Angelus, KJ, T-Toxie, baby? Lightning Blue, once again, Slizzin, Braxton, Alfredo, Jake from State Farm, Cole, baby. Good morning. And Cole Real Estate loves you, baby. Payday Devo, Rick Venti, Bruce Thesaurus, baby. Good morning. Oh, and Dev Patel, Slizzin, baby. How much more am I on here? Nikki Smash, baby. Blue and yellow. Charlie and the tree. Most dope, Andy. Robo Hand Tech and Blazing Bob, baby. Good morning. Oh, Braxton showing some love in them. Wait, where? Oh, actually, that's a good. Uh-oh, did I lose the horn? I think no. That's just for the Twitch, bro. They waking up early. They waking up with hype. So, Chattadonia, good morning. I hope you guys are feeling blessed. I hope you are ready for a little bit more, but now let's get into the headlines, huh? How do you say? Headlines? You guys like headlines? You like news? Always good to have. Always good to have, baby. Oh, Charlie again. Oh, that's what we're doing on Monday, Twitch? Oh, dude, Twitch is turning up, guys. They're turning up. Oh, man, that's a Monday for you. That's a Monday for you, and bond yields climb. as traders look ahead to Powell. The global bond sell-off resumed on Monday with the 10-year Treasury yield rising to the highest since 2007 as investors awaited for the speech by Federal Chair Powell to provide clues on the direction of interest rates. Treasury 10-year yields rose by more than 6 basis points to 4.64, while contracts on the S&P and NASDAQ slid, giving up earlier gains that were fueled by relief that lawmakers had reached a deal over the weekend to avoid a government shutdown. However, the market has quickly shifted their focus back to interest rates, especially as rising oil prices threaten to fan inflation. Oil prices edge higher, adding to the previous quarter's 30% advance as traders place bets that global demand will continue to run ahead of supply. European shares fell almost by 0.5. Powell is due to speak at a roundtable discussion alongside Philadelphia Fed Patrick Harker. Their views will be one of particular interest as New York Fed John Williams suggested Friday that interest rates should stay high for some time. Financial markets are bracing for a shutdown, so there's an element of relief, but it's only temporary, lifting one of the clouds overhanging the markets now, said Young Yu Ma, Chief Investment Officer at BMO Wealth Management. Interest rates and Fed hawkishness remain the name of the game and the main driver of the markets over the next few weeks. The sell-off in global bonds has gathered momentum as the U.S. shutdown reprieve prompted traders to raise bets on a November rate hike from the Fed. They now see roughly 1 in 3 chance of a November move, up from 25% priced in on Friday. Dollar edge higher versus a group of G10 peers after enjoying their best quarter of the year. Against the yen, it briefly touched a year-to-date high of 149.82 after the Bank of Japan said it would conduct an additional bond buying operation. Gold prices slipped to 7-month lows, extending last week's 4% slide under pressure from surging bond yields. China has a week-long holiday. Bank of England policymaker Catherine Mann speaks on Monday. Fed Powell, Fed Harker on Monday. New York Fed President moderate discussion on climate risk on Monday. Cleveland Fed Loretta Mester also speaks on economic outlook on Monday. ISM manufacturing on Monday. Australian rates tomorrow. Atlanta Fed Bostic tomorrow. August JOLTS report on tomorrow. Eurozone services composite PMIs on Wednesday. ECB Lagarde on Wednesday. US ISM services on Wednesday. France industrial production on Thursday. Bank of England Deputy Governor Ben Broadbent on Thursday. San Francisco Fed Mary Daly Economic Club on Thursday. German factory orders on Friday. And September U.S. non-farm payrolls on Friday. And we don't have a government shutdown. So remember, that was like the only thing that could have happened, and we avoided it, which was good. But now let's talk about U.S. recession. A U.S. recession could still be on the horizon, according to Bloomberg. A major automatic auto strike, the resumption of student loan repayments, and shutdown that may yet come back after the stopgap deal lapses easily could shave a percentage point off GDP growth in the fourth quarter. Economists Anna Wong and Tom Orlick write these risks come just as the fall force of the Federal Reserve's rate increases are set to hit at the end of the year of early 2024. That said, optimists are pointing to a potential fresh surge in productivity and President Biden's embrace on industrial policy among factors that could sustain growth and help avert a severe economic downturn. Ukraine aid. President Biden urged House Speaker McCarthy to follow up quickly with funding for Ukraine after hours after Congress passed a spending deal to avoid a U.S. government shutdown, but did not include $6 billion in aid. Less than 2 weeks ago, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky visited Washington to plead for new weapon system and urge allies to keep up their financial and military support for Kyiv. There's an overwhelming number of Republicans and Democrats in both House and Senate who support Ukraine. Let's vote on it, Biden said Sunday at the White House. Office prices in the U.S. will only rebound after a severe collapse, according to about 2/3 of the 900 respondents surveyed by Bloomberg. An even greater majority says that U.S. commercial real estate prices won't hit bottom until the second half of 2024 or later. Commercial property values are getting hit hard by the Fed's aggressive rate hikes, and a pain from higher interest rates can take years to filter through owners of U.S. commercial real estate, which Morgan Stanley values at $11 trillion in total. It tends to be a slow reckoning for U.S. real estate when rates change, Barclays analyst Lee Overby said. Let's see. S&P futures. They were somewhat lower on Monday. Pre-market trading off the best levels comes after mixed performance last week, the biggest monthly sell-off in September since last December and the first quarterly drawdown in a year. Treasuries are weaker across the curve after 10-year yields jumped 50 basis points last month, driving a bearish steepening of the curve. Dollar is firmer on major crosses. Gold is down by 0.8. WTI is up by 0.6 after gaining nearly 9% last month. My goodness. Markets have seen some fading of earlier future strength tabbed to averted U.S. government shutdown and some sequential improvement in China data. However, government shutdown was never much of a concern from a market perspective, and agreement only kicks the can down the road. And of more importance, path of least resistance for rates now remains higher after some signs of stabilization last week. Tighter financial conditions, the big overhang on risk sentiment over the last couple of months, particularly in combination with some of the dampened outlook, surprise momentum, and looming consumer headwinds. Also, concerns of inflation reacceleration could underpin the higher for longer theme. Bulls, they are focused on peak Fed, soft landing, seasonality, and earnings rebound. ISM manufacturing and construction spending on U.S. economic calendar today. Fed Powell, Harker, Barr, and Williams, all scheduled to speak. Big story over the weekend of surprise passage of continuing resolution to avert a government shutdown. Oh, I see you guys. Stopgap spending bill keeps government funded at current levels through November 17th. Financial press highlighted U.S. consumer concerns about still elevated prices as well as a robust consumer spending trend. A few overseas developments in focus. Bank of Japan announced additional bond buying operation for the week following unscheduled purchases last Friday. Bank of Japan discussed factors for ultra-easy policy at September meeting. And China official manufacturing and non-manufacturing PMIs beat expectations, but CACs and PMIs softer. China new home prices are up slightly in September, and BOJ tanking confidence better than expected. Wow. Oh, let's see. I think there's more. My brother. Oh, wait. I forgot the random play. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. I totally forgot the random play. Here, I guess I'll get that after this. Let me get you your news. I totally forgot. I knew something didn't feel really Monday morning, baby. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I feel it, and it depends where you are. It depends. Yeah, Twitch is turning up, baby. I'm just hitting the horn on Twitch. I'm reading you guys the news, and I'm slamming the horn on the Twitch. God bless you. Bank of Japan announced the extra bond buying plan for the week following unscheduled purchases on Friday. Asia faces one of their worst growth outlooks in 50 years, according to a new World Bank update, amid concerns that China's slowdown momentum continued in September. China's economic momentum continued in September with MBS exceeding expectations. Manufacturing was 50.2, up from 50 or 49.7. Non-manufacturing 51.7 versus forecast of 51.6, while the PMIs were solid. CACs and PMIs fell shorter than September, 50.6 versus 51.2, and then services 50.2 versus 52. China's new home prices rose slightly in September. Last mile of disinflation is the hardest, warns ECB Deputy Herd Luis de Guindos, dismisses rate cuts and says getting back to 2% will not be easy. Fed Barkin warns that strength in U.S. housing sector means other parts of the economy may need to slow more in order to win the war on inflation. Bill Ackman is absolutely interested in pursuing a deal with Elon Musk's X through a new investment vehicle, the WSJ reported. Pershing Square received regulatory approval on Friday for Spark, a blank check company which targets a company before raising funds with the intention of taking it public. Nearly 4,000 UAW members at Volvo-owned Mack Trucks reached a tentative pact to avoid a strike. In a surprise move, Health McCarthy reversed course and brought a clean extension of spending authority for a vote on September 30th after avoiding this course of action for weeks. Now the November 17th deadline is the new key. Regulators around the world are stepping up their campaign to rein in and regulate shadow banks, hedge fund, PE firms, etc. As part of the financial system captures a growing amount of market share from traditional banks. Mega cap tech has struggled relative to broader markets in recent months, despite improving earnings estimates. However, history suggests that upcoming third quarter results may catalyze a momentum reversal in the largest tech stocks. Since fourth quarter 2016, the mega caps in aggregate have beaten consensus growth expectations 81% of the time and have outperformed in 2/3 of the earnings seasons, typically by 3%, says Goldman. Wow. I think we still got more, baby. Oh, a picture of Tom Cruise. Good morning. Oh, you want a horn? Is that you trying to get like the Twitch, huh? Yeah, what's up, man? Good morning. Oh, yeah, good. It's Monday. We have a lot of fun on Monday. I hope you have a lot of fun on Monday. Happy Monday, baby. Happy Monday. I got you. Look, in the chat, say thank you too, baby. Good morning. Sharing the love. It was your birthday yesterday. Oh, you should have said that. Oh, no. Happy birthday, baby. Mr. Tom Cruise, or at least the picture of him. God bless you, bro. I appreciate it. I hope the birthday was good. And good post Monday. You know, you got a post birthday Monday. It's amazing. It's amazing, baby. Let's finish the headlines. I still got more. Market breadth size of relief after federal U.S. stopgap bill. Goldman Sachs says that U.S. tech stocks may be about to turn a corner after the NASDAQ year-to-date sell-off. VIX headed for a record amid uncertainty over rally and the impact of rising rates and economic growth. Investors say that the worst of China's property crisis has yet to come. Dealmakers anticipate steadier business in 24 after years of widely fluctuating activity volumes. Bank of Japan discussed factors that could affect exit timing. Bank of Japan announced an extra bond buying plan for this week. ECB VP dismisses rate cuts, says getting back to 2% will not be easy. Bank of England warns banks not to underestimate the impact of higher rates. Some Democrats fear Bidenomics looking for an early blunder that misread public mood. U.S. recession risk still alive thanks to factors like strikes to higher rates and oil prices. Eurozone final September PMI confirms steep downturn. UK final manufacturing PMI steadies at weak levels. Australian home prices stay strong in September, driven by soaring demand as RBA seen standing steady. Japan factory activity falls at fastest pace in 7 months in September. Japan Q3 business sentiment improves boost to economic outlook. China Caixin manufacturing PMI shows factory activity moderates, more support needed. South Korea drop in exports eases in September on sales recovery. Biden to reassure in Ukraine as war aid becomes U.S. political battleground. Leaked document shows Biden admin more concerned about Ukraine corruption than they publicly admit. China vice premier says global supply chain keys are keys for China and Germany. Wow, I think there's still more. Shutdown averted after Congress passes bill. Government shutdown was averted ahead of the October 1st deadline. The bill will keep the government funded through the 45 days through mid-November. The agreement is unlikely to have much of a market impact. An agreement does mean that the government economic data will continue uninterrupted. Path of least resistance for rates remains to the upside. Bounce watch, pervasive negative sentiment in the market, also driving talk for a potential oversold bounce. S&P more than 2.5 standard deviations below their 50-day movie average. Large chunks of equity markets are moving into extreme oversold territory, with which have usually been followed by stronger than normal returns. Average 1 month gain in S&P after entering extreme oversold stands at 2.2 gain versus 0.75 for other periods. Bounce potential also supported by usual discussion of short gamma working both ways, rampant hedge fund short positioning, big seasonality shift, and resumption of corporate buybacks. Big sentiment shift, seasonality about to swing. Resumption of student loan payments could pressure low and middle income households. Watch the dollar for earnings and sector signals. And then cautious buyback headlines. A few cautious headlines surrounding corporate buybacks. 90% of S&P companies are likely to be in their buyback blackout periods in the end of this week as Q3 earnings season approaches. The Bank of America noted that corporate client buybacks decelerated last week and have been tracking below seasonal trends every week since May. Buybacks are down across the board as management teams look to conserve cash and shares are no longer undervalued. Hot dog. So let's see. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We got to do the random play. I hope you got plays. Twitch is still turning up, baby. But I will see you guys in a little bit. Happy Monday. Good morning. And BRB.
It's a power a little bit later. Anne-Marie and Katie Lights, thank you. Congressman Gates, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, live from Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Jack Manley, Seema Shah back with us. Seema, I spoke to Congressman French Hill a little bit early this morning, Republican congressman out of Arkansas, and I asked him whether his colleagues realized that they were losing the privilege to act recklessly when it came to these kind of issues because of what was developing in the bond market. Seema, how much of what is developing in the Treasury market over the last few months or so would you associate with the budget deficit in the United States?
Oh, a significant part. And I actually look at the equity market response and the bond market response. It makes perfect sense. The equity market typically knee-jerk reaction to various events, but it typically peters out. The bond market is looking at the fundamental underlying impact of the fact that the budget deficit continues to grow and at some point needs to be dealt with. So really this higher for longer in central bank rates, but also higher for longer in bond yields is really about that deficit size. I mean, there are a number of other issues, of course, but the deficit, I think, is the one which is going to keep rates probably higher than certainly what we've been seeing in the last 2 decades.
Jack, we know the recipe for the sell-off. Strong data, yield curve control exit over in Japan, QT, rate hikes, take your pick. Jack, I just wonder how much of this has been about Treasury supply.
Well, I think supply is a good portion of it, right, to fund all that debt that we were just talking about. You can talk about some of the fundamentals that exist out there. You can certainly talk about Fed policy and how that's helping to shape at least the short end of the curve. But there is so much supply out there, and likely a whole lot more coming our way if indeed we do keep on spending, which it seems very likely that we will. I have a hard time believing that you're going to see meaningful downward pressure on the curve, particularly towards those longer dated securities.
With that in mind, Seema, to that point that Jack's just made, what are the limits to this sell-off if that's the dominant driver?
Well, look, some of our models are suggesting that a 4.9% handle should not be surprising. So for us, we are not overweight duration at this point. We're expecting a little bit of a leg up, and only do you see the yields start to come down once you see visible signs of economic slowdown, which, as I said before, we're not expecting until early 2024. So for the time being, this is just going a little bit further up.
So Seema, just sit in the front end and let this play out into year end? Is that the ultimate view?
Dang, bro, you said he sound like a text-to-voice? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. But Chattadonia, the morning is about to start. Again, 15 minutes after the bell, you're going to get that data. Then 15 minutes after that, you're going to get the ISM manufacturing as well, too. So I hope you're ready for that. Again, bond yields, what's going on? China's closed all week. Those are the stories. But now we got to get into some of the plays. So now what do we got to do? Where is it? Did I do it wrong? 8 plus 4 is 12. Did I get the wrong comments? We need the random play. We forgot, baby. So, Lord bless it. Let's have a great play. Thank you for participating. Chad, thank you. Oh, God bless you, Dan Kingsley. That's what I'm talking about. You're welcome, and thank you. Thank you for being thankful. And I said thank you before. You said, oh, it's the first horn. Let's go. We already had a lot today. We're turning up in the morning. Happy Monday. Oh, good morning. Brrrah. Dan Kingsley again? Oh, he just wants to win today. He would be, Dan, go buy a lotto ticket. I think it's at $1 billion. Oh, Tilray, 1.5 call, January 19, 2024. Lalo. Let's do it, Lalo. I'm down. Tilray. The Tilray, baby. The Tilray. Oh, happy Tilray. Good morning. We got the Tilray. All right, I'll take it. I'm going to get that on there. We got to log in. Construction Magnet said the Mule auto trade bid valued at 20 billion euros. I don't know if this is foreign or not, man. So we'll see, but this is in euros. But let's get to the plays. Got a couple pre-market movers. VTRS, they're up 4%. They receive offer of majority of their OTC business. Rivian up 3.4. Evercore ISI upgrades. They amend development agreement with State of Georgia. I think this came out before their upgrade because I think Rivian's down. Discover up 2.9. Discloses FDIC consent order. Zscaler up 2.8. Piper Sandler upgrade. Datadog 2.6. Piper Sandler upgrade. Okta 2.1. Goldman adds to conviction buy lists. And same thing with NVIDIA. They're up 1.2. I might add Datadog to the plays today. Pumper Sandler. We'll throw a Pumper Sandler play up there. SPHR, they're up 5.8. Sphere Entertainment, social media circulation of videos from the Weeknd U2 concert. Oh, is that this? That's the Sphere? They got their own stock? Oh, man. Holly up 4.8. Holly System launches formal sale process. ICL up 2.9 off of nothing. RKLB 2.7 off of nothing. Geo 2.0. Northland initiates outperform. Goggle GOGL up 1.9 off of nothing. APLS up 1.9. FDA approval of Empaveli injector. ICCM up 98%. Report results of independent study of ProSense cryoablation. ACAQ up 27%. Stockholders approve business combination with Next EGO. NVTA up 23% off of nothing. Femi 15% off of nothing. LRE recent IPO. ACXP up 15.3 reports completion and early discontinuation of phase 2 trial of ibizopolstat in CDI. PBI 12.9% up. CEO to step down. BOR up 10% off of nothing. NBTX up 10.1. Presentation of final data from phase 1 study of NBTXR3. Jumia up 8.7. Reportedly in agreement to sell Starlinks in Africa. AMTX up 6.3. Closer to sale of IRA credits. Lunar up 5.8, announces opening of Houston facility and confirms a lander ship date. STKL up 5.6, Mizuho initiates buy. Coherus up 5.6 off of nothing. FPI up 4.4, insider buy. RDZN 4.2 off of nothing. IMX 4.1 presents updated data from ongoing study of NXC 201. They're up 4.1. AMPS 3.6 off of nothing. Bitcoin crypto names all running, trading lower. Toast is down 1.7. Mizuho downgrade. SNN, EQT, CCL all down 1 to 2% off of nothing. SNDX reports top-line results from Augment 101 trial down 13%. Arch Coal or Arch Resources updates Q3 outlook down 6.1. SEDG down 2.7 on a Barclays downgrade. And I'm not done. There's more. Then SDC, they're down 54%, files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. ESLA down 39.5%, recently closed SPAC merger. NVNI 25% down, recently closed SPAC merger as well. SSU down 21%, announces strategic restructuring, including New York delisting. CFFFE down 14 off of nothing. VSME down 5.3 off recent IPO, and then gold and silver miners all down like 3 to 4%. Wow, yeah, this fear is trippy, bro. I saw those videos. I was like, dude, that's crazy. That is crazy. But Chattadonia, we only have 1 minute. You better get those plays out right now. Get your plays out right now. Post them in the chat. You have 60 seconds. That's it. I'm telling you, no, I don't know if we have time for a drum roll. I don't know what it is, but I need your first play of the day in the chat right now. Post it, and let's get it popping. Let's see what we have. SoFi, Tesla puts, dollar running, morning SPY puts, SPY calls, random play, Wolf calls, CVS and Ford, IEF puts, $42, 424 puts, I don't care, Tesla long, Tesla buy, long US 30, SPY calls, AMD call, Tesla put, Tesla calls, SPY puts, coin calls, IEF put, Tesla puts, risk on, MEF short, FFIE, $1.50 call, dollar calls, PayPal long, Tesla puts, Zscaler, Tesla calls, Josh calls, SPY puts, O in the long term, SQQ, weed, Beto calls, Tesla puts, call, credit spread, Starbucks, sell SQQ, I love you too, Bill buys, Bill for the long term, calm, Apple calls, SPY weeklies, UEC, NXE for uranium, Pfizer, Palantir, screaming that 10%, gold short, Sam Bankman, TLT, gold buys to 1839. Wait, Josh puts, SPY calls, Bill purchases, Powell puts, Kush, JetBlue calls. Yeah, the random play was a Kush call. And then 10 more seconds, Colt calls, SPY to 435, pump it up, Riot calls, Sarouche calls, Josh, Walmart puts, holding stuff I bought last week, put on the peach, Tesla calls, I guess, Target, Sony, GLD2, and the final play, Sphere calls to the moon. Oh, my goodness. Chattadonia, that's what I'm talking about. Welcome to Monday. Thank you for the plays, but here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage and say thank you to a special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for your service. I hope you know how much we love and appreciate you, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to those who deserve it. So shout out to the vets, baby, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local community, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the nonprofits, anybody giving back, man, for real. Keep it up. Thank you, and God bless all of you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Citizens! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or no, let's go. Oh, happy Monday. Are you happy October? You got 29 days till Halloween. That's it. It's October. It's a new quarter. Earnings is in 2 weeks. Oh, Chad, welcome. I hope you're ready for it. So I got a couple of plays. But I don't know. Let's see. Hopefully we don't force it. I do think bonds, bond land, oil land, you know, that macro land is always going to have its thing here. I think maybe till the end of the year, but my goodness, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, baby. What do I got for you? So I'm going to be watching Biogen, Walgreens, like we brought up yesterday. Keep an eye on Oxy as well. Holy and Jumia, HOLI, JMIA, they both had news. And then Baba Baidu, I'm going to watch it again. China is closed all week. So we will see what happens. Other than that, though, we'll kind of take it slow. Wherever those bonds end up. Remember last week we were doing a lot of analysis on dollar and bonds. And now the dollar's almost at 30. Oh, the dollar just opening up the week with a vengeance. So, again, first hour or so, I do believe Friday was negative. So keep that in mind. If we have a down Friday, down Monday, we haven't had that in a while. And then Jerome Powell with Harker, they will be coming on in a couple of hours after the bell. Remember, about 15. Oh, wait. We should have got ISM data, I think. No, 15 minutes after the bell. You're going to get S&P manufacturing, and then at 30 minutes after the bell, we're going to get ISM. We didn't have a down Friday, Monday this week. Well, we have to find out with where we close today. So we haven't had one in a while, but essentially, last Friday, where were we? We were right here. We closed right here. So it was a slight red on Friday on the S&P. If we close red today, that would be a down Friday, down Friday. No, I don't think we had a down Friday, down Monday last week. Where was it? Last Friday, we were barely closed, and then I think Monday you closed green, believe it or not. Believe it or not. You got an interview with JP Morgan for an internship. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Lots of opportunities, Ray. They're made for you, baby. Good morning. That's great news on Monday. Tesla recover. Again, Tesla came out with numbers. We got 1 second. Round one. Fight. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so right now you're only down by 0.05, very small. See if the bonds end up getting a bid. Again, random play, I'm going to go buy that. It was, what's it called? Random play was a Tilray January call, I believe. 1.5 January call. And then MCHP, watch any of the other ones. Canada PMI just came out, 47.5 versus 48 previous. Time to buy, Bill. It is the beginning of the month. I got to make sure our deposit came in, but yes. Let's see. UUP, again, if dollar keeps going up, remember, dollar is about to be setting a 52-week high. Tesla's down 2.2 at open. Again, delivery numbers are the ones that came out. Rivian had an update. SPY is only down by a quarter. Dow is down by a quarter. NASDAQ is the best right now, 0.07. Russell is even down by 0.2 as well. Keep that one in mind. I still haven't got the random yet. Please hold. So he said in the money call. I'm just going to go with the cheapest one. Okay, I grabbed the Tilray January 25, 2.5 call. I think maybe that's the one he meant. But it said 1.5. But those are already expensive. Okay, let's see. Bonds are still kind of down here. That's the only problem. TLT's already down by 0.5. Microsoft's climbing up a little bit. I got two of those. Again, Tesla's already down or coming back up, but they're down 1.5. Nvidia's up 1.0. Again, they got to upgrade by Goldman. I haven't looked. Apple, yeah, Riot, all the crypto plays are up like 8-9% right now. So I think even Wolf all the way down to Mara, Riot, Coin, they're all doing very good. Apple's up. Coinbase is still up by 4% here. Where's wheat? Let's see the commodities. Wheat's starting to move up. Damn, wheat's up 2.5. What the hell? I guess wheat was down lower at 540. Up 101 on Riot. Nice work. Again, crypto is killing it. Apple pop. Let me log into the long term. Apple's doing good. 0.7. I think even Microsoft, they just turned up there too. Remember Amazon last week. Nvidia's running again. They're the one waking up even with the Goldman upgrade, but they're kind of doing their thing there. Yeah, Palantir. Microsoft's going up there too. Let me turn on VWAP. SPY might go green. I don't know. You're only down by 0.07 now. NASDAQ is already in the green there too. Let's see where we're at. 4285. Remember, 4,300. Our good old friend. So actually, yeah, I mean, if we get above here, that'll be a good sign. But I forgot we closed below that on Friday. So we'll see here. But you're like right next to all of the key levels. Remember, this range is kind of a big deal. And then 4,300, we had a very, very difficult time getting above that. Intel running. Palantir's up by 2%. Microsoft going through the high. NVIDIA again. LYV. Uber. CCL. Even CRM. CCL's up 2%. Again, they had a tough time last week, but a lot of cruise lines have been moving this morning. Baba Baidu, remember, China is closed. Dollar is killing it right now. Dollar is up an extraordinary amount. We're not really watching the same correlation. If anything, SPY is down and bonds are down. But again, with the dollar up, we're not really seeing anything too crazy yet. Remember, too, you're going to have data here in about 10 minutes, and then 20 minutes after that, and then, an hour, 2 hours after that, we're going to have Jerome Powell. That's all for today. So we'll see. Eli Lilly shares are down by 1.2 after FDA declines to approve drug to treat eczema. Biogen is down. NVO's even coming down. Roku's on the high. SPY's kind of holding, but watch out again if bonds actually make a move. Microsoft's still going. I got that in the top right. NCLH. Cruise lines are running, bro. Nvidia MOV. What is that? I think it's Movado. And then JP Morgan's running up. I think Jamie Dimon is going to be on Bloomberg. I don't know if that's what's causing it. XOM. What about Oxy? JP Morgan's still going. SPY is now break even, so gap has now been filled, at least for whatever downside we have here in the morning. So 42.88, still 12 more points to go till we get to the good part. BOK sinking Divi 3.1. I think BlackRock got a downgrade this morning. MSTR, another crypto play on the high. Meta, AMD starting to go up now as well, too. And then Google's running, Microsoft again. And then again, Meta 304. It seems like a lot. Apple should be crashing. The phone sucks. Did you get it? All we heard was what? I think for the Apple, they've been saying the phone's overheating. Tesla stock falls after global deliveries drop. Tesla did come back down 2.3. Ball, was that on the high? I think we still have these shares. Buying more, Bill. I need to check if I got my deposit, because sometimes my deposit, if it's like the first of the month, I sound like, what's his name? I sound like Kevin Hart. But sometimes my deposit doesn't come in at the beginning. Yeah, it hasn't settled yet, unfortunately. It comes on the 3rd. We'll take it. Again, there's a couple things. Where's even Walgreens? Remember, I put that on the watch list yesterday. Walgreens, like crazy move the other day, was literally off of a potential new CEO from Cigna. AMD's on the high now. Visa's going up. I see AMD a lot. And then Walgreens even into the low. Meta's still holding up there. My goodness. SPY is barely green. NASDAQ's up by a third. Apple, Google, NVIDIA, they're all running into the high. Uber. Honeywell's on the way up. Google again. And then Uber is moving up there. Uber's still red, actually. Where are the other travel names? The nasty bonds. Yeah, actually coming right back down. So watch out for that. Like I said this morning, we don't really have a signal. Meta, Uber still on the high. My goodness. So again, dollar still in the green. SPY's going up. If anything, it looks like bonds are looking the weakest for now, but we are trying to find a relationship. Strike by UAW against 3 automakers resulted in $3 billion economic loss in the first 2 weeks, says Anderson Economic Group. I don't know who that is. The government is not shut down. No, they have a delay until November. They signed a 45 stopgap funding bill to allow them 45 days. So it's like November 17th. We're going to go through this same thing once again. Coca-Cola 8% off the split thing? Or Kellogg's? Wait, what? Kellanova? What is this? Kellanova. And then Meta up, SPY straight up. Amazon's playing along right now. Nvidia keeps going. Google, it's a very good cash open. Honestly, the only problem is that you are going to get data in 6 minutes and then 15 minutes after that, or 30 minutes. So very interesting right now, but you are going straight up. Again, cash open, very, very strong. We filled the gap. Remember, we did gap a little lower today. Where's oil, actually? So 4291, you need 9 more points. Oil's down a little bit. 90.81. So again, ISM manufacturing that comes out here, or S&P comes out in 5 minutes, is expected to be 48.9, which I believe is still struggling a little bit. They should all just be, nothing should move outside of how much it's moved this year. Pretty much if the ISM number is high, the highest or lowest of the year, then you will get a reaction. LX Arco slides after warning of potential liquidity issues. I don't know if you guys see that one. And then SPY getting a candle. Bonds at least catching a bid. So that's decent. TLT, IF kind of matched up. Enphase on the high. Amazon still in the green. A couple of those text runners are calming down. Zscaler now, they're on the high again. Datadog, that was Pumper Sandler this morning. Cook on the high. Zoom, XP, Boyle. McDonald's selling off. I want to call it a flush, but McDonald's already down by 1.3 right now. You saved my friend in New York last week. You had no idea she was being flooded. I heard the news and called her and saved her. That's the Chad, bro. So shout out to New York Chaz. That's crazy, though. I forgot about that last week. I saw just all those videos. There was like the world. Did it go away? Is everybody chill in New York? I don't know. Apple wants to take over global F1 TV rights. Apple has reportedly set its sight on major Formula One deal. Oh, wow. Myrna's on the high. Is that why Apple's up? Sounds good for the Apple TV, though. Oracle on the high as well, too. Oracle's up by 0.47. I think CRM was running up earlier. They're still red. Roku up 1. I feel like I've seen Roku every day, even from last week. It would run up. I think it's actually killing it. Coin, I don't know. I think crypto just had a bounce, and then all of the crypto plays went crazy. It's 3 minutes till S&P manufacturing PMI. You could still buy Bill. Yeah, why not? It's great. It's a great conversation. We have a lot. But yes, you can buy Bill. Dollar up hugely. Everything's still. It's a weird Monday. I think we need the data. Dollars move big, bonds move big, and the SPY kind of in the middle, but we don't really know. Remember, last week was just all about dollar, bonds, and everything else, so we'll see. Am I still in Bill? In my other accounts, yes. For long-term, no, because I just don't have any money. So if I had cash, I'm waiting for my deposit, I would put it into Bill, or I'm going to buy something with it. But if I had the long-term capital, I would. But any of my outside capital, I have a large amount in Bill still till this day. Why is 3M tanking? I think yields, man. Yields, dividends, getting ready for earnings here. Again, just don't forget, we still kind of had some carnage. I said it on the watch list too. I think October is going to be a good month, but also if there's any selling pressure to get rid of in the first week, it will do its thing. Bristol Myers, they could be decent, but I'm thinking I don't like Kimberly Clark. Bristol Myers is decent. I think BMY, even then, I think I use a couple of BMY products on a day-to-day. I think this is like a more it reminds me of a Johnson & Johnson Procter & Gamble type beat. I could get behind it. Same price. I need to check the yield, but it's a well-known name, good history. I do like that a little bit better. But I think for me personally though, like I said, Disney, Pfizer, Walgreens, those are probably going to be the three I'm looking at coming into tomorrow. Tesla's on the high now. So Tesla went down 2%, went back to down 1, then back down to 2.5, and now they're shooting up. They're only down by 0.7. Yep, PMI data, 49.8. That was really strong. Yeah, I don't know if the market is gonna like it. Not really strong, but it's up there. So far, good data. It's actually the second highest of the year. So April was the other one, April 23. So bonds might get murdered on that. But let's see what happens there. So that's not good. See what the dollar does as well, too. But that was good news, seeing if it turns up to be bad news. Am I buying as soon as I get the deposit? I don't know. I mean, I have to look at them. Again, like Walgreens, there's a catalyst, but then it's up, and then today it's down. Disney still at the low. We're going to have Powell data, so we'll see. I mean, I'm ready to go tomorrow, but also there's no rush. I mean, again, and the more people ask the question, the more you're not going to find the answer out. Just because, again, we have to see what it is. So I'm going to go based on my gut with it. Also mixed when I have the money and hopefully the environment's there. Yeah, bonds. That was a fat candle. See if that holds up. SPY even coming down a little bit. 3M is getting whopped right there. Discover's on the high. They had something there. They're 5%. AMD coming down. They're closer to red. Nvidia's up too. LSXMA on the high. Amazon's still going. Again, bonds are the things that got murdered off the data. ISM is bigger too. So remember that now. We got about 14 more minutes. You're going to get another manufacturing PMI, and that will also be important. So the next one's expected to come in at 47.8. And then oh yeah, there's the employment metric too. If that's hot, that might be the key tomorrow or today. So again, bonds getting clobbered off the data. SPY took a couple of candles, still outperforming. Amazon's on the high. World Health Organization recommends R21 vaccine for malaria. Nvidia, massive flush. What's that? LABD? Is that the biotech? Yeah, biotech bear shares are down, or it's going up. The inverse. Then we got manufacturing PMIs. Where is Disney? Where is a PayPal? Coin in the long term. We have it when we bought it at first. If it did drop to like $40 or $30, I would average down on it, but I don't know how I feel about like 70 or 80. And then Tesla's holding. SPY of VWAP. Bonds recovered half of the ISM candle, or the S&P. I keep calling it ISM, but we'll see. NVAX is listed on that malaria headline. I saw Myrna moving up earlier, but then none of them are getting any love. Amazon's ripping still. Again, if bonds relax, that'll be chill. Did the data do any? Data brought up the dollar? My goodness. Blah. There's a Pfizer. This is the triple top for Amazon. Yeah, the World Health Organization, they're saying, I don't know if you guys want to listen. We used to listen at one point. But yeah, they're coming out with something on shots for malaria. AMD going to dump. I mean, SPY's right below VWAP. AMD's the closest to red. NVIDIA's chill, though. Again, that Goldman upgrade. Intel is only up by 0.3. Micron, they're up by like 1%. I think chips aren't too bad. And even Apple's holding up good, too. Yeah, 3M is getting clobbered. MGM, too, they're coming down, but the puts came down in value. Uber, they went green to red real quick there. Airbnb near the low. Tandem on the high. The dollar looks terrifying. Dollar is really close to 30, but, I mean, how many days in a row has it been of like a 0.4, 0.5 move on the dollar? It's crazy. It is crazy. SPR and activists could get involved, potentially bringing with it takeover speculation. Oh, didn't we made a play on that one before? So I remember a couple weeks. Remember that SPR move? Could get pretty active. Watch, though. I think if that gets legs, you could watch SPR run. Not bad. Still very early again. 10 more minutes till data. Dollar calm. It could. That would help a lot. Again, if this data this week even calms down the bonds, that would be great. But it could take a week. That's the thing. Like I'm saying, I think October is going to be good, but I do think the first week of October, we still, if there's any more selling pressure, any more bad data, we're going to want to freak out here and do our thing. But, we're coming into a lot of things. Don't even forget, it's Powell after this week, a lot of data this week, then Jerome, and then it's earnings. So we have a lot on the table. Target getting clapped. SPR on the low. Again, a little bit of a rumor there. RENB, 52-week high. Wolf on the low. Target is down 3. Bro, wow. Again, another side. Again, we're coming into earnings, too, so keep in mind, like, in the next week or so, some of these names are just flushing into earnings. But, bro, Target is 30% down from that last earnings just a couple months ago. Bro, that's wicked. So now Target is back to 2017, 2018 levels. Japan selling bonds. They've been doing a lot of unscheduled things. So SPY coming down, bonds holding up. But if anything, I think it's SPY catching up with bonds. So now the shape could look somewhat similar. You might even get a bounce here unless bonds come down. But starting to give back up. NASDAQ or SPY is already red. Dow's red. So is the Russell. NASDAQ is the only thing up by a quarter right now. Kellogg's down 4. Good morning, Chatadonia. Romeo, hope you're living good, baby. Good morning. FDA grants first marketing authorization for DNA test to assess predisposition of dozens of cancers. Is there a ticker related to that? Target at 4% dividend is huge. Target, I feel like the last 3 years was trading at like 1% dividend or less or something. It really didn't. But then again, it's still Target. It's still paying out less than what's it called? It's still paying out less than the bonds. So keep in mind, again, we bought some dividend plays. I think several of them are even trading lower after these last couple of weeks. But remember, you are getting your money back to a degree. Now, obviously, the timing and if you reinvest it. But for the most part, it's, target 4% is good, but it's still below the bonds. So right now, Bill is still 5 and some change. Any sort of bond, you're getting a nice amount. But we'll see. Target, last time I played Target was the dividend. I can't believe I walked away with I got a nice profit on Target this year, just a couple weeks ago, but I'm glad I got out earlier. That would have been a nightmare. Their ex-dividends November 14th, the next one. I wonder what's up with Target, though. Dollar local high. Yeah, Target. Another update on Target closing stores, but I'm not seeing anything new. All right, little bounce off the bottom. Again, I think this is just matching up bonds in the SPY. Oil sold off a little bit there. Toast on the high. I think Toast was on the low. Toast about to go red to green. HD, that one's going red to green as well, too. But literally, Toast they got a downgrade this morning. They were down. You don't think it's related to the Republican boycott? I think that's kind of what started it back a couple months ago. But then they just got hit with every other retailer, the consumer. Then they closed stores. They guided down. So, I mean, I think it's all of it. But to say that, I don't know if that was the full reason, but it definitely had an impact. Like they even, again, the theft. They had a lot. It was just, it all compounded, I think, for everybody. Some names better than others, but I mean, like compare them to Costco. Costco didn't have a strike, and Costco, they didn't guide down. But if you're a retailer guiding down, then that's kind of the problem. Yeah, they closed stores. That was the news last week, which wasn't seen as good. Autodesk on the high. They had an upgrade this morning. Again, I think this was part of the conviction list. Or no, that was Okta. They even came down. Pfizer, week on the high. Pfizer's going up now. U.S. dollar up. Yeah, dollar's still climbing. Again, we want to see the relationship with the bonds, but we'll find out. Pfizer keeps hitting a couple of highs here. Target for the long term. I like it. It's if it goes like a lot lower, but I still think there's a little bit more risk than that. Whereas like most everything else, I think you get a higher yield with less risk of downside. McDonald's, I like it, but it's really expensive. I would add it, in the event of like a recession and it dropped a lot, I would love McDonald's in the long term. But as of now, it's that's one of your most priciest fast food plays in the world. Wouldn't a stronger dollar weaken the overall stock market? Eventually, depending on the effect of the strong dollar and who it impacts, but it has to play out, and then even nominally. But then, like we're talking about, when our dollar's getting strong, you have to factor it against what's happening in the rest of the world. So, like, if just our dollar got strong, it would bring stock prices down. But if our dollar's getting strong as a result of other currencies weakening, that's where it creates this weird dynamic we've been dealing with for the last month almost. Yeah, earnings is in 2 weeks. So, again, we have this week, we have data. Next week, we have CPI and then Powell. Or that might be in 2 weeks, the 13th. And then before you know it, it'll be bank earnings, then Netflix, and then we're done. The market is going to ignore the dollar once bonds don't overreact to it. I agree with you. There will... it's been too highly correlated. Like last week, it was working too well. So I agree with you. I do think there will be a point where the market will ignore the dollar for a little bit, but it's all the other factors kind of have to show us the same things, though. It's my birthday today. You're turning 21. Oh, Mr. Jig, baby. God bless you. A lot of birthdays today, October. Or not. So I'm talking about happy birthday, baby, and happy Monday. Another year for the long term. You with me? Mm-hmm. Jeg fragrance. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you. We got a couple birthdays, even birthdays yesterday. DFS on the high. Again, Pfizer's going up. Riot's still going. HD, like I said, that was a red to green. EH on the high. Going to Vegas to celebrate. Go check out this Sphere, bro. I keep seeing that video on YouTube. I want to watch it. Microsoft CEO says Google antitrust trial. That company has repeatedly sought to be default search on Apple. That company has repeatedly sought to be default search on Apple. And then ISM Manufacturing 49. It's stronger. Another strong ISM Manufacturing. The unemployment surged up. That should kill the bonds, but they're getting a bid right now. Hold on. What went down? Construction spending, new orders. Hold on. Again, I think employment shot up. I don't know why the market likes that. Manufacturing PMI 49. Estimate was 47.6. Employment was 48.3. Estimate came in at 51. Construction spending came in line. New orders little lower than last time, and then prices shot up. So prices, actually no, prices came down lower. That's the only good thing. All right, you got it. That's what everybody's reacting to. So literally, the manufacturing, this is good. That's not good. Employment shot up. That's not good. This was neutral. This was new orders. That's not good. But right here, prices dropped by 5. So manufacturing prices are pretty much one of the lowest since January. There's only a couple times this year, but that's the only good thing. Apple and Amazon running up. Yeah. So everything was hot, and then prices wasn't. So that's, I don't know. You might start hearing Goldilocks. That's what. Give them a couple minutes, but it's good. All the data was hot. That should have been bad. But now with prices not going up, that's giving you, you will have a lot of people like it. But like I'm saying, watch the bonds. But for now, that is your bullish factor is prices paid going down. Everything else was not good. But if you take it as a full story, I wouldn't be surprised to hear the word Goldilocks. That was most ideal up until all the other data. Remember, we're going to have ISM services. This is all related to manufacturing, but as long as those bonds don't die, I think we're good. Even take a look at the dollar, too. So dollar dropped off of it, so it's not too bad. Honestly, hold on. So we just need something. Again, even responding after the data. Trump talking on his way to trial. Am I allowed to play it? Did you see there was one of Trump and... Oh, yeah, they have Trump on Reuters. What the fuck?
It's an attempt to hurt me in an election. This never happened before.
This is weird.
Where President of the United States...
If I get banned, follow me on Twitch.
Indicted. And the reason I got indicted was that I ran. If I didn't run, I'd be sitting right now on a beach like Biden does every time, even though he's supposed to be working. So very simply put, it's a witch hunt.
No, I'm not even kidding.
Disgrace. We have a corrupt attorney general.
I got banned before for playing one, so just make sure you follow
this trial was
the
railroaded and fast-tracked. This trial could have been brought years ago, but they waited till I was right in the middle of my campaign. The same with other trials and indictments. It's all run by DOJ, which is corrupt in Washington. Everything goes through them. They're all corrupt people. Frankly, our country is corrupt. And that's one of the reasons I'm running. We're going to straighten it out. They have one property that's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times what this judge put down as a value. Put down a value $18 million, and the property's probably worth, could be anywhere from 50 to 100 times more than that. And a lot of those numbers could even be low. We have other properties the same thing, so he devalued everything. I didn't even put in my best asset, which is the brand, in terms of value. Coca-Cola, take a look at their value. They have a value. The value of their brand is more than everything else put together. My brand is extremely valuable. I didn't even use it in my financials. If I wanted to build up a financial statement, I would have built it up by using brand in addition to everything else. We have the greatest properties. We have among the greatest properties in the world, and I have to go through this for political reasons. This judge is a politician. He comes out of the clubs. He's running unopposed. The reason he's unopposed is because he's getting Trump. They always run opposed. He's getting Trump. The bosses say, don't run against this guy. He's doing great. He's getting Trump. But he overplayed his hand, and he should be investigated for what he's done. What he did in undervaluing these properties is a disgrace to our nation. This shouldn't be a case. One other thing. We have a clause in the contract which tells, essentially, buyer beware. The contract is very, very... If you take a look and you speak to the banks, and you will, I hope you speak to the banks, because the banks got paid in full.
I have to practice.
I hope you speak to the bank.
I hope you speak to them.
But we have a clause.
But we have a clause
in the contract.
in
It's
the
like a
contract.
buyer beware clause. It
It says
says
buyer
when
beware.
you take a look at the financial statement, don't believe anything you read. This is up front. Don't believe anything
Netflix,
you read.
again,
Some
all of
people
tech,
quote
they're
a
liking that
worthless clause
Goldilocks
because
data for now.
it makes the
Prices
statement
paid are the answer.
And anything you read in the statement worthless. It says go out and
Let's
do
see,
your own
SPY
research.
chilling. Bonds didn't move
Go
that
out
much,
and
though.
do your own due
And then
diligence.
dollars back up. It might
You
be
have to
fake.
study the statement
So hold on.
carefully. Do not believe anything. In fact, it's so
Diamond says
strong
markets are healthy,
that people
economy
read
is
it
still
and they don't
okay.
even
Remember last
accept
week
it.
he said
They
rates
don't
could
even
go to
want it. They
7.
don't even use it. It's called a disclaimer clause. It's very common. If you put it in, if you don't have time to do statements, or even if you do have time, people like to have it. This is what's called a full disclaimer. We disclaim the financial statements. But even with a full disclaimer, which immediately takes you out of any fraud situation and any litigation. And by the way, when the Attorney General found out about the disclaimer clause, she said, that's okay, let's go forward anyway. It's good publicity. These are corrupt people we're dealing with. The most corrupt people. We have a great company. I built a great
JKS
company.
on the low.
It's got
Amazon's still
tremendous
ripping.
value. It's got some of the greatest real estate assets in the world. And judge,
It's like they cut him
as
off.
a continuation of Russia, 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 as a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time, and I don't think the people of this country are going to stand for it. If I weren't leading in all the polls, or if I weren't running, I wouldn't have any of these cases. I wouldn't be seeing you this morning. But I'll be seeing a lot of you, because this is a horrible thing that's happening to our country, and we've got to get it straightened away. So we'll go in and see our rogue judge, and we'll listen to this man. And I think most people get it. People are getting it. I can tell you the voters getting it, because every time they give me a fake indictment, I go up in the polls, and that's never happened before. But this is a disgrace. And you ought to go after this Attorney General, because she's turning off everybody from coming in. You know, I don't know if you should take a look at the outflow of business. Businesses are fleeing New York.
Okay, bonds are coming back down, dollar back up. So the pressure of all the other hot stuff might have to lay on it. Again, prices paid
They
were
go
the
to
only
other
good
places
factor.
where they can be treated
Very
fairly.
interesting. Again,
and
dollar
with
is
respect.
climbing.
Thank you very much, everybody.
And then JP
Thank
Morgan,
you.
Diamond, lot of comments. Well, Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen, you haven't heard that man in a while. Again, I'm surprised. That was on YouTube. It was on Reuters YouTube. I'm very, very surprised by that. The bonds are coming back down. Again, that's the weird part. That data, everything was hot on the manufacturing gauges, but prices paid dropped. Again, next event in 1 hour, we have Jerome Powell now. So we'll see. Let's see. Where's the calendar? Oh, yeah. I have Jamie Dimon's talking now. I don't know. Do you guys want to listen? He's still live.
On the broader economy. Yeah. First it was hurricanes, and then it was storm clouds in your annual letter. What's the weather now? Is there a
bonds still
You
getting
consistently
clapped.
got this wrong, okay? I'm not giving a forecast. I'm trying to, I blame myself, okay? The U.S. has been very strong for a while. No surprise, $5 trillion was pumped in fiscally, $3 trillion to $4 trillion of QE, and now that's being reversed. The consumer's still in good shape. They're still spending money. They still have more money than pre-COVID.
Dying, dollar up,
it's spending
holding
down.
on, but
home prices have gone for 15 years. Asset prices have gone for 15 years. They're in pretty good shape. And then the people are talking about deterioration. Credit
on the
is not
lookout for
deteriorating.
down
Credit
Friday,
card
down Monday.
all-time highs, not inflation adjusted or
Dimon.
GDP adjusted or income adjusted.
He's live right now.
Yeah, it's deteriorating. We think it's normalizing. And corporate credit's been quite good. So you have a strong economy. That's the here and now. All the data is a little distorted because of COVID and things like that. When you ask the question about a forecast, and I don't make forecasts, I look out there and say, what are the range of outcomes?
From hurricane to storm clouds.
No, I would put it as several storm clouds. I said, when I said hurricane, I was correcting.
Are they arguing
someone
about
said
him
the
talking
storm
about
clouds
the hurricane?
dissipate. I said, no, that one may be a hurricane. We don't know what it is. Here's what they are. There are two of them that are different than other things. So we always have, I don't worry about the weather, and honestly, I don't spend a lot of time guessing about the economy. I mean, that to me is the sunny or rainy. I don't worry about that. We run the company to serve clients through thick and thin. That's what we do, to serve governments, to satisfy our regulators, and that's all weather. But there are two things which are extraordinary today, which may have different outcomes, and think of them as storm clouds. We don't know if they're going to hit, when they're going to hit, what they're going to do. Okay, so I'm not predicting that, but I'll tell you what I worry about. So one is the fiscal money being spent is so big, largest in peacetime ever, America and kind of around the world, with already very high deficits. And QT we've never had. So I know some people think QT will be uneventful. I'm not so sure. At a minimum, I expect volatile markets.
ULBI on the high, 52-week high. Low ticker very, very active.
Fiscal things are kind of inflationary.
Crypto names are even on the low now too.
Oil prices, certain commodity prices, the green economy, the restructuring of trade, you name it, I see is adding to inflation, not subtracting inflation. So I don't think inflationary will be that, keep on coming down. It may not.
Okay, another red.
And therefore, rates may go higher. But the biggest storm cloud is geopolitical. It's Ukraine, the humanitarian crisis. It's a war not far from here. It's along 600 miles, 500,000 people have been killed. It's nuclear blackmail. It's going to affect all global relationships in America and China, trade alliances. We don't know how it's going to start either. So I just put those two things as I keep a close eye on. And then how it affects the economy is different. And what I've been talking about that is, I just tell people, be prepared for higher rates and slower growth.
7%. Are we really going there? And how does
I don't know. When I said 5%, they said, are we going there? Yeah, it's possible. So when I talk to my board, I say, yeah, can it go to 7%? The answer is yes. Are there factors that would drive it, higher than, where it is today? 4.5, 4.6, or 4.7, I'm talking about the 10-year bond now. Yes. Is supply and demand could push high? Yes. I'm just saying, be prepared for it.
So
and then
Tesla's
the worst
working
case
its
is
way up,
stagflation. Higher rates because you have a booming economy and there's a lot of competition for capital is not the same thing as stagflation.
What are the ripple effects of the stress of that 7% rates on business, on your growth?
Well, I'm not worried about J.P. Morgan.
And bonds.
J.P. Morgan, we
even
are
if the
prepared.
market's
We can
holding
handle
up, though,
7%.
the bonds are doing
we can
the
handle
stair
2% again.
pressure.
8%?
Yeah, we can handle that too. That risk management is not the same thing as
dollar
guessing the
new
future.
high of the day too.
When risk management look at the range of potential
literally,
outcomes,
SPY's trying to even
and
bounce
be able to
off
say to
of
yourself, we can handle this, we can handle this, we don't really expect it, and we can handle it in between. If you bet your company on one outcome, so I think all companies do that. And every company's got different exposures. Input prices, and output prices. Some interest rates don't matter. Some it's the price of mozzarella. So what's your business? Your business is different. So. But I think we don't know the effect of these things on the economy. So we may have a soft landing, we may have a mild recession, we may have a harder recession. Obviously there are potential bad outcomes. The worst one would be economically is stagflation,
right?
Where you have low growth, high interest rates, and obviously if that happens, you're going to see a lot of people
another
struggling.
new low
Where's
on the
China
bonds,
on the list
another
of
high
risks?
on the dollar.
When I say geopolitical,
Again, I
that's
feel
the
like the
big
market
one.
is going to have to catch up, or the dollar
it's the
and bonds
thread
have to
from
reverse.
Ukraine, oil and gas, food,
Yeah, they're getting whacked,
migration. All our relationships,
but then the
most
dollar is
important one being
almost
China.
at 30.
That
so you're
is
7
the most
cents away
important
from
for the
that.
future
If
of
you
the
did
world.
a third of today's
and
move,
obviously
the
Ukraine is
dollar's going to
affecting
be
it.
at
In
a
fact,
big
it's very hard to see
psychological level.
really positive outcomes with China until the Ukraine war is resolved. Hopefully,
Again, SPY's now working its way a little bit
to
lower.
say they have a victory of some sort.
You've said you're worried about another Trump presidency. How worried?
I don't know if I've said that. I'm hoping the American public. We need.
I don't know
good
if I said
American
that.
leadership. And I think that we need to explain to people why this is so important for the world. And so there's a little bit of this, America first, and no American president is going to say America
Ukrainian
second.
foreign minister, Black Sea
But
corridor
we
for
need to
Ukraine,
explain
grain
why
without
Ukraine
Russia is
important to us,
realistic.
and why American security relies on global security, and why our allies rely on that. And if they can't rely on America, they will have to rely on someone else. And so I just think it's very important. Bob Gates writes in his book, The Exercise of Power, about the symphony of power. And it's all the soft things, not the military, which we've overused, but diplomacy, development finance, education, communication, and obviously economic, trade, investment, all those things. And I think we need to do a better job in that.
We just avoided another U.S. government shutdown. Now there's talks of a McCarthy ouster. Do you have a message for anyone in Congress?
Look, we need good policymakers. A shutdown is a bad idea. I'm grateful they came up with a solution. Democracies, by their nature, mean compromise. That's what a democracy is. And there are a lot, when I go to Washington, you see on the press all the time the bad parts. There are also some great Congress folks, great senators who want to get things done.
Remember, you have that here soon now. That's the next event of the day.
And I'm glad they did this particular one. Of course, 45 days from now. And, Kevin McCarthy is the Speaker of the House, and I wish him the best. I've known him for many years. And he's got a tough hand. He's got a tough hand, but he's doing okay so far.
Regulators have proposed new capital rules that banks have said will make it tougher for Americans to get a mortgage. But I'm curious, when you look across the firm, what businesses are going to have the biggest impact?
Ukraine central banks moves to a managed flexible exchange rate.
First of all, it's 1,000 pages long.
Money,
so you have to go by product, by service, by country, by cross-border, by type.
Again, SPY is still holding up. Dollars first read in like 10 minutes.
I don't think it's all the right stuff.
GPCR running up 10% into a high right now. Humana, UNH, a couple of healthcare companies running too.
And nor is it international. So you may not know, if you're an American, we have to have 30% more capital than European banks, the way it's currently constructed. What happened to the international requirements? Like when we talk about international level playing fields and all stuff like that, when you get into the specifics, it really matters how the ultimate rules about mortgages and small business loans, et cetera. In general, it makes, what I don't like about it, for example, it punishes diversification, operating risk capital, and GSIFI. And diversification is one of the true free lunches for a bank that protects it. And I don't understand why they do that. And I just, we're going to be responding. Hopefully it'll be modified and thoughtfully done for international purposes. And mostly, America's got the best financial system the world's ever seen. And that includes hedge funds and private equity and private capital, all things like that. But this is, I said that private equity hedge funds are dancing in the streets. And this time they're being quite public about it. Because this is going to push a lot of stuff out of the banking system. And if that's what the regulators want, so be it.
This is Jamie Dimon talking right now.
Is that good for America? I don't know. We've gone from 7,300 public companies in 1996 to 4,500 today.
Running, what is this?
Is that what we
MNTS,
wanted?
72%?
It should have been 14,000.
A couple of random small runners here on the high
Did you want a lot of credit
ticker
to move private? Maybe they did. And, then they accomplished their goals.
The biggest tech companies prop up a huge chunk of the S&P. Is big tech too big?
Boeing on the low, 189.
I think that's a too broad a question. I think in any industry, when you say too big to fail, which I've lost touch with what that really means anymore, because remember, car companies were bailed out, and these things were bailed out, and I don't understand. They should ask what they want. If the regulators don't want a bank to ever fail again, then we should do A, B, C, D, and E. If that's the goal. I didn't think that was the goal. I think Dodd-Frank actually accomplished most of the goals, which is dramatically reduce the risk, create liquidity, capital, stuff like that. So, and big tech, you got to be very specific. Sometimes companies misuse their position, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes regulators capture, and sometimes they don't. But they're powerful. And we have to deal with that. I've been writing about, big tech going to our business. We got fintech, but we also have big tech. And they will embed payment systems in there. Some are going to white label banks, kind of what Apple did. They have the right to do that. I'm not against that. I would be against unfair use of their position to dominate us in a business.
Well, Apple is going deeper into financial services. Do you worry about the Bank of Apple?
I wrote about it. I wrote about it like 5 years ago.
Well, how worried are you now?
Like, what is a bank? Well, we're going to compete. So they have a tough competitor, but they hold money, move money. You can put money in basically markets, but it's a white labeled checking account, credit card, all these things. Yeah, they're a form of a competitor. We also partner with them, but I'm very used to partnering and competing with lots of people. So,
Existential threat?
I don't think it's an existential threat, but I think if we were complacent about it, yes.
Jamie Dimon, we're here to talk about tech. I'll see you on stage. Jamie Dimon, Chair and CEO of JP Morgan. Thank you. Back to you.
That was Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan Chase, Chairman and CEO of Bloomberg's Emily Chang at the Techstars.
Interesting. Again, you just had Trump, then Jamie Dimon. It was weird. I don't know. After this, it's like he tried to like walk back everything he said, or kind of like he's playing the middle very well. Again, the other day he was just saying rates should go to 7%. Now he's talking about how things look good, and then again he did say things were really bad. And then you had SVB, and then he kind of changed up. Dimon again. Apparently he didn't say what he said about Trump. Or there's a lot to take in. A lot. Yeah, Jamie just went bing bing. So not too bad. Again, the issue though of the day right now. Again, Boyle's on the low. You got Coin Mara crypto selling off right now. Actually, a lot of crypto, and then Boyle on the low, like heavy. But today with bonds and the dollar, it's just a very, very weird setup. Coinbase went from +4 to only up +1 right there. But again, the dollar's still up. We had the data. The bonds were the victim. Pretty much dollar and the S&P are right where everything was when the data came out. But again, the bonds are just going lower and lower after every release. So again, we have Jerome Powell here in about 40 minutes. So I don't know if he's going to talk monetary policy. So let me tell you right now, Jerome Powell here in 45 minutes. It may be a non-event, but at the same time, if we do get to listen to him, if it does have stuff that could end up being very good. You thought Jamie Dimon was an Axter? Oh, like Jamie Dimon, like Matt Damon? I don't know. Maybe if Matt Damon, Jamie Dimon, I feel like I could see how they're related. I don't know. It's up to you. I'm not buying Target stock for the dividend. Again, I think maybe with like a sub 100 price I would. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, happy Monday. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. It's here. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Oh, no. Let's go. Are you kidding me? Oh, I knew it was a good Monday. I had a lot of energy. I knew it was feeling good. The chat was on point. Y'all were liking the video. I knew it was a good Monday. And then the Peach, baby. Oh, before Euro closed. The bonds don't like that for now, but hey, man, it's there. Good morning. The man, the legend, the Peach. If you know, you know. Heli on the high. HELE popping. Actually, like low-key kind of big. Hold on. Just a lot of prints. Yeah, this thing's Helen of Troy. They're up right now, 2%. Then Beanox is running up there, 43%. That's like the fourth name I've put up here today that is up that much. Cigna on the high, 0.09. Again, I think UNH and a couple of other healthcare names are running up there. XLV still down. Oh, my God. Utilities are down 3%. What? Bro, utilities are getting murdered. Oh, my goodness. The time they went through the lows. Dude, that's hideous. I think that's what they were saying this morning again. Yeah, bro, that's not good. Again, utilities are, it is, yeah, pretty much. It is acting kind of like a bond. I think it's people more sensitive to rates, but also the utilities, depending on if it bounces or not. I mean, that you could start talking recession, but look at the bonds right there. Another flush on TLT. So, again, all this pressure from rates last week. Again, TLT's at a new low, but so is the 10-year now. So, again, TLT's moving a lot more than the 10-year, but every part of the curve is getting blown out right now, I'm pretty sure. Even shy. Crazy. U.S. factory sector continued to contract in September, but some bright signs emerge. Durable goods from -3 to 0.8. Yeah, all the data was hot today. So everything, ISM, S&P, everything came in hot except for prices paid. And that's why I think we had that little pop there. But ever since, every data release has brought the bonds a little bit lower. Or again, yields a little higher. any direction? I don't think so, except for, I mean, NASDAQ's green, everything else is red. I cannot tell you any until we get Jerome Powell or I see a correlation between bonds and the dollar and the market. I couldn't tell you. Again, I'm not even like last week. The correlations were pretty high. Usually by middle of the day, the morning, we would find out what's up. But as of now, I mean, the dollar's up, the bonds are red, and then the SPY is like literally break even. So we don't really have a movement just yet, even though it's been an hour and a half so far. So give it some time, but I couldn't tell you. Again, I'm looking at the same things here, but none of it really is making sense. I guess we're getting into Monday. Every Monday has been good, though, in the sense that all the Monday mornings are calm, chill. They've kind of held up, and then whatever happens on Monday, we go from there to finish kind of how we were going to trade that week to begin with. Cologne of us studying potential threat of Ozempic. Bro, what my mom... Did I get skinny, Chad? I don't think I got skinny. Well, maybe my mom was trying to tell me I was fat earlier. My mom asked me if I was on Ozempic. And I said, Mom, what? I was like, it's funny because years ago they'd be like, are you doing drugs? Now my mom's like, are you on Ozempic? I'm like, what? I was trying to explain to my mom, I'm like, I take a lot of poops, but I don't. I was like, what? I was like, Mom. I was like, Mom, I'm still kind of like nah, like it don't. But she really accused me of being on Ozempic. I was like, what the? That's weird, Mom. That one's weird. She's been praying for you. Amen. And she's been praying for you too, man. 100%. I think you lost some muscle mass. I was gonna say I've been like eating less. I've been eating healthy. I've been trimming down, but I'm like kind of the same weight. But I have I'm kind of trying to cut up a little bit. But my mom thinks it's Ozempic, so I'm like, okay. Oh, dude, that's a weird one. Maybe I'll tell you later. Did you like the video? It has zero relevance to your life, but I would like you to hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? It's not tinfoil. It's a story of my mom. I don't know if you want to hear it, so I'll just leave that up to 1,000 likes for you. God bless America. Dominion at 6% dividend. Dominion's been getting murked, though. But I do like energy. Microsoft CEO, Google can extend search dominance into AI. And then SPY is rocketing back up. Maybe the bonds are going to bounce there. Again, that little low there was the 10-year hitting a new low of the day. My mom told me she'll get me Ozempic if I stop going to the gym and studying more. Wow. She's really big on academics, it seems like. There you go. She called you a skinny king. She kind of did. Ozempic is for diabetes. It's a diabetes drug, but a lot of people have used it for weight loss. Microsoft's on the high. Apple's still holding the high all day. Again, Cigna and a couple of those health names have been running up here. Bro, XLU is getting murdered. LMT. Amazon's still holding up good. The drug called to lose weight, Ozempic. Where have you been these last couple months, bro? Ozempic Auto Parts. Hey, come get your car fixed today with Ozempic. Not only does it work with humans, now we could clear out all of the gunk in your fuel system. Ozempic Auto Parts. And Powell being nothing burger today, he got to keep to himself out of the box. I mean, there's every single Fed meeting so far ever since Powell. Every time Powell's had an opportunity or somebody, nothing much was said. The only reason people think Powell is going to say something this time around is because on Friday, Mr. John Williams said some things about, not being good. Have you seen the clip where the Simpsons predict Ozempic? No. Season 12, episode 9? I'll have to take a look. But do you know the conspiracy about the Simpsons conspiracy? I don't know if you guys are familiar. So, like, if you guys have probably seen, like, a lot of people, they're like, oh, my gosh, Simpsons predicts this, right? But, like, a lot of the recent ones, like, they filmed them in a short amount of time, pretty much. So, like, not all of them are predicting the future. Sometimes the Simpsons just responds, but by the time you see it, it just depends when you see it, essentially. So, but some of them are ahead, though. That's the weird part. Sometimes the Simpsons, they have scenes before certain things, but then other times they film it, like, in the moment, more or less. That's why it seems so relevant. OG Skinny Med was Fin. I forgot the one before that. What was it? Hydroxycut? Ephedrine theory? We just started giving people ephedrine. We gave them like one of 4 ingredients used to make meth, and then supplement, and then regulated it like a supplement. People love that. Bro, ephedrine and hydroxycut, that was great. Dude, you just got taken out, bro. Hold on, Raul just showed up. Fed Bowman will likely be appropriate to raise rates further and hold them at restrictive level from some time. So, hawkish comment to start the morning from Fed Bowman. I do believe she is a voter. Fed Bowman, inflation remains too high, sees risk that high energy prices could reverse some of the recent progress on lowering inflation. Fed Bowman expects progress on inflation to be slow given the current level of monetary policy restraint. We heard from her last week, but remember, I don't think she didn't comment
earnings
on.
are critical to market.
Fed Bowman, frequency and scope of recent data revisions complicates task of projecting how economy will evolve. Says regulators seem to be engaging in heavy-handed supervision of banks, should consider if approach is appropriate. Remains willing to support rate increases at future meeting if data indicates progress on inflation has stalled or is too slow to return to 2% in a timely manner. Expects inflation to be slow given the current level of monetary policy restraint. So again, that's a headline there. You should have Powell in 30 minutes. Bowman, I don't know. I think, remember, John Williams on Friday, that was just saying it. He was talking about, rates staying higher for longer. That's why people were, excited to hear from Fed speakers today. But, I mean, last time we heard from Bowman, she didn't really say much. Usually, I want to say she's kind of leaned a little bit more bullish or dovish, but that statement is a little bit more hawkish, but not anything too crazy. Again, I think equities are moving, but bonds, dollar, that really is the real story of the day right here. SPY, okay, you're getting a little shoot up there. Welcome to my day. Meta. These pops, it's until the dollar and bonds can get a relationship that makes sense, or they're going to end up today doing nothing, and then we have to wait till tomorrow and all the data to come up. But I think that could depend on if Powell actually has juice or not. What's today? The 2nd. And then you have John Williams at 10:30. No shit. October 2nd, 1:30 p.m. Eastern for John Williams. Oh, the recording will be made afterwards. So the John Williams we can't get. I still need to see where Powell. He's not on the Fed website. Why Tesla went up compared to pre-market? I don't know. I'm surprised. Because, again, deliveries were lower. I think Rivian was kind of like that. I guess Rivian even bounced, too. It could just be the cash open. Bonds are trying to catch a bid. Apple's still up. Dollar is near the opening levels of the morning or the higher end. And then SPY is literally all within the first candle. You didn't miss anything long term. You are good to go. All you missed this morning was a lot of data. ISM data came in hot. Then there's one element of prices paid coming down. You missed bonds getting murdered, dollar going up, and then SPY practically break even. Other than that, nothing else. China is closed all week for the golden holiday. And we still have Powell, John Williams, Fed Harker, Fed Logan, all today. We just heard from Michelle Bowman. So we got a couple more things. Again, this week, big data for bonds. Next week is earnings and Powell. And then, CPI and then Powell, and then it's earnings. Yeah, we just talked about utilities. It's pretty wild. I think that one is either pointing towards either compared to the bonds and people getting worried, or depending on how that leads up, bounces or not. I mean, I'd watch XLU coming into any potential recession. And then bonds, SPY still holding there. Not out of the gulag yet. China data was pretty bad. It was in line. It wasn't like too crazy, but it's like I think one of them was worse than expected. The other one wasn't too bad, but at least the good part is they are closed. So China all week, we won't have to deal with it. The coal miners for the long term? No. I don't like energy for the long term. I never have. It's been I think the last couple of years has been an outlier, but I'm fortunately in the long term. There's other names I'd want for dividends, but I don't really like energy like that for the long term. When the electric company goes bankrupt, can you still get power? Probably. I don't think governments allow them to go bankrupt, or to a degree they'll even have them operate during bankruptcy. I think even PG&E after like Cali fires, I think they still exist, but they had a lot of issues. But there is some benefit. Why no energy? Because it's boom and busts. So it's gonna go up, it's gonna go down, it's gonna go up, it's gonna go down. But it's not like it's not like investing into something with a high level of growth in the long run. So it's a commodity. So holding that for 10, 15 years, there'll be periods where oil outperforms and then it comes back down. So like you're making money on energy by buying and selling, not necessarily just buying and holding and then going from there. $3M to the long. Maybe. I mean, that one, it was up a lot more. I said I didn't even want 3M leading into all of this because it was up by like another $10, but they just gave up heavy. So maybe we could add 3M. Flushing time, maybe. I mean, there's still a lot of stuff on the low. Low ticker is very, very active right now. Dollar's trying to come back up. So maybe 738. The Federal Reserve Board launches Instagram and Threads account. What? I'm on the Fed website. They just made their Instagram today. Fed says launch. Yeah, dude, wait. It's on the website. I'm looking. I just followed them, bro. I'm following the Fed. This is great. They got all the Feds on there. It's beautiful. NASDAQ. It is. NASDAQ's doing great. 0.45 again. A lot of the tech is there. But with dollar and bond, it's crazy. Governor Bowman, testimony by Powell. A lot of payments start this month, student loans. Yeah, everyone's been talking about it. We are really going to find out here. That's why the data, even the earnings, and the weird part is, though, as the payments stop, we're going to get earnings for last month or last quarter before they did. So that's going to be an interesting one. But hopefully after the first couple of days, if we could get real clear signals, that will be very telling. And then bonds are still losing steam there. So hold on. If you wanted the SPY to go up, it's still kind of struggling. Dollar going up to the high, 42.81. Remember, anywhere lower than here, I guess this takes you back to like what, Thursday's opening, 42.70, and then we're going to play the game with 42.50, 42.30, all of that. Mm, 4281. BNOX on the high. I think somebody else was talking about that earlier. I watched the video, didn't know October was economic educational month. I did not know that either. I didn't think it was. Is that why they had the teacher thing? But I'm not good with these like dates and months. I feel like, I don't know, like the OG ones I know, but like again, I'm like my girlfriend be like, it's National Girlfriend Day. I'm like, I don't know what that, I don't see that on any calendar. I don't remember participating. All right, SPY going a little lower, new low on bonds, dollar back to the high. Remember, like we were saying, so even though the dollar gapped up this morning, it's just, once again, the phenomena. It doesn't mean the dollar's leading, but you'll notice every time we're going into the low, the dollar is at the highest candle of the day. But it's doing what it's supposed to. It's just the SPY is not moving as much. NASDAQ's still green, but dollar into the highs, bonds into the lows, and now SPY's coming down. The only difference is that bonds and dollar are hitting new highs of the week, month, whatever, and then the SPY is still, a couple of days within the range of the last couple of days. So it's not at a new low just yet. Oxy down 3.2. Oh, then GPCR. This was the Ozempic play from last week. That thing's up now, actually. I forgot about those. Actually, no, I'm still down on the shares a little bit, but that came up a lot. 3M under 90. We are dying. Dollars on the high. Bonds are flushing. 10-year just getting blown out right now. Happy Monday. So 4276, 4274 is the low. Again, these are all just the range of last week now. So again, I think 4273 is the level. OPEC keeps output steady as supply squeeze sends oil near 100. Oil at 89. Even oil's getting mollywopped. Oil's just flushing. OPEC output little change in September, 27.97 million barrels. VIX drop. SPY bouncing off the bottom. Again, tech is doing very good. NASDAQ, none of your tech names are getting hit right now. But it's still the bonds dollar thing is the only thing getting in the way. Volatility. It could be, but if Powell says nothing or doesn't talk monetary policy, then that's it. We're going to go back to dealing with the whatever bond dollar today, and then we're going to move forward to the next days, the other ISM services, and then everything else. It was like market waiting for something. It's today. It feels a lot more stabler than what it should be. So I could agree with that. But I don't know. I think Powell's going to even be a wild card. We got young Powell wild card for the morning. Yeah, oil's down again. Watch again that OPEC headline. Watch if oil starts climbing back up because they're kind of mollywop. Dollar just hit another high, calming down again. We are dangerously close to 30 on UUP, which I do not like. Powell should be in 15 minutes. If you found this video, there's a title, and in the title there is a time in Eastern clock. So, but it should be there. Again, I don't have the live video yet, but he is scheduled to talk. I do not know what he's going to be speaking about. Again, dollar, try to wick out there, but watch out if the SPY goes down. Bonds have not stopped their march on the downside there, a.k.a. yields higher. Yeah, 10-year yields are ripping. Again, IEF going down is showing you that. Again, NVIDIA, chip makers, they're all holding for the most part. Tesla is still red, I guess. And then Netflix in the green, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, all your big dogs are doing very well. Uber off the bottom a little bit. They're barely red. Even let's just see if this SPY. But dollar still ticking up there, holding the high. 20-year yield is 44.99. That should be. I don't think it is, though. I have to double check. Or maybe the 30 years is the one that's at like 3. Oh, yeah, man. But look, this is what I was telling you guys all last week. The 10-year is almost at 4.75. So this is the problem right now. We're about to run into that range. Again, remember last week when we were like, damn, the bonds are getting blown out. It hit 4.6. Came down to 4.52, but we're probably going to hit that 4.75 now. And then SPY trying to bounce a little bit off the bottom. Let's check the yield curve. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think the 30-year yield needs to climb, but yeah, bro. But then, dude, the yield curve looks hideous. The yield curve looks mad. I think we were kind of like that in 2001, a little bit. No, you're dealing with your own little breed of yield curve here. Again, the yield is just running. The whole curve just lifted. This is the Cobra. I don't know. That's what I call it. I'm saying no, the 20s have premium because it's used in structured products. 20s will be higher than the 30s. That could make a lot of sense. I don't even think the 30 is going to climb until there's like way higher rates, but that is wild if the 20 year is already at 5%, that's like a good and a bad sign. But if that's the case, if the 20 year gets close to the 3 month, I mean, that could be good. Let's see. Yeah, the 20 year is at 4.99. Amazon ripping, I don't know. I think we're in a world where some consumers better than not, but Amazon probably also getting ready with earnings. That's something to keep in mind too. Earnings are right around the corner now. So depending on how you feel for October, like I said, if there's selling pressure, people might start positioning now, but same thing goes even for the upside and getting ready for earnings. The dollar is already causing a problem. Again, watch it, the bonds. SPY's still holding, though. SPY is being awkwardly resilient all day. NASDAQ still up 0.5%. Google's on the high right now. S&P is down by 0.15. Dow Jones down by 0.4. And Russell is down 1%. So where is it? So right now in S&P, you have 397 names red, 105 names in the green. Dow Jones, 23 names red, 7 names in the green. And then NASDAQ 100, 54 names red, 47 green. So really, you have a couple of names doing way better, but majority of names are in the red right now already throughout first hour and a half. Again, you got 30 more minutes till Euro close. Powell should be coming on here shortly. So we'll see. Is it? Pre-written state. I don't think there is one. So again, I'm looking all over the Fed website. Usually it'll show up on their speeches and not, but I don't have it. 3M broke 90. Nvidia flying. Google on the high. And then dollar's still up, bond's still down, and then SPY going in the opposite. Maybe it could ignore it, but we've done this a couple of times already here in the morning. Google keeps going. Uber's kind of holding up. I just see Google a lot on the high ticker. Oil futures extend loss. Crude is down by $2 a barrel. Ukraine government says Ukraine's financial stability at historic maximum. Maybe Euro closed and dump. Speaking of which, how did they all do? Yeah, damn, Europe's down 1.5. Ugh. Yeah, everybody's awful, actually. So again, I think Asia Pacific did better because China was closed, but oh yeah, dude, Europe's a shit show right now. FTSE 100 gap down, barely green 0.08. Euro Stoxx 50 down 1.1. Germany down 1.0. France down 1.1, and then Switzerland down 1.1. So low-key, America is the only thing holding up. America and then anything that did good off of China not having anything. It's saving the world. It really is. At least for now. That's why, again, dollar up, bonds, everything, everywhere across the world getting worked. But remember what happened on Friday. Remember on Friday, everywhere around the world was good, and then we got worked on Friday. So you never know. You never know. But SPY getting a little cheek lay there again. Macro factors still where they are. PRST on the high. Google was into the high, but now the low ticker is starting to take over there. Decent little Raoul. And then again, if it's already has selling pressure, it's going down. SPY's dropping even more. SPY still down a quarter. NASDAQ holding up. New low on TLT or IEF right there. 5-year credit default swaps, USGV5, fall to 45 basis points, lowest since August 28th from 47 at last close. 5-year credit default swaps are dropping. How's MGM doing with the hack? Quiet, but I still think, let me double check actually. Yeah, they still have stuff that like doesn't work. But yeah, we have, I think, and then I don't know if the UAW is going to hit them too, but still waiting on that. How much rates before Fed panic? The Fed's going to panic when other stuff remember, they control the rates. You know? So the Fed isn't surprised that rates are going up after they raise rates and talk about, you know, a higher forecasted rate for next year. You know, they're not surprised by that. They're going to react when something is cracking, when something is caused by those rates going up. Tesla going green, I could not tell you, but it's doing it. BDOC still on the high too. That's it. Dollar about to hit a new high. Bonds lower. Wheat's climbing up there, so that's actually interesting. It was already up 2% earlier, so that is still holding. So again, still waiting. Powell should be here in 4 minutes. I can't find the live video. So I'm telling you, we might have to wait a little bit, but be on the lookout for any prepared statements. It's the New York something. It's a round table for like economic discussion, I believe. Let me see. Oh, just got the pony. Thanks for everything, baby. Anthony, 2 years. So I'm talking about. God bless you. Yeah, 11 a.m. Fed Chair Powell and Philadelphia Fed Harker will participate in a roundtable discussion with workers and small business and leaders. Pennsylvania Q&A is expected. Oh, there it is. They don't have it on the Fed. All right, I'm getting one live feed ready. So we're good. So I think we will be getting the... I don't know if it's going to be... what's it called? We don't know if he's going to be, like, actually saying anything about policy, but they are expecting a Q&A. So again, SPY going a little lower. Bonds have stopped dropping for now. So let's see what happens. My goodness, young Powell. Overstock, cheek leg, gold. Again, gold's been getting molly-whopped. That could be a part of the dollar and bonds here. SPY, this is like your third or fourth time down here. Dollar is very, very strong today. So again, Powell should be coming on here very, very soon now. So again, 1 minute here. Let's see. The peach baby, 36 months. Oh, God bless you, Metamorphium, and all the chats. Shout out to the members, baby. I hope you got a long term behind those months. NASDAQ 100. It's down. I mean, it's up to 0.4 right now. We'll see, but Powell's about to speak. Bonds are down a lot. Dollar's still into that. You've heard me say this for 2 hours, so I hope you're enjoying it. But welcome to Monday. Welcome to Monday. The VIX is actually going green, interestingly enough. I think it was red in the morning. A little bit, no. It actually was green, came back down. That was a weird candle. And now that's still elevated. Well, it makes sense. SPY's the only thing, or NASDAQ's the only thing in the green today. Powell should be coming on now. Again, if there's anything, I'm waiting. I have one live feed up. It hasn't started yet. I'm still looking for a backup. Where is it? Gold is plummeting. Dude, gold dropped even 4% last week, which is crazy, and then it's still going lower. That's like actually wild. Oh, is that what it is? We are going to listen to Powell. I'm waiting for it to start right now. I don't have it. We are waiting. We're waiting for Papa Powell. Oh, there it is. We got him. It's your boy. Again, watch bonds. Listen, he may not say. We don't even know. I haven't even got a headline. I'd watch The Wire. You'll see if it's pre-written or not, what he has to say, if it has economic policy or not. That really will be the main factor. So I'm going to turn up the volume. It seems a little quiet already. So watch your speakers just in case. And we have a Twitch link pinned. Go to the Twitch if you would like a commentary because I will be muted while he is talking. You hear those little... So intense. Yeah, the Twitch link is pinned up there. Again, you'll get the uncensored version if you like the commentary. Who's this guy in the hat next to Powell? He's just chilling. And that's Harker. So this guy on the left, that's Fed Harker. Jerome Powell, if you don't know who that is by now, that's a little weird. A guy with the Under Armour hat, I have no idea who he is. But this is a round table. It's going to be like a Q&A. He's going to be sitting next to Jerome Powell today. What? Yeah, they're not starting. It's so quiet. They're going to get started in 1 minute. I don't know if you heard it. Make sure your mic's turned on. Okay, I'm going to turn it up, guys, but I don't know how loud it's going to be. So right now, just be cautious. Have your speakers lower rather than not, because this shit might bang. Again, no headlines on pre-writtens. This is the craziest part. So honestly, maybe the market's moving leading into it. Dollar and bonds haven't moved, but usually by the time my guy gets up on here, we usually have an idea of what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what happens here. But SPY's running, SMCI, crowd is on the high, Tesla. Dollar's coming down now a little bit. No statements yet. Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting. He looks very comfortable. These are, you could tell this is not, again, he's in a different setting, different format. He's not even wearing a tie. So just, as much as we joke about it every time, just keep in mind, like your guy, Powell doesn't go to FOMCs with no tie. He hasn't said anything yet, no, but that's kind of good news because usually by now we know what he's saying. So he might talk about monetary policy. Audio's trash. Don't give it a second. They'll get it fixed.
Thank you, Teresa, and thanks everybody for being here. It's great to meet so many people who have contributed to.
They really aren't going to have good audio? Nope. Nah, I'm not. I don't got time for that, bro. I caught that one. I don't. Bro, what are they doing?
So with the Fed, our focus is on supporting a healthy economy, a strong labor market, with low and stable inflation, of course. And we know that starts in communities like.
Just wait till we get any updates here. But again, I'm gonna mute myself. Go to Twitch if you want to hear me. Yeah, I'll turn up the audio a little bit, but it's very bad audio, guys. I'm sorry. There is some subtitles, but even then they're having trouble picking it up.
We had the brief opportunity on the roof of the Yorktown to really take a panorama and look at York County and talk about where we're doing well, but also some of the challenges that exist. And I would maybe set the tone by saying, like a lot of communities, the pandemic really compounded issues that existed prior to COVID-19 and only made them worse. So, in many ways, we're working back towards this. But in spite of the pandemic, in 2020, this community worked together over the course of a year to develop a 10-year county economic action plan. And the goal of that plan is really to be rooted in data, to understand where it is that we are doing well and where we do have room for improvement, but ultimately to make the paradigm shift in economic development to people-centered, place-based economic development. We've done that, and some of what we'll talk about today are really the fruits of that labor. We really shifted to sort of a couple focus areas. One is let's build the quality community that the talented people want to live in and attract and retain talented workforce. Let's focus on growing career pathways and reducing barriers to employment. And then let's enhance the culture of entrepreneurialism and innovation. And the couple examples that I give of those overarching themes of this plan were really a lot of what we'll talk about today. We recognize in that plan that your county lags the state and national average in the birth rate of small businesses. And the reason for that is access to capital, access to resources, education, and opportunity. That led us to create the Bloom Business Empowerment Center, which is now an emerging CDFI, to really drive those resources to our small businesses throughout our county. We're now proud to say we've raised $7 million in capital to deploy. Over $400,000 has been deployed in small business grants to small businesses across your county, with a majority of those grants being awarded to businesses owned by women or individuals of color in low and moderate income communities. We've tackled bridging the digital divide through an investment of $27 million by our county government to deploy 144 miles of middle mile fiber and build 2 wireless networks that are free in the York Metro and Hanover Metro area. And the work that we've been doing with the Philly Fed has really led us to focus on those barriers to employment stability. Issues like child care, transportation, again, issues that existed prior to COVID-19, but were just compounded. And the work that our team and the York community has done for a national cohort with the Philly Fed has really been immeasurable and has led to a lot of the work that you're seeing today. Here we sit as we focus on some of the people-centered programs. We also focus on building place. And where we sit here today in the Yorktown Hotel, a $70-ish million economic development project in the York community to ensure that this building remained a complementary asset. But we weren't just focused on the bricks and mortar, we were focused on the people inside. Tatiana, I know you had a chance to meet, but we worked closely with partners in higher ed, like our college, to marry 4-year degrees and a hospitality major that your college has, but we recognize that it's not a pathway for everyone. So this community created a hospitality certificate program. Tatiana is one of those graduates and is now working here at the Yorktown Hotel. And then finally, really with partners across this table, we've been able to focus on important needs like childcare. And this community has been able to raise millions of dollars to roll out several initiatives, not only to address access to quality, affordable childcare, but also growing the number of teachers in the childcare industry. It is the number one reason that employers cite in terms of absenteeism. So we need to do a better job, not just here in New York, but across the country, in addressing the needs for childcare. So I know that was a lot and a little, but really all of the work that we're doing is rooted in data. The work with the Philly Fed continues to pay measurable dividends, and it has continued to create new collaborative partnerships to focus on housing, to focus on our cultural arts sector, our outdoor economy. And we're just very grateful today for the spotlight that you're helping to shine and the work that will continue here forward. And on behalf of the York County Economic Alliance, I would like to shift the discussion and ask my good friend, to my left over here, Kim Bracey, who's the president and CEO of our York YWCA. Kim also happens to be our former mayor of the city of York. If you could speak to how households throughout your county are experiencing our current economic conditions.
Thank you, Kevin. As he said, I am Kim Bracey, the CEO of the YWCA here in York, and it's my honor to be here with all of you this morning. Households in York City, York County are increasingly finding themselves squeezing savings.
I'm saving you guys. We're on 20, bro. So watch out. We're on 20 audio. I'm sorry. Hold on. I got again, I'm unmuted on the Twitch though, because I know the audio is really low, so I don't want to disturb.
Many of them are operating still at a lower capacity of staffing, 85% in some cases. We feel pretty good about the staffing we have to always continue to outgrow that as well. But it does, when there's not staff, it encourages, it unfortunately affects the families. Everything affects everything. It forces families to take time off that they may not even have while they're waiting for child care. And let's not talk about the cost of child care and how that is forcing credit cards, unfortunately, paying the child care costs to us. And we cut that out. These folks are not saving for, they don't have savings. There's no retirement fund in their future. So they're not able to save for that vacation in many cases. They have to pay for child care in order to work. We, who YMCA work, are extremely dedicated to our families at all. And we are dedicated to eliminating racism, empowering women, and promoting peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for everyone at the same time. When a person cannot pay, we bear that cost. We're a nonprofit organization, so trying to meet the needs of our organization, meet the needs of families, everything affects everything. You heard me say that many times while I'm there. Everything affects everything, and that's the story that's very controversial.
Could you provide a little closer to you? I think that the point that you made about child care expenses being unfair was profound. Can you talk a little bit more about that economic pressure for families?
And yeah, definitely. Just being able to, one, in many cases, is for families that we have to be able to have a credit card, and then they have to use that for child care costs. It's sad in many cases, and we try our best to assist. Everything we earn from tax credits that we end up getting, and we do have oftentimes from partnerships with our business community. They run out by the time the end of the school year is there when the family may need it most, and they have to pull out that credit card to take care of their child care costs. It's a kind of a new phenomenon, if you will. It seems families are resorting to that. They don't have the savings to dip into the cost of child care to run an organization to pay the child care workers. That and they provide for the child care costs. So
if I could also invite, we have great partners in our employers across York County. We're delighted to have with us today our largest employer in York County. As I shared with Chair and President Parker, York County has a very diverse labor force, where about 18% is employed in advanced manufacturing. But closely on the heels is at 17% is healthcare, and has certainly been growing and is represented today with the President and CEO of WellSpan Health, our county's largest employer and largest employer in central Pennsylvania, Ms. Roxanna Gapster. I was wondering, Roxanna, if you could speak to what are the public health conditions here in York County?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, Kevin. Delighted to be here today. Thanks so much for being with us. Public health conditions in York County are underfunded and not big enough. And as you know, we just came through the pandemic, and I would say without our health systems across South Central Pennsylvania, we would have really been in tough shape in terms of public health. So the one health department in the county of York is in York City, and they have less than 5 employees working for them. So what less than that? Yeah, I think it might be 2 or 3. But and so what happened during the pandemic was that health systems really had to work toward what were the preventive needs of the community and fulfill those needs. And so what we saw were open-air testing sites, vaccination clinics being set up by health systems across our geography. At WellSpan, we, within 4 to 6 hours, built an online scheduling system, and within the first 24 hours after the vaccine was released, we had more than 50,000 people signed up in our area to come and get a vaccine at WellSpan. In fact, we had people from as far away as Philadelphia and Harrisburg signing up because we were very quick to get that out. In addition to that, we opened multiple open-air testing sites in the York County Fairgrounds here in York. We had a large testing site with 10 to 12 lanes for vehicles and traffic. So those are just a few of the things that we had to do. And I think the pandemic also showed us that long term we need to think differently about public health, and we need to think differently about health and human services and how we all work together, because it really takes a village during something like that. I will just mention a couple of other things about healthcare in the county. Certainly for our long-term care facilities, in those businesses, we are seeing, of course, the workforce issues, not just in healthcare systems, but in long-term care. And with the new staffing ratios that went into effect July 1st for long-term care in Pennsylvania, they are with us much longer, which isn't the right site of care for them. So overall, I think public health in New York County needs a boost. We have been talking about that as a county and with our elected officials to think about what policy solutions might be out there, but really want to make sure that we are all aware that health systems really carried that burden in the last few years.
So Kevin, Ken, and Mark, thank you so much for your perspectives. One of the things that was mentioned earlier, but I think one of the jobs in the region is connected to the manufacturing sector, and so we have two perspectives in the whole game. That Bruce and Tom can give us some insight on the history of manufacturing in the region, as well as where they're headed before we open up the question.
Thank you. Nice to see you. My name is Bruce Small, the president and CEO of Mantech. Mantech is part of the MEP, NIST MEP network at the federal level, the state level. We work under the Industrial Resource Center Network. What we do, we're nonprofits supporting manufacturers. And we focus on the small to medium-sized manufacturers, of which there are 3,000 just in the 9-county region here, and 1,000 of those plus are in New York County. So this is absolutely an epicenter for manufacturing. While healthcare is close on our heels, we are still the number one employer, the number one wages, and the number one contributor to GDP in New York County. So it is without doubt kind of the backbone of the center. On Mantech's side, when we're working with manufacturers, we help them in sales and marketing, process improvement, manufacturing technology, and workforce. We like to say we help them top line, bottom line, pipeline. So we're working with them holistically in their businesses as they try to grow and thrive in those businesses. You heard some of the stats. I always like to say that if it's made, it's made here. We have one of the most highly diversified manufacturing bases. There's not an automotive industry that drives everything. There's not, if you pick an industry, we have life sciences, we have pharmaceuticals, we have vehicles and motorcycles that are down the street. If you name it, we are involved in it. That diversified base provides some protection in downtimes, which is wonderful. And it helps maintain us, which is a fantastic place to be. But the other thing that we've been doing, in my opinion, is, and I think this is the biggest challenge, I think of this in terms of land, labor, and capital, that whole economic framework. And for the past 20 years, I would say that the labor has been the only constraint that's existed among us. And in the current environment, with rising interest rates, there's certainly now constraints on the capital that we established in the tax land as well. But there's no doubt that there's a constraint within capital. And the workforce we can talk about forever. There are so many partners at this table that can get into that. I'll stay on that lane. But when I look at my biggest concern in the region is we are lagging behind in investment of advanced technologies, automation, CMMC. You kind of pick that Industry 4.0, and we're a little bit behind in those investments. And I think that is problematic on multiple levels. And even though there is a rising cost of capital, these investments have to be made because they're going to drive productivity. Productivity drives GDP, and GDP drives wages. So if you want to be able to have more career pathways that have pay scales that can afford healthcare and childcare and some of these other ancillary things, there's no doubt we need to have a highly productive workforce and a highly productive manufacturing sector. So that's, to me, the biggest constraint and area of concern that I see is our lack of adoption of technologies. And part of that diversified base, I think, is a little bit of why not. There isn't an automotive industry or an industry cluster that forces and drives that adoption of technology. So our manufacturers definitely need to make those investments. And even with rising interest rates, there's almost always ROI on those investments. There's no doubt that the work is there, the return is there. It's just a matter of kind of stepping up. And look, I kind of believe we're potentially heading into kind of a post-Bretton Woods world, and we're going to see more and more nearshoring, onshoring. Those initiatives are going to be extensive, and we need to have a manufacturing sector that is ready to take on those challenges and provide a highly productive environment, and do it when we're competing on a worldwide stage. So historically, we made everything.
Oh, man, you're lucky I was quick with that, but holy, I don't know what's happened, bro. That sounded crazy. Dude, this audio is brutal. I'm sorry, guys. This is around the world, though. I've checked 100 feeds right now. Everybody has the same feed. This is the only thing. Fuck you, dude. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to change your audio real quick. Please hold. These guys are messing around too much.
So I think
okay, we're getting better audio though.
You know, are we getting there fast enough? You know, historically, you see all these great brands, and Harley's a wonderful name-based brand in New York, but I don't deal with the Harleys as much as I deal with the smaller folks. And one of the things I want to talk about was while you see slow to adopt, you also see some huge success stories. Penn Air last week, Governor Shapiro was in town to announce a major economic development initiative. He could have gone anywhere in the Commonwealth, chose to be in New York at Conrad Company Penn Air brand. I think that says something about what we're doing in the sector. We're seeing a company advance some of those technologies. We probably all saw the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft come back to Earth with a piece of an asteroid. That heat shield was made in Denver, PA at Weaver Industries. So you see us in all of the York wall coverings, a couple blocks from here. Been around since 1895. It's a company that's adapted to new fads, new technologies, new customer bases for over 125 plus years, and I think they will continue to do so. Joseph Machine Company down the street is working with Tesla. So there's a company that no one would know unless they drove in the parking lot. They exist, and yet they are a critical partner in the transition to the electronic vehicle renaissance that's occurring in the country. So we have a ton of success stories. I want those to be the norm across the sector, and I think the number one place we can get there, in spite of a higher cost of capital environment, is making those investments in technologies that's going to drive productivity and drive your companies forward in the manufacturing sector. That's really my spiel on it, because I know Tom's got a lot to talk about as well, so I'll hand it over to Tom.
Good morning, Tom Powell. I'm Executive Director of the Manufacturers Association. We're headquartered here in New York, but we do cover what's called South Central Pennsylvania. We have about 450 members, which equates to about 100,000 employees that are part of those areas. So, as Bruce said, this region is highly diverse from an economic perspective in manufacturing, but also in a structure as well. So we have a ton of Harley-Davidsons, Hershey Foods, Johnson Controls, BAE Systems, but we also have machine shops like Billet Industries that supplies the submarine industrial base, and Tooling Dynamics, which also supplies the green energy windmill sector. So not only is it industry diverse, we don't have any dominant industry here necessarily, but we also have a lot of different sizes of companies in that supply chain. We do have some assets, though, that you may not be aware of. We were the hub of the electronic connectors industry in this region. AMP Industries from the 50s and 60s spun out. Phoenix Contact, Amphenol Industries, TE Connectivity, top of the three top electronic connector companies in the globe are located in this region. You may have also heard about the snack food capital of the world. That's a term we use around here, from Hanover through York, Lancaster, up into Reading, Pennsylvania. Campbell Snacks, Utz, the Hershey Company, Turkey Hill, Wolfgang Candies, it goes on and on. It's a really growth sector in this region, and it's weathered the pandemic and up and down the economy very well. So. A couple other things from a historical perspective. As I said, we're part of the association. We were born here in 1906, kind of at the early ages of the industrial sector. One of the founding companies was York Manufacturing, which later became part of Johnson Controls, which is still here. We also were part of, from a historical factor, you'll see murals around the city about this, the York Plan, which was a plan around World War II that networked manufacturing, both underutilized capacity amongst manufacturers, idle machines, workforce, and pooled them together to bid on defense contracts. And that became a model for the rest of the U.S. when it was fighting World War II as far as how do we organize our industrial capacity. So incredible history here. I should also note from a growth perspective.
So Chad, I don't want to be too loud, but European close.
Every year in this region,
Euro close right now. We're at the high. Dollar came down. Bonds still at the same spot. Powell has only said one thing. We're waiting for Powell still.
Manufacturing jobs that we lost from the recent pandemic. We're growing in GDP, as Bruce had said as well. So a lot of good things to say. A couple of the other areas I think we'll touch on more. The labor issue is significant and problematic. Pennsylvania in general is a net exporter of population, so that's a severe problem. We're not sending our youth in high school to career and tech education like our competitor states are. We have about 6.4% of the students in career and tech ed. Our competitor states around us have 19% of those individuals in career and tech ed, which is critical to manufacturing and being successful. A couple other areas I wanted to mention, we kind of divided it up. I know supply chain comes up quite a bit, inflation. I think most of our companies have done well bouncing back on the supply chain issue. There are still some shortages out there. One of our companies mentioned about shortages of resin still. It's very difficult to get on a timely basis, but generally companies have adapted to that issue. Inflation is becoming a bigger and bigger problem for our manufacturers, especially small and mid-size, which, as Bruce had said, is the vast majority of our companies in this region. We have companies that are struggling to find working capital, affordable working capital, to make those investments. The price of automation is such that they cannot leverage affordable resources to invest in that automation, so that's a critical problem. Companies are also concerned about prices. Some of our small, mid-sized companies talked about the Fortune 500 companies coming to them with price pressure to reduce costs in an environment, as we know, that's virtually impossible to do that. So they're struggling to balance that out with their customers. So I would say generally there's a future positivity, but one of the things I keep hearing over and over is uncertainty. And where a lot of our small and mid-sized companies are looking at uncertainty, they're not investing as much. They've definitely slowed down in hiring, although skilled labor especially, is still a major problem. That has trickled down into some slower hiring and slower investment for the manufacturing sector, especially in our mid-sized and small companies. So lots of good news for South Central PA. We talked about compared to the state, this is a growing region overall. Healthcare, manufacturing, other sectors, but especially in manufacturing, we're highly diverse. There's lots of opportunity, lots of investment from companies still, even at this point. Hershey is just putting in a new multi-$100 million chocolate factory in the Hershey area. We just located a headquarters for bus climate control down the road in York here. So those are still happening, but there has been a significant change of uncertainty that's happening in the marketplace. And, I guess one of the questions would be, how long can the companies survive these constant uncertain times? From the pandemic, the war in Europe, inflation, labor strife, price pressures, all those things keep coming and coming. And I'm just concerned that our companies at some point will pull back significantly if there's not kind of a period of time where you can catch up, take a breath, maybe make those investments.
So just as an update, it's been 30 minutes. You have one comment from Powell so far.
In our region, but there is a point at which that kind of runs out, maybe getting to that point. So thank you for coming today. I look forward to talking more.
So this is a great point for us to pause. I want to thank you all for your comments. Before we open up for questions, we're going to take a brief break and adjust our mics so that everyone can hear us. I apologize for the microphone issue. And so we're just going to stay in our seats.
I thought they were about to make us have a recess. All right, hold on. This is very weird. All right, so literally the one quote from Powell, he said that the economy needs to be healthy or something. Or he said the goal is a healthy economy. That's it. We've literally sat here for 30 minutes, everybody, again, and Powell made one statement they all were kind of both asking questions and outlining, you know, where their business is, or again, I don't know who they are, what they represent, because again, this is a round table with like businesses and business leaders in New York and Pennsylvania. Who's tapping on the mic? This feels like fake audio, doesn't it not? No, it's not over. So literally, it is not over. Powell, there's about to be a Q&A section right now, and they're taking a break to fix the audio. Like I said, there's only one source of this video feed that's going on right now, but I think how it's all linked up to their mics and stuff, the audio is not good. So they just took a recess to set up the audio, and then they're going to do a Q&A where these people should be asking Powell questions. Again, I thought they were, but you didn't really get any questions. These noises are crazy. I feel like I have someone standing behind me talking.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. Thank you for
Okay, we're back up.
gracious, and thank you for your comments on economic conditions across the region.
Oh, I hear it. It's about to go.
I'm going to open it up to the chair and President Harker to see if they have any questions.
You just call him Chair Harker?
So, thank you, and thank you for your,
and then the chair, then Harker.
comments. What's really striking about all of this to
okay,
me
none of this is pre-written. Again, algos don't know what he's going to say.
Plan, and the fact that you have had a plan and have a plan. Many, many smaller cities and regions in the country have had a hard time, or having a hard time, especially, frankly, those that were manufacturing based. But you have, with your plan over many years, you've really focused on manufacturing as a base to build on. And, you know, it does seem to be working. I hear you about, Tom, about the challenges and the uncertainty that we're facing this time. The other thing that comes, and I think there'll be a question at the end of this, but the other thing that comes out, though, is we're still coming through the other side of the pandemic, right? So particularly, Kim, the comments you were making, you know, unemployment went so high, labor force participation went down. But now we're left with, you know, with a very strong labor market, people coming back into the labor market. You've got people working from home. Healthcare costs, in particular, is very tough on the healthcare industry. A lot of workers left the healthcare industry, and I think nationally, are having a very hard time to find people. So the training of new healthcare and childcare people has to be tremendously important.
Okay, watch out your audio. I'm going to make a play.
Both Bruce and Tom mentioned a lot of problems around great issues to face, but manufacturing with international competition, but just also
just in case
chain issues and inflation.
I need an MNQ short, a mini one.
MNQ
short to the downside at like 15,000.
I appreciated your comments, and I wonder if it feels like your plan enabled you to come through COVID better than you otherwise would have. You know, that you actually have a plan in place.
Again, Bank of England man is talking right now,
I'll
too.
just open it for reactions to that.
I think it absolutely did, Chairman. And I think the other benefit that had was we had a plan in place when funding streams like CARES and Rescue came available. So we could immediately put to good use those dollars, get them out the door quick to those who most needed it. But it really did position the community well to leverage those dollars, utilize them, strategically deploy them, and then be in position now, you know, even a couple years later, to start seeing other funding sources come available, things like whether it has been Bloom or Fiber. It put us in position to capitalize upon them, and unquestionably it has put us in a better position today, a couple years hence, to also then, you know, not only continue the work that we're doing, but focus on the next challenges like the housing sector or childcare. So continue that, you know, kind of collaborative and data rich. I don't want to necessarily punt, but I also think, Tom, the work that the manufacturing community has done now for the federal TIDE program, you know, having these plans in place and aligning all of our community partners and resources together has now put us in position to secure a very important federal designation as well.
Yeah, and based on kind of our regional partnerships and the region having a plan and working together, we were able to secure a $6.1 million project focused on workforce for the submarine industrial base for South Central PA. We have Pennsylvania's the state with the most number of critical shipbuilders in the country. The Navy's identified it. So they focused on Pennsylvania as a way to how can we increase production of those key assets in the Navy. And they've identified Pennsylvania to do that, applied some resources, and we were able to secure some workforce dollars to help focus on more machinists, more welders, more maintenance folks. And these are folks that will be training that are new to the industry. We're not going to be retraining existing folks. We need to bring that pool together to increase the number of folks that can get into the defense sector. So we just received that, so we'll be working on that as a region, leveraging our workforce assets, our local tech schools to do that. So it's an exciting thing based on the planning that worked.
So if I could follow up, on the planning, follow up with the chair asked.
This person's, he's a Fed voter.
Why
So keep that in mind.
That doesn't work other places. You don't have to criticize other places. Except maybe, my wife's family's all Steelers fans from Pittsburgh. So you can criticize them. That's it.
I want to mention the chair's affiliation with the Washington Commanders.
No, we don't
It's a rough morning. I think it sounds cliche or cheesy, but I think it's true. It is the partners and the people in this room and so many others that are putting that plan, to work. It's very much not a plan sitting on the shelf. I mean, it really is. Things like CARES came available, rescue funds came available. We've been able to procure, state and federal support for a variety of things. We didn't sit back and wait, for those funds to, dissipate or evaporate as they tend to do. Put them to good use right away. So I really do think it's the ability that we've had to align a lot of disparate parties and people and organizations really for the kind of North Star that we've been after, which is just enhancing shared widespread prosperity in this community.
Just if I can echo that, so many smaller communities have really suffered from losing aspects of their manufacturing base, and you kind of made it a centerpiece of your strategy not to let that happen. It seems to be working. I get it that there are many, many obstacles to that, but it's pretty striking that this can be really at the heart of what you're doing here.
Can I ask you to eliminate a little bit more granular and ask about the digital project that you mentioned, kind of broadband, and broadband is now kind of critical to work, critical to school. Can you talk a little bit about the gaps that exist in terms of broadband access in the region and how it's impacting the economy?
Sure. Thank you, Teresa. We're a county of 450,000 population, 900 square miles. So it's a pretty geographically large county, an hour drive, hour plus, county line to county line. In 2020, when we're doing our economic plan, CARES funding became available. We, with support of our county government, were able to do a countywide connectivity study to really lend data to anecdote, right? We know if you're driving around and you lose cell service or you're in a pocket where it doesn't necessarily have broadband, we were able to get real objective data. So there are absolutely pockets of York County and rural York County that are upwards of 70% without federally defined high-speed internet. And in York County, it's really twofold. It's infrastructure in rural parts, and it's affordability and access in urban areas. So there are pockets in our York metro, in the city of York, or in Hanover Borough, where it's upwards of 50% don't have access to high-speed internet. So we've been trying to bridge the digital divide in York County, and again, through support with county government, through rescue and CARES funding, we've now have $27 million allocated. And in terms of a fun project that, we didn't let sit on the shelf, we knew this existed, we did the county study. With CARES funding, which was under a time crunch to spend, we opted to just build a middle mile network under a county asset, which is our Heritage Rail Trail. It's a 16-mile bike ped path that starts in the city and goes to the Maryland line. 40 years ago, the planners at the time buried conduit underneath it. It's a county park. It's owned by the county. We ran 16 miles of fiber underneath it, put up 2 wireless antennas, and are pushing out a free Wi-Fi signal. That was a proof of concept project that showed that we could do it and the county could own this asset. And now we're in a second phase where we're building out over 100 miles of middle mile fiber connecting parts of southern York County. So really Hanover to the Susquehanna River, Route 30 to Maryland, that the county will own, and then work with private operators to then serve as an ISP to better connect homes and businesses. That tackles the rural element of it. The urban affordability and access still exists, and in that, our county government allocated $5 million to build a free basic need wireless network in the York Metro and the Hanover Metro area. That's underway, and that'll be up and running, hopefully in 2024. So it's not the type of network that a resident in the city might stream multiple devices or binge watch on Netflix. But if you need telehealth, if you need a virtual meeting, if your child needs to do virtual learning, it's a resource. And so, again, credit to having an economic plan that said this existed, doing further study to lend objectivity to anecdote, and then having resources available and having a host of partners, community organizations, and elected leaders that said, let's invest this wisely.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, Kim, I was very curious about, you talked about one side of the equation on child care. Obviously, the demand is very large. But what's driving the cost? Some of it also is availability of labor. Can you speak to that? I mean, what we hear in other places is it's just hard to find child care workers.
The cost, again, for the individual families, everything is driving those costs, right? The cost for goods and services just to survive as a family is part of that. And for a family to decide what they are going to pay for, I think are some of those things that come into play. The cost to run an operation obviously is everything. I'll say the regulatory parts of it, staying compliant, having enough staff, the ratio, being mindful of making sure everyone is able and trained properly as well too. So we are very happy to be part of those sort of plans because child care, you can't have manufacturing without having a means for the children or care for them as well too. So the leadership YCA to be inclusive with child care is critical to this, and definitely thinking of those costs and those things that affect the family just to get by every day. We appreciate being part of the conversation and being in those studies.
I've often heard that child care is the workforce behind the workforce, and I do think that's a true statement.
Indeed.
So thank you for those perspectives on economic conditions. If no one else has any other comments, I'm going to turn it to President Harper to move the conversation to our workforce.
Yeah, so we want to pivot to, that's what we were just talking about, workforce, and continue to talk about that. As you know, the Fed has a dual mandate, stable prices, we're working on that, and maximum employment. And the way I think of that, and personally, and the chair may have a different view, but is obviously...
All right, I closed out the MNQ just under $100. I pretty much got this little move there.
But then the flip side of from the employers...
But I don't know. I still think it's either going to get active or not, but dollar and bonds. But I'm out of that for now.
So as we think about this and the kind of programs that are necessary to fulfill that mandate, it really needs outreach. We need to bring more people off the sidelines into the economy, more people working.
I do think there's a little bit more available. That downside on the MNQ, there's some a little bit more, but I think, again, you're just right back to open. So I shorted it from like 15,000 down here. I got like 50 points. If that was a big one, I would have made $1,000, but that was a small one. But it's decent. You could, if it starts to flush from here, you have like a good 50 to 100 points available.
This morning, Tatiana, to my right, to talk about the program here, the hospitality training program, and how it really does meet that need of bringing people into the workforce. So I want to turn to you, Tatiana, and ask, how did you hear about it? And as you think about the program, what challenges did you have in finding employment before the program? And what's happened since?
Hi, Hi, everybody. My name's Tatiana. So I heard about the John Lambert training program through a small business program that I was doing through the YCA with Kevin and Sully. And that's kind of how I started doing this small business program, and then that's when I heard about the John Lambert program, which is a program that helps you, depending on which department that you're looking to go into. It could be either housekeeping or in the kitchen or front desk. It was a program to kind of help you start that journey on what to expect, what the employer is looking for. So I ended up taking each course that they had, so housekeeping, front desk, just kind of to get all those things under my belt. And I knew it was something that I could take, whether it not be here at the Yorktown, it's something that I could have under my belt or in my resume that could help me in the future as well. But I ended up doing this program, and I got my certificates for each program that they offered. And I really think that it helped me get my foot in the door. I don't think without those certificates that I got, I would have had the opportunity that I do now. So I started here because of the training program. I did my interviews, and I got my foot in the door. So I started here as a server in February. And I quickly worked my way up from everything. So I'm currently a manager, and I'm hoping to go into the sales and marketing department here with the hotel. And as far as any challenges, I was seeking employment, but I was kind of looking to also work for myself. That's why I got into the small business program first. So I don't know how difficult it would be to seek employment right now, but I know a few people that also applied to the hotel that didn't make it to an interview. So I think the John Lambert program definitely helped me start my way and my journey into the hotel. I don't think that without it I would, have the opportunity that I did today.
Yeah, it's a great program. We heard earlier that the program is named after an employee who worked here at the hotel for 60 years.
Yes.
I mean, what an amazing story, right? 60 years. So what a great testament to him, his family, and to the program. So let me turn to Keith. I mean, in your story at Harley.
So my name is Keith Forty, and I work with Harley Davidson. Been there just about a quarter of a century, which I find hard to believe. So about
this makes a lot of sense now, Chad. The whole time, the guy next to Jay Powell without a suit is the guy who works at Harley Davidson. Well. That's it. I think his last name's a number. Yeah. I'm glad you caught that. Yeah, I think his last name is a number, but either way, yeah, Keith Forney, not 40. Yeah, I was like, damn, that's crazy. He work at Harley. You don't dress up to sit next to Powell, and his last name is a number. This is fuck
just straight up confidence.
I'll mute myself. I'm back on Twitch. Twitch, you guys are, if you want the
that was the first time I had ever done
commentary.
A 5-panel interview and have the confidence to tell them why I would be a good fit for their organization. And without that program or that availability to strengthen the workforce and make sure that they can align with what manufacturers need, which the group over here does a great job of making sure we're aligning not only as a manufacturer, but as an employee base, as a labor pool. When we have that connection, that's where the magic happens.
So I'm going to pivot to Jesse to talk a little bit about your work and what you're hearing and seeing with respect to workforce.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to share. We welcome you to York. We're proud of our community. And before I jump into the workforce, I just have to say, that's probably one of the things I'm most proud about is the collaborative nature of everyone around this room. And it truly is what
really
makes
excited.
this community so
I don't know
strong.
if I should lower the audio or
transcending
not.
the real partisan fault lines that can
He waited his whole time to talk.
Eagles,
That's like, oh, wow. Again, Fed Harker says working on stable prices. Again, bonds are blowing out. I think that's why we're dropping.
Harley, we have amazing training programs here at Yorktown. We've got community-based organizations and higher education.
This guy's
business
crazy.
Community.
So again, we're dropping here TBT bond yields. I think that's the driver right now. No other headlines. You're about 20 minutes off a euro close.
We can do some really great work, and it's getting past the two barriers of who gets the money and who gets the credit. And I think this community, I've been really proud around. It's not fighting for the money or the credit. It really is truly collaborative. I think, in talking about the workforce, I think the underlying element in the dual mandate that you all have is that full employment.
No,
And,
yeah, actually, I think this is just the bonds
it's
right
been well
now.
documented.
Again,
that
the
one of
statements
biggest
are very,
barriers,
very
that
minimal
we're
from the
facing
Fed
right
speakers.
now, one of the key
But
issues that
TBT,
most
like
businesses
you're
are
hitting
facing,
2007
both here in
highs,
South
if not
Pennsylvania,
higher.
And across the country is a
10 years almost
a
at
lack of
4.75.
Right. So, as the CEO of the Workforce Development Board that serves an 8-county region here, which includes York, but also 7 other counties, it is our goal to invest in, evaluate, and advance high-impact workforce programs that drive economic mobility. We envision that this region can be a place where the opportunity for prosperity and growth exists for all people, both for job seekers and businesses. And so part of what we do as a workforce board is we're looking at those individuals who are on the sidelines. Right? So let's carry the NFL metaphor a little bit. Right? It's somebody who is not in the labor force. They're on the sidelines. They got their helmet, their pads ready to go, and they want to get into the game. So the Workforce Development Board, our mandate is to get those individuals the skills, knowledge, training, and education to get into the workforce to be productive members of our growing economic community. So what are some of the barriers that we see? As it's been well documented, the demographic droughts are difficult to reverse. An aging population across the country, low birth rates. Quick anecdote. This is my first day back from paternity leave. We just welcomed our 4th child a couple weeks ago. So we are doing our best to keep those birth rates as high as we possibly can, but it's going to take more than one family, right? So these are structural problems that are going to be challenging for us to navigate. So in a world in which there are structural limitations to the size of the workforce, that really is, not to borrow the term, but it's lower for longer in terms of the number of people in the workforce. How do we make that workforce more productive? And so the biggest barriers that we see is that really this should be a golden age for workers. When we consider that there are often more jobs available than there are available workforce, we're seeing that with rising wage pressure. This should be a golden age for workers. And so what is motivating workers, both here in New York and across the state and the country, is really pay, pathways, and purpose. And I would probably add a 4th one in there, the ability to pivot. So pay. What are the wages and what are the opportunity occupations, such as manufacturing and healthcare, that will be able to support my family, right? The family-sustaining wages. So we use a lot of that family-sustaining wage in MIT's living wage data to say, are these opportunity occupations that will really help workers find pay? Pathways. For some of our higher education folks, if we have a college graduate coming up in May, what's the likelihood that that recent college graduate will need no more training, education, or professional development over the next 40 years of their career, right? 0, right? So we need the opportunity to build really strong pathways. One thing that includes is the agility to be able to move and be nimble as there are changes in the labor market. I was thinking about, Bruce and Tom, your comments about manufacturing. 4.0 industry, how much will manufacturing change over the next 5, 10, 15 years with AI, automation, robotics? We need the pathways with our higher education and post-secondary partners to be able to build the agility into those pathways. And then purpose, right? Workers want to be a part of something bigger than to just be a cog in the wheel, right? I think about Harley and the incredible impact it's had on the community. So pay, pathways, purpose, and then that ability to pivot, right? To be able over the next 40 years to get the skills, knowledge, and ability to adapt with the changing times. 2 other real quick comments here is one of the things that we see is that, and we've noticed this a barrier with workforce development, is that there's this unfortunate dichotomy of either college or career, right? And we see this with higher education, I'm sure, seen this significantly, but even in parents and guardians, this idea of my kid's going to college and that's the only pathway, right? It was 13th grade for me. That was just the next logical step. I didn't know there were other options. But I would like to say that if we as a community can look at that instead of college or career, it's college and, right? The ability to source a skilled talent workforce both through bachelor's degrees and in what we would call skilled through alternative routes, or STARS. And this is an acronym that Opportunity at Work, which is a great organization, has really piloted. The skilled through alternative routes, apprenticeships, on-the-job training, co-op programs, career and technical education. There are many ways that we need to build a skilled workforce in alternative routes from bachelor's degrees. I'm the beneficiary of a bachelor's degree. I think many of us here are in this room. But in order for us to solve the underlying problem of not enough workers, we need to source this through alternative routes. Last thing I would say is we have some great industry partnership programs here. Tom and I have been working together for 7 or 8 years on a number of industry partnership programs, grant funded through the state, where we put employers at the center of the table, so to speak, and let employers drive the conversation around what they need, what's valuable, and what the skills, knowledge, and training is really valued in the market today. Then the economic development, workforce development boards, and higher education respond with that demand-driven approach. And I think that's a real best practice that we've done a great job of here in this region, and I think it's replicable across the country to put employers at the center instead of the train and hope that those graduates can perform in the market. It's putting those employers at the table and saying, this is where we need to invest. So there's a lot there. I'm really excited. I love your optimism, Bruce, about this region. My wife and I are transplants here. We moved here 12 years ago. We're just up north the road on 83 a little bit. This is home. This is a great place to live. It's a great place to work. It's a great place to raise a family. Great institutions, great businesses, low cost of living. So the story of South Central Pennsylvania, I think, will be a lot of the story of American growth. We love Philly and Pittsburgh, but what's happening here is really exciting. Yeah, absolutely. So at this point, speaking of higher education and our friends at Harley, Dimitra, David, and Tom are going to talk a little bit about some of the ecosystem that we've built here, a great group of partners, including our business community, that's so instrumental in driving this conversation.
Hello, Dimitra Middleton. I'm Harley Davidson, York Final Vehicle Operations Plant. We actually just celebrated 50 years here in York. And so again, excited to be at the table and have these partnerships with the various organizations here. I just moved here in 2019, so I'm not originally from York, but I found that York is a great place to live, work, and play, and a lot of it was that initial connection we made with York County Economic Alliance Council. So a few things that we've been able to partner with them for example, the job fairs. We've participated in several of our job fairs at the York Revolution Stadium. We've been able to communicate that, again, Harley-Davidson, it's a brand name that everyone knows. We make the world's most desirable motorcycles. Everyone wants one, right? But a lot of people don't realize that some things we've done to respond to the market is you only have to have a high school diploma or GED or 1 year work experience anywhere. We will train you as a production technician employee. We have a 3-shift operation. We run pretty much 24 hours. We're a union shop. So we have a lot of great opportunities. And through partnerships, we've been able to share those opportunities. With us not being the only manufacturer, as we said here, and a lot of competition, we found that working together, not only with the Manufacturing Association, ManTech, the local colleges, but also the Penn Airs, the bus climate control, RHI Magnesita, we found that we all need the same thing. So how can we work together and be collaborative in offering those opportunities to our employees? At Harley, we found that a lot of us needed welders, for example, in this organization. So we've been able to partner with the Manufacturing Association, with York County School of Technology for the past 4 years. We've been sending our internal employees for free training because of that to be welders, and that's been a successful internal career development program for us. We've also been partnering with the Manufacturing Association on our maintenance apprenticeship program. That is another topic when we get together in a lot of our conversations with the manufacturers. We're all looking for these same skill sets. So we've been able to work together to move forward with that. I know when you were mentioning about college isn't the only option. I laugh all the time because my father worked 30 years in manufacturing, retired from there, but college was the only opportunity he ever discussed with me. So once I got into manufacturing, I was like, Dad, you never told me manufacturing is a great career. It's something that I want to make sure that I share. So with my children, I was able to say, hey, this child, college was a fit, but this child, it wasn't. So we were able to talk through, and because of the partnerships I had, he was able to get his HVAC certification through the York County School of Technology Adult Education Program. So again, we have all of these great partnerships and opportunity. Another thing that with the Welcoming Workplace Initiative, that a lot of us were able to come together as partners to bring together conversations where you have these various organizations where we can talk about how York is a great place to work, live, and play. And it has become a consortium of conversation where you can get more information about making sure that your workplace is inclusive, there is belonging, and you have those other organizations that you can learn from. At Harley-Davidson, it's a part of our strategy that inclusive stakeholder management, it's who we are. But I'm still able to talk to Epinier, to Bus Climate Control, RHI Magnesita, to find out what are they offering. And businesses of all sizes have that opportunity where we can collaborate through the Welcoming Workplace Initiative. Some of the barriers I'll just add that, again, has been a great partnership for us. Partnering with York County Economic Alliance, we currently have a child care survey that we're doing, and I work closely with the YWCA as well. And so that has been a challenge. I know Wellspring has the same challenges when you have a 3-shift operation. 3rd shift child care is a big thing. And so we've been able to work together to try to figure out, okay, what can we find out what York needs as a community, and how can we work together to support it, because Harley-Davidson is a big name, but we can't do it by ourselves. So we need those partnerships. Same thing with transportation. That's another big one for us. We've been able to work to talk about what are some transportation options for our employees in the workforce.
Chairman Powell, President Harker, thanks for being with us. My name is Thomas Burns. I'm the president of York College of Pennsylvania, and I'm the newbie around the table. I just finished my 3rd month here, and so part of my role is to say that I'm here because York is a place where I felt I could thrive, and it's a community that's built on collaboration and cooperation. Everyone around this table has a connection to York College, and York College has a connection to everyone around this table. And it's lovely to be at a place that is interdependent and collaborative and cooperative. As Demetra said, part of what we all need to work on is the idea of attracting and retaining talent. And part of the higher education, portfolio that David and I work in is really helping to attract people into our community, helping train them, and helping them stay here. So for the college, it starts with a program called YCOSP. It focuses on students who are at William Penn High School, which is here in New York City, and is an opportunity for, regardless of financial circumstances, chance for students to come to college with all their expenses covered. And it is meant to give them an opportunity to engage in higher education, if that's what they want to do, to change their potential and opportunities here in York, but also to change the pathway their families are on. And so it's a wonderful opportunity to bring people in and help them find their place and their purpose, and then help them develop skills and opportunities that will make this a richer workforce area. We're also engaged in working with the community to help identify data sources that can help the community make good decisions. So we have a master's in public policy.
Another low.
Started recently because
I was just telling the Twitch, and in 10 minutes this event will be a non-event, but at the same time, Powell is standing up there with comments that are not scheduled, so it's kind of like a loaded gun. But we're hitting a new low right now. SPY, even NASDAQ low today. Still positive though on the NASDAQ.
They can use it to make good decisions about their future. Of course, we're really interested in job placement and job development for our students, and so we spend a fair amount of time focusing on real practical, hands-on education at York College. So we're heavily invested in internships and co-ops and study abroad, and an opportunity that the Yorktown, where we are all meeting, has provided us as a community hotel was an opportunity for our students during the development, the construction, and really the operation of this entity is to bring our students into those conversations and have them sit with the people who do the work and do the business, learn alongside them, and then ultimately see this as a career opportunity for them. And so we have many graduates recently who have come on to work at the Yorktown as part of that process. Right outside these windows, you can look across the street and see the Gunter Smith Center for Community Engagement, named after my predecessor. But we put in the center of the city a location that brings together community organizations, nonprofits, provides training and conversation partners to help make sure that as a community we are discussing the important topics that matter to all of our success. And so these are conversations around group violence intervention and other opportunities where we can bring the shareholders, the stakeholders together, talk about the issue, and then develop solutions together, because together we're going to do this well if we do it as a separate separate entity, it doesn't work. And so you've heard that around this table all morning. And then last but not least for us is the importance of taking the concept of career and professional development into the development opportunities. So the J.D. Brown Center for Entrepreneurship is our incubator for new entities who want to establish new businesses in the York County area.
ES is hitting a key level now. Again, SPX, new low. We should have held that NQ future, but
next step for those
a little
incubated
bit lower to that end
companies
we were talking
where
about.
We've built a facility right next to the college where we bring in our business partners who want to work with the college faculty and college students and college staff to help create and develop new ideas that then can either form new companies, new jobs, new opportunities, but it serves as a second stage incubator. Our partners at WellSpan are also developing a production facility. They're a well-established company, but they need more space. So we can provide that space, but also an opportunity to collaborate with our scientists, our engineers, our communication specialists to develop training and opportunities for their faculty and their staff. And so what we see ourselves, David and I, are as places that can incubate, attract, retain, and develop new ideas. And I think David's going to spend a little time talking about the Launchbox program that Penn State York developed.
Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah, that's it. You're .05 away from the 10-year hitting 4.75, and if it goes past that, it's going to get insane.
Working with you as a partner. Penn State University was founded in 1855, and in 1863 it took on a mission of being a land-grant university. What essentially that boils down to is it accepted the responsibility of driving economic prosperity. Historically, that has taken the form of students in classes, preparing a workforce for the future. But a profound change took place about 9 years ago when a previous president, Eric Barron, created the mission of the Launchbox at Penn State University. The Launchbox is the notion that we bring our expertise outside of our university community and into the surrounding community to engage with individuals who were not Penn State students. So he was very interested in tech transfer. It started, first of all, at University Park, but extended to all of the 20 Commonwealth campuses. We were the last campus of the 20 to get a Launchbox here at York, and that was just 2 years ago during COVID. So each of the launch boxes adapts to the local needs of its community. So for instance, in Erie, there's a focus on manufacturing, and so advanced manufacturing is the focus of their launch box. Here, there was a rich ecosystem of entrepreneurial resources already. We felt the area that was most underserved was early stage entrepreneurship. So working with individuals on proof of concept, developing prototypes of products, proof of relevance, customer discovery, minimum viable products, and so on. This was before the Bloom Business Empowerment Center started, and it is a very similar mission, and we look forward to working with partners just like that. Oftentimes we find individuals who are at a different stage of their entrepreneurial development, and we'll send them to the different resources in the area. One example that I could give you of work that has been done was, incidentally, a Penn State York business student, an individual who wanted to create a bisexual dating app. There was Grindr, there was Tinder for other communities, but there was nothing for bisexual dating. So she came up with the idea of Binder, B-I-N-D-R. And you can actually download it right now if you want to. She came up with the idea. She worked with our Launchbox community, a couple faculty members who shared their expertise. We connected her with a local IT individual, and now they've created this app, and it's doing very well, and it's getting a lot of notice. So the Penn State York Launchbox is great. We are part of this community of launch boxes throughout Penn State, throughout the community. We're a portal to other resources throughout the university. Now, you might be familiar with the Brookings Institute study a couple of years ago looking at technology transfer within Pennsylvania. And they looked at the universities, and they looked at the ratio of research expenditures and patents, and Penn State University was not performing very well. We do have $1 billion annually in research expenditures, but about 95% of that is located in a rural county in the middle of Pennsylvania, far from Pittsburgh, far from Philadelphia. It's felt that we could be using the launch boxes as this connection to the greater university resources. The challenges we have is making that connections because the launch box initiative, something new, we don't have the resources, we don't have the expertise of the faculty, but we need to figure out a way to make this system work more efficiently. So finally, I'd like to also mention that in addition to the launch box, we do focus on developing skills within our own students outside of the the academic skills you get within a major. We focus on helping students get ready for the professional workplace through training on innovative thinking, resilience, emotional intelligence, and so on. So we're very proud of these innovative programs, and frankly, I think this is one of the ways that Penn State York does contribute most to the greater York community.
Thank you so much for that. This is a really great conversation on the workforce and education. I ask the chair and President Harper if you have any questions of the various workforce stakeholders.
Once again, I find myself wanting to comment, so this is, it's really, the word that comes to mind is mindful, how mindful all of this is, you know, the focus on developing people and developing opportunities for them. Jesse, you pointed out that should be a great time to be an employee here. We have 1.5 job openings for every unemployed person. We have what appears to be a structural labor shortage and lots of opportunity. So our main part in all of this is what we all desire at the Fed is a sustained period of strong labor market conditions. When you have a sustained, the record is clear, a long period of sustained labor market conditions, lots of good things happen. You get real wage increases. You also get things like broadly over the country, you know, people are looking to find more people and getting them into the labor market, including visiting prisons and even starting to work with people a year before they get out. So, and actually it turns out that as an expansion gets longer and longer, more and more of the wage gains actually go to people at the lower end of the wage spectrum. So these are really beneficial things. To have that, though, the record is also clear that we need price stability. Price stability is just a critical piece of bedrock for the overall economy over the years. So, and that's why we're very focused on restoring price stability and having it over a long period. But again, this is a great time, and many of the programs that we also hear wherever you go in the country, where there are entrepreneurship programs, and what you characterized as what was the program? You had a nice description of that would enable you to work. Employee readiness program. Yeah, those really do seem to work and pay off, and this is a message that obviously it seems you and York have gotten long ago, and so it's very encouraging.
Yeah, I would just add to that I think about the collaboration you have that you're describing. You know, you wonder, it's very difficult for very large cities to do this. Small cities don't have scale. You seem to have kind of a sweet spot. Am I seeing that right?
Yes.
It's unusual. I mean, you're just about the right size, right? You're that one bed in the story. It's just about the right size where you know each other and you can work together. Whereas in larger urban areas, it's a little tougher. That's really special.
The point Keith made earlier about just being aware that he could get a job at a brand corporation like Davidson. Jesse, can you talk a little bit about how city residents become aware of some of the programming opportunities, some of the job opportunities in manufacturing, and what's that connection point for a typical worker?
Yeah, how do you break down that view that these are not jobs I want my child to have?
Yeah, that's a great question too. Just to answer that real quickly, so this is anecdotal, but I think over the past 10 or 15 years, we've seen a market change. That pendulum was swinging to 4-year degree and or bust. And I think it has to some degree, and I'm going to come out in the room for some confirmation, that I think it's come back to at least a little bit of a stasis around there are other ways. I still think that the sensibilities and the dichotomy, I think, of parents who want four-year degrees is still a hard thing to break. With regards to job seekers across York City and York County, I think it really does take a productive network of businesses and community-based organizations, economic development and workforce development boards, to be out in the community. So for instance, the workforce development boards are authorized under the Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act to run American Job Centers. Historically, we have just had American Job Centers in one building and say, job seekers come to us. For the past couple of years, I think it was motivated a lot by the pandemic. It's let's build community access points in 24 or so places across York City, in rural areas, and let's go to where the job seekers are. And one thing I'll say is that when we talk about those that are on the sidelines, another demographic that we keep our eye on is the ALICE population, right? The asset limited, income constrained, the employed. Well, if those individuals are working, they probably aren't going to come to our American Job Center during 9 to 5. So we need to, it's prohibitive for us to say, just come to us 9 to 5 in this building. We need to be out and build community access points at health centers. We need to be doing on-the-job training at manufacturing facilities. We need to be doing English as second language workshops and courses on business premises. So we need to be out in the community more to make sure that we're serving that ALICE demographic and those that are on the sidelines. So I think to that point, we can't just sit in one place and hope people come to us. It needs to be out in the community.
So last area we want to pivot to, I want to be cognizant of the time, is really around access to capital. This came up in a couple of places, access to capital. And the Fed has been really grateful for the work we've been able to do with all of you through our 2021 ROC cohort program in working on this issue. And I know, David, you mentioned Floyd's work at the Boone Business Empowerment Center. And so could you share some of the work you're doing there and some of the exciting things about the CDFI?
Sure. Thank you again for the opportunity. And as you mentioned, really, we are so thankful for the relationship with the Federal Reserve Banks and the opportunity to be part of the Reinventing Our Communities initiative in 2021, focused on small business recovery. And we were so amazed, and we took so much from that program that we applied again in 2022 on the workforce initiatives. So we're going for the punch card effect. So hopefully the next one will be continuing the relationship.
Yeah, that one for you.
Okay, thank you. But really, the opportunity to be part of that program and connect with communities across the country.
Yeah, I got out of the NQ. We left a little on the table, but are out of that. We only had like 4 Powell comments, getting some Pentagon stuff on Ukraine too.
Really, the sense of camaraderie, and as we're all talking about today, collaboration. It's not just in York, it's not just in central Pennsylvania, but across our country, and really supporting to drive that economic change. So through the ROC cohort in 2021, which coincided with the implementation of our county's economic action plan, we had great data in front of us that showed that York County lagged the business birth rate when it came to women, individuals of color, and our other underserved populations. So looking at the opportunities to come from that, of where can we really put our resources, continue that collaboration, not just on workforce, not just on housing or childcare, but again on the sense of entrepreneurship, because many of our entrepreneurs, many in this group that you'll get to hear from, all have a sense of passion and desire to help their community. So how can we empower them? Through our Blue Business Empowerment Center.
Chad, get your push-ups in. I'm about to do some push-ups here. You guys need to do some push-ups while you're listening. Again, Harley Davidson guy does push-ups, you could tell. Jerome Powell is fucking zoning out right now. I don't know. We always call out Biden. Yeah, there you go. He's back. Holy shit. Yeah, but Powell, don't forget, Powell is pretty old too, so. His wife, yeah, Powell, I think Powell, we need someone check on Powell. Okay, do your push-ups, baby. Relax your eyeballs too. Let's go.
Through that, we've also been able to award, be a source for capital where we're looking at emergency needs that a business may have. Whether it's not enough to go and pursue capital by way of a loan, but where's that emergency fund? So through the classes, we're helping entrepreneurs be financially ready to pursue that step into entrepreneurship and plan, but also support them through our Blue grants, which are micro grants to support emergency needs, marketing projects, And for any other larger needs, we are incredibly thankful to be able to partner with the state and deploy their SSBCI funds, as well as our own Bloom funds to provide our loans, which are available starting at 4.5% to entrepreneurs that are startup or that are existing, looking to scale in a variety of amount ranges, and really being that resource where the entrepreneurs are part of that process. We are providing the education, we are providing all of the information up front so they know what they are getting into, but also know that Bloom is not just a resource when they are in need of some other opportunity. Certainly through the pandemic, we learned when we were able to deploy nearly $30 million in COVID relief funding to entrepreneurs and nonprofits, that we didn't just want to be a reactive resource. We wanted to continue that relationship and continue to empower our entrepreneurs. So we're incredibly thankful to be working towards our CDFI designation in the future.
Yo, SPR's on the high. Remember, that had the rumor earlier in the morning.
I would love to turn it over to Michelle from Lux in Maine, and then Sandy from Fat Cat Brewing to share about some of their experiences through Bloom and also their incredible journeys as entrepreneurs.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am Michelle Wright from Lux in Maine. Sorry about that. I am Michelle Wright from Lux in Maine. I have been in business now for 8 years. I just celebrated yesterday. Yesterday, October 1st, made 8 years being in business. Being a business owner in York is definitely taught me so much, especially back in 2020 when everything was closed. I had to close my business due to the pandemic like everyone else. But also during that time, a month after we were closed, I endured a fire at the building. So I also had to pivot through those things, and that was very challenging for me. So going without, going from a 2-income household to now a 1-income household was definitely a struggle. But through that, we have definitely made it. We've overcome, and I think I could speak for every entrepreneur out here that, it's not about where we are, but where we're going, and just the tenacity that we have to keep going in spite of the challenges that are ahead of us or that we face today. And with that, I decided to do a ribbon cutting when I reopened my business, and Bloom in Downtown Inc. has been just a great resource for me and my business. It has opened up many doors and opportunities for me. I have been able to be at a platform such as this today, and other things that I have had the privilege and honor of speaking with other people like entrepreneurs such as myself. I do believe that working capital is very important for entrepreneurs just like me, because it helps us to be able to create jobs and opportunity for people and businesses, and also being able to survive, and being able to continue to have products and that nature. Just recently, I had a client call me and tell me that unfortunately, because she normally comes every 2 weeks, that she will no longer be able to come as often as she could because of inflation and prices and different things like that. So it's been a challenge for her to be able to do her upkeep and her maintenance of her personal care that she normally would do. So a lot of people are definitely facing some challenges in this moment, but I do believe that at some point we'll be able to get through this and it'll be better on the other side of this. As far as the training, like I said, with Bloom, they have helped me as far as education. They've helped me, and Suli has been a tremendous asset to my business and just helping me to propel, and even being able to do speaking. Like, I never thought I could be speaking, with a large audience such as this, but I am truly grateful for the opportunity And I do plan to expand my business at some point. Right now I am in a small space and it is me and another person, but I would love to be able to offer a different variety of services, such as spa-like services. I have the vision, I have the business plan, thank you. But just being able to have access to capital would really, really help me to be able to propel my business to the next level. So I would love to be able to do that at some point. Right now I've kind of put a pause on it with everything that's going on. But at some point I know that it would be a great level to do so.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yes, thank you.
Two mics to choose from.
Hi, I'm Sandy Bile. I'm the owner of Fat Bat Brewing Company over in Hanover, so we're in the York County area. Challenges to opening. I would say COVID was a big challenge. Opening is difficult anyway, but COVID really threw us a curveball. I planned to open March of 2020. That did not happen. We opened 15 months later. I already had a full-time employee, so I had to pay him through all of that. I ended up having to shift some funds that I was going to have contractors do things. I had him do different things. So there's a lot of, like you said, pivoting that had to go on. But things have been great since then. I would say this year is a challenge with the continuing, I'd say the lingering effects of COVID. So we have inflation, we have expenses, shipping has at least doubled. All of my supplies, because of shipping probably, have increased in price. So it's difficult. I'm trying to maintain prices because craft beer is expensive compared to other beer. But this is the challenge that we're facing. Right now, another thing that's really affecting me is the cost of money. I have a line of credit. I have a credit card. Those things, I get notified pretty regularly, about every 2 months, that my interest rate is going up again. And that's been going on for over a year now. So that makes it difficult, and I have plans to expand as well. At the end of last year, I was really looking into locations for a second tap room. But I really pulled back those plans and I'm just hunkering down and sticking with this location and trying to build the business there. I do still plan on looking for another opportunity in the future, but just not right now. I did get some help from the Bloom grants. That was very helpful. It allowed me to increase my customer base. Hanover is looking to be a trail town, and we are very near where the trail will come into Hanover. So I had, as part of the grant money, I used it to get a bike repair station because we have a lot of bikers that use the trails. And it's right behind our building. It's attractive, and we have it on Google Maps, so you can see where it is. And we have a lot of use, even without the trail connected yet. We have a lot of people using it, which is really nice. And I also used it to get a stair lift. We have a rental space below our tap room, and there was a half a flight of stairs that handicapped or elderly people could not get down. So we got a stair lift, which is great. Now just one person can help people go down the steps, and it's worked out very nicely. But yeah, I'm glad that all the support is here in York County, and looking forward to the future. Because after the inflation and the rough times, then the good times come, right? That's what we're waiting for.
I know we're out of time. Mr. Powell, you have any questions about small business participants? We don't take away the passive society from those questions.
Thank you for another round of really inspiring.
I think that's it.
Yeah, and I'll just, I know we're at time.
Inspiring.
The background of businesses.
It's really inspiring. That's it. I go.
The child care. Really, I just appreciate you taking all the time here today. This is really interesting. I can take a lot of notes.
They're both just inspiring. So interesting.
Shares
wow.
that view. And so on behalf of the Fed.
I feel like it's when I tell my dad something. Wow, very good. Awesome. That's like, did you win, son? Are you winning? All right, I think that's it, bro. Wow. Chopping it up with power. Keep 40. Parker is so loud. They're just turning up. That's it, Powell. That's it, man. We got over it. Honestly, very disappointing. I think you actually have one more Fed speaker today, so I don't know if we're going to be able to get it loud, but we will get to hear it. But if in general, though, that Powell was a dud. There was not really any statements. Again, Harker, I'm pretty sure he's a voter. He was not. He didn't even say anything too crazy. Again, after last Friday, John Williams. Yeah, you have Barr and Williams today, but even then, they said stuff on Friday last week. So, but comparatively, you didn't really get much from that. That was a roundtable session. You got to hear everybody talk about a lot of different things, but yeah, that was nothing about monetary policy. I wish they told us ahead of time, but there was nothing pre-written. So you had to actually go through all of it. Yeah, Binder, there was a lot of things, bro. There was a lot of things that came up. Binder probably was the highlight. I think so. I didn't know about Binder till today, till it was announced to Fed Jerome Powell. We made a play on that. Again, bonds, though, that's the answer. I don't know what you guys are looking for or what you're looking on today as far as why we're going up or down, but the bonds, again, the 10-year, we've been talking about this for weeks now, but like I've been telling you, right near 4.75, we came close to that, but that whole movement was just the dollar staying elevated, going higher, and then the bonds continuously hitting a low level again. Right now, it's the same thing in Europe right now, too. So the 10-year on the gilts is hitting up, I think the highest since August, which I believe is getting near their 2008 highs, and then the 10-year bond is absolutely blowing out right now. Again, even the 20-year is above 5%. The whole meeting and all I remember is Binder. That was I could see why you remembered it. I mean, that definitely came out of nowhere. It was very surprising. You don't really hear about bisexual dating while watching anything related to Jerome Powell. So, usually those words don't come up. I don't think in a setting that's publicized, I don't think I've seen bisexual dating and Powell in the same sentence. But, that was the same room. But other than that, I think there's one quote Powell said, economy being good, saying Fed's focus is on healthy economy. Where's the other one? He said something on unemployment and wages hitting the lower end of the spectrum. Harker said something too, but it didn't really do anything. Powell said economy is still coming through the other side of the pandemic. Where's the Harker comment? So weird. Again, they're both voters. Harker says Fed working on stable prices, maximum employment. So you're going to get the same headline. If you listen through it, you realize not much was said. But if, by tomorrow, by tonight, when you read about it, it's going to sound like every other meeting. Fed Powell says ambition is sustained strong labor market. Powell says to get price stability, Fed is very focused on achieving that as expansions get longer, more wage gains for the lower part of the spectrum, and then that's it. Those were the only headlines that came across the wire. Again, you would have seen them across here too. SPY's going a little lower. Bonds, dollars climbing up, but bonds were hitting a low on this low here about, 20 minutes ago? And then we are past euro close now by an hour. It's 9:30, so we're getting through the day. We're near the low. Volume 40 million by hour 3. It's not too bad. 5 to 30-year yields rise by more than 10 basis points. Everything, everywhere across the curve is clapped. Even the short end, I believe. And then like I was just showing you, if this hits 4.75 today, this week, or whatever, it may happen. Maybe this week we hit it and then it calms down. But just like I'm telling you, ever since breaking 4.5, it has been a very, very wild month so far. Or I guess that was since end of September? End of September, you broke 4.5, or I guess throughout September several times. But now this is a sustained push, and now you are a quarter point higher. Gold will probably go up once the dollar and bonds chill out. But honestly, it's just like the stock market here. Every single day dealing with this pressure, gold is not going to calm down until the dollar and bonds calm down. Again, higher yield, stronger dollar. Nothing about that sounds good for gold. So I do think eventually it will react, or if there's a lot of fear, you will see it. But right now in this little death spiral between currencies and bonds, I do think you need that. Oh, Braxton hooking. Dang, he's trying to convert him. He's trying to convert you to Twitch. He said, don't worry about the ad. Here is Bezos bucks. Why is that bad for gold? I mean, you tell me. So why would a very strong dollar and high interest rates be bad for gold? So, like, why are you going to buy gold? Why do you want to hold it? And I guess, how do bonds and dollars compete with that? Where can you learn the basics? Bonds go up. What does that mean? Go to Investopedia. Search these questions on Google. Go to Investopedia, and it will explain a lot about how they work. A lot of times there's traditional relationships, but it's not going to always follow through. So, but, understanding the correlations, that'll do a lot. Strong dollar means you could buy less gold. Does it? Why? So if your dollar becomes stronger, what does it mean for gold and everything else? If your dollar is stronger, that means that you can buy blank with the same blank. You could buy more gold with the same dollar. So when your currency gets stronger, this is what I explained to my dad in the video. Inflation means that the same dollar gets you less items for the same amount of money. But when your dollar gets stronger, it means where you could get more items for the same or less amount of money. So if the dollar got strong, theoretically, if your dollar is buying you more milk, or it's, again, just stronger, even compared to other nations, right? And it's paradoxical, because if you look around right now, like, again, you have to go to Watchlist 2 weeks ago, we have strong dollar, strong oil. That's why it's paradoxical. But at the end of the day, your dollar, in theory, strong dollar should mean you are able to buy more items with the same dollar, right? So now, that's just one factor, though. Let's look at the other side. And what about bonds now? So now the bonds, what about bonds gives you a reason to not buy gold? What about bonds makes gold unattractive, especially compared to the last decade or so? And then we're a little bit lower here. Watch out if this drops. SLNO, that was that hype play from last week. Yes, the yields are high on the bonds, so you're getting paid a lot of money. But what is the thing about a high yield? So then how come MPW doesn't compete with gold? So if that's the case, then how come high yield? Why would high yield just? So you guys are right, but there's in relation to something. You don't miss out the one part. It's high yield, but what about that high yield? It is a blank high yield, or the high yield is blank. There you go. That's one way to put it. Yeah. It's risk-free. It's based on the level of safety. So don't forget, people buy gold for stability and safety. So a treasury, it meets that criteria, and then it's paying out 5%. So you got to think about it. You buy gold, you buy an ounce of gold. Throughout the years, yeah, you can make money if something goes up, but usually your gold will hold the same price. Well, guess what? That's a bond. You're giving the government $1,000. They're going to give you back $1,000 plus a 5% return right now. So, but hopefully putting these two things together, yeah, gold doesn't have maturity risk or duration risk, where you're saying over the years, but it's stable, though. If you buy a bond, again, even if you buy a bond right now at the current price of 5.5, and let's say the rates go up to 7, do you lose any money? So think about it. You buy a bond right now, 5-6%. By the middle of next year, the bonds go to 10. Did you lose money? Yeah, technically no. You would miss out on opportunity costs. You would have an unrealized loss. But once that bond does go through and matures, you get your money back. You see what I'm saying? So comparing that even to like gold, it's not, it's kind of similar. And then big red on the NQ right now. It's all about capital stability. So it's just the same thing. You buy gold today and then gold goes $100 cheaper. You lost money if you want to monetize it, but down the road, if anything, the treasuries, at least they're guaranteed a price on what it's worth if you could hold that, whereas gold does not. But over the years, gold price is relatively stable. But the whole point is you put all of these factors together, strong dollar, high interest rates on very high quality debt, aka government debt, the gold is going to have a tough time. I'm jamming to Pandora. There's no uncle on there? I thought there was. It should be. I don't know. Look it up. But if it's not there, I think they just don't support Pandora anymore. Microsoft chief says Google default agreement makes search choice bogus. And then SPY's going lower again. NASDAQ still 14.9. Where were we earlier? So it's still low. Again, I covered 50 point. I would have made like another $100 off of that. Again, NASDAQ still barely green. SPY down 0.48. Dow down 0.69. And then Russell down 1.56. BAH. And then bonds. Watch out. If TLT comes down, we will have another problem. White House Live. I need to go pee. I had weird bathroom breaks during the Powell thing. Yeah, what am I live for? Like the video right now. If you don't like the video, I'm a mandate
what we
you to
saw
like
this
the
weekend
video.
should not have happened. It should not have happened.
Shouldn't have happened.
I mean, thank goodness that the government is open
Follow me on
and that
Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
critical programs
I love
are
you. God bless
now
America.
moving forward. But they should have never marched us to the brink that they did. And it is their basic duty to keep the government open. And so we're just not going to get involved. That is for House Republicans to decide.
Question on Ukraine funding. Are you able to outline for us how much the U.S. has left in funding for Ukraine, both military and humanitarian, until a new funding bill is approved?
So any specific questions on the funding that is left, I would have to refer you to the Department of Defense. They'll be more able to share what is the presidential drawdown authorities, what's left there. But look, it is enough for us to meet Ukraine's urgent battlefield needs for a bit longer. But we'll be maintaining our steady cadence of PDAs for sure. But it is not the long-term solution here. It is not the long-term solution.
Can you confirm that the president is planning to call allies that funding for Ukraine will continue?
I don't have any calls to preview for you at this time with allies or partners.
Thank you, Kareem. Congress was not able to pass the 12 bills to fund the government in the last 4 months since the president reached the broad spending deal with them on June 2nd. What gives the White House confidence that they'll be able to do that in the next 45 days?
Because this is their basic duty is to keep the government open. We shouldn't have to wait 45 days. House Republicans should not have to wait 45 days to do their jobs. And one of the things that Speaker McCarthy learned is, that you have to do your job, right? Which is why I think he moved forward. And so, look, this is something that Congress is their duty to do, is to keep the government open, to make sure that federal government employees get paid, to make sure these critical, important programs are continue to be paid in, so that families across the country, American families across the country, are getting those critical programs. And so this is their basic duty.
And government funding now goes through November 17th, which is right around the time that the president is expected to be in San Francisco for APEC. What discussions are happening about what impact that could have on the president's meeting with leaders of China and other countries.
I just don't have any, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals from here. Again, they don't have to wait 45 days to get this done. They really don't. There's no excuse for another crisis. That is what the president said yesterday.
No excuse.
And
Hitting
they
a
have
new
to
low
stop
now.
the games.
I'm back.
They have to stop
I don't
playing
know if
these
you guys
games.
want to listen
That's
to this
again
or not.
what the president
We've
said.
had a
They
lot
have
of
to get to
listening
work
today,
and
so
stop
I might
playing
have to
games and
talk
do
over it.
their duty.
4262.
Or else we're going to be in the same place
Again,
that we
NASDAQ's
were
about
this
to go
weekend
negative.
a month from now.
That's the
And so,
that was the other
and,
point I was
you know,
talking to about. And the
what they're
dollar's
doing
still up.
instead
Bonds
is
ain't going
pursuing
lower.
these 30% cuts. We're talking about education. We're talking about Meals on Wheels. We're talking about really critical programs that Americans are need just to move through their day-to-day
Jeez,
lives.
bro.
And so we can't be
Again,
focusing
dollar on the
that.
high,
They
another
need to
low.
keep the government
If the dollar
open,
goes crazy,
continuing
but
to
I think
do that,
the
their basic duty.
Yeah, thanks. One point that Speaker McCarthy.
All right, I might come back to it, but we will see. You're going lower there. Again, it's still very early here in the day. We're only like, an hour off Euro close. Remember, everywhere around the world did red. But last time on Friday, everywhere around the world went green, and we went red on Friday by a little bit. So, yeah, and a lot of dividend plays are getting clobbered. Utilities, they're the worst. Remember, we were going over it earlier in the day here. I think the breakdown, you have 54 names red. I think I need to update that. Hold on. You got Dow Jones, 25 red, 5 names in the green. NASDAQ 100, 75 red, 25 green now. And then S&P 500, 450 red, 53 in the green. So a lot worse than earlier. It was kind of 50. It was already like 75, but now it's getting just decisively red. Again, NASDAQ's down, or SPY's down 0.6. NASDAQ's about to go 0.1. Call real estate lazy, baby. Amen. We got some more info for tonight. Are we? What are you talking? What do we got? Property? Or are we talking 2K? It's one or the other. It's good, bro. The other night though, when I was playing solo though, I got like a lead low key. It's funny. I added a big man, and then he started saying something about because my name was stock market. And then I said something about real estate, and then we started chopping it up about real estate. I might have gotten a lead off of 2K. Ah. I know you gotta be. I'm always recruiting. Amen. Amen, bro. Amen. Y'all say, oh, bro, I saw Jimmy Butler in San Diego. Like, I saw him. Like, just walking around the other day. He was there a couple days ago. I think it was, like, last week or, like, it was, like, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I think. He was complaining about the gas station I go to. I've gone to that gas. I think that was the gas station, but then he didn't go to the downtown one. But literally, yeah, he was even complaining about the gas. I was like, I feel you, bro. I didn't box him out, no. I didn't know it was him. Somebody told me afterwards. I just saw a big, tall dude walking, and then they told me later. PayPal, what price is it at? 50. It's like, we got it at what, like 60, the low 60? So it's kind of where near we bought it. Every other play you could get cheaper. So I still think there's some downside. That you saw Yak a couple weeks ago in Mission Bay? Who's Yak? Am I from San Diego? Yeah. Born and raised, baby. I like O, but it's commercial real estate. It's related to rates. It's good. Oh, Kodak? No way. Oh, that Yak. I thought, isn't there some other rapper named like Yak something? That's why I'm like, I don't know what they mean. But Kodak Black I could get behind. Amen. He was in San Diego? That's crazy. The market, I mean, Powell didn't really say much. Again, the rest of the world started off bad today. The dollar was up a lot. Bonds were getting clobbered. Just kind of seems like welcome to October. Still a little bit of pressure here. And then the data, all the data came in hot. One part came in below. It was the prices paid on the ISM manufacturing, and people got really excited about that, but then it didn't hold up. So I think we have a lot more data here. None of the Fed speakers move. We do got a Fed speaker here in a little bit. I want to say at like 1:30, in about 30 minutes, we should be getting John Williams. So that could also move some stuff too. It's still holding 0.17. BMO has been disclosed that mortgages worth $30 billion were negatively amortizing in Canada in the third quarter. So that means people don't pay payments on them. Negatively amortizing means they're just taking the payment and then rolling it over into the principal. Just subscribe. You love the channel. God bless you. My winning loser. Okay, let's go. Get the law term, baby. What a name. President Biden calls with allies to reassure support for Ukraine. Outreach comes after Ukraine aid omitted from deal. And then U.S. GOP Representative Gates will put forward motion to this week to oust McCarthy as Speaker. I said low volume for first 2 weeks of October till data. Quite possible. Again, there's what's it called? There's the two events and then the buybacks, the buyback window for earnings. So right now it's a little bit lower, but that's definitely possible. Again, this first week or so will be interesting. I don't think, like I've been saying all day today, I don't think October, how we start October, I don't think it will be indicative of how we end. So we'll find out. And then utilities, you're surprised I'm ignoring it. I'm surprised you're wording it like that when we talked about it a couple times today. So, like, I think utilities, it's either pointing towards we have other bigger problems, and that's why it's selling off. People don't want it for the recession, or if it does start bouncing hard, that could point to recession. But even then, right now, they're getting clobbered by their relationship with bonds. Again, I think they're all kind of tied in there, and a lot of value plays. I think it makes sense in that sense. I am surprised. This is what I was saying about 2 hours ago. I'm shocked how low they actually have fell. Mr. Beast, whose real name Jimmy Donaldson, will advertise his Feastables logo on the Hornets uniforms with the media backdrops for news conference, the team said on Monday. Hershey's. Oh no, maybe we do short Hershey's. No. Hershey's, Mr. Beast is coming for you. Man, too bad they have to drop so much for them to get back to like a reasonable level. Tweets from the same guy who did the Hershey short report. Not surprised. Not surprised. But that's cool. It's still Hershey's. Dollar Tree on the low, UVXY on the high. NASDAQ still kind of low. NASDAQ hasn't touched red yet. So I guess NASDAQ was red in the morning on the NQ, but so far it's kind of holding on. Should consumers be worried about Canada banks? No. I think we are more insulated, but at the same time, I also say that because, I've said this in the past. It's not like Canada's a new problem, if that makes any sense. It's not like Canada's loans and their interest rates and their real estate bubble and everything else. It's been like that well before any of this. So I don't think it should have a big effect. However, don't underestimate in this world. We love contagion. We love reacting to contagion. Things seem sensitive with inflation, So just keep that in mind, but I wouldn't really I wouldn't bet the farm on it. I think American banks, that's the problem, because I think we have more exposure, and we operate on a different system where, again, people bringing up like the loans in Canada, how they work, it's a little different than us. And like I'm saying, they've had a unsustainable system, it felt like, for a lot longer in terms of how their real estate and other things, tied to interest rates have moved. There was clear chaos amongst House Republicans. %30 of mortgages in Canada are over 30 years. Some are 90 years. Well, yeah, we do a lot of 30-year mortgages here, but even then, like people, I said this a while ago to you guys, and you guys didn't. I think people only brought it up once somebody made a TikTok of it. But there's, even in America, on the reverse, fun fact, like I think it's like 46 or 60%. Somebody verify this, but I think it's higher. All paid off in the United States. I'd say conservatively, 40 to like 49% of all U.S. homes have no mortgage. So, that's what I'm saying. We have two different systems. Banks, again, we lend differently. They lend differently. So, yeah, it's either 60 or 40. It's one side or the other, but that's a shit ton of houses that have zero payment. So, where's NQ? Still chilling. I wanted to play it. If NASDAQ went negative, I'll play it, but it's just holding like a little bit right here. Again, dollar, bonds, nothing has changed for the better over these last 3 hours. Fed bar, we are at a point where we can proceed carefully on monetary policy. Most important question is not whether an additional rate hike is needed this year. I think there's more to that. Let's see. I think a Trump trial, where is it? Those hit in red. I said most important question, how long? Expect it will take some time. Fed bar, full effects of past tightening are yet to come in the months ahead. Said there has been a lot of progress on inflation. He sounds kind of bullish. My house is worth over double what I paid. I'm so tempted to sell it. If you find another place to live and like it's legit and you could figure out your living situation, yeah. But other than that, that's the only problem. Like when, if you bought a house early, you're sitting on it now, you have a lot of profit. I mean, eventually when rates go lower, you could pull money out of it. But if you really want to sell your house, just make sure you lock down the next place first. Like know where you're going to live, have the payment, the financials, and then you'll be good to go. Does this guy have another channel? Yeah, bro. Second link, youtube.com/the trading fraternity. Good evening, baby. Or good morning. And then I also make country music if you're interested. So I don't know. I could give you a little sample. I don't know, but I need it. This is how it sounds a little bit. It came up while I'm looking for Fed bars. But I don't think we can get it. Angel on the track. I don't know. Have you like country? Yeah, that's me right there. Yeah. Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV.
That's all I'm gonna give you. That's all. You could go get it. But yeah. Oh, you found this looking for Powell? Well, welcome. Powell already spoke. Good news, he didn't say stuff. Right now, Fed bar is speaking. Again, I just got some of those comments there. He says, agree with Powell that we could proceed carefully on rates. Fed bar economic activity has been considerably more resilient than expected, sees higher profitability than previously for a soft landing. Labor market is in tight supply and demand coming in. He's sounding bullish as hell, bro. I don't know if is Fed bar a voter? Can't stop the music. Again, all the comments seem bullish for now, but I want to see if that shakes it again. NASDAQ's still a little bit green. F350. I don't know. If this lasts, this could be very good, but if it doesn't last and this fails like any of these, I mean, we still have a little bit of room for the NASDAQ to try to go red. Yes, trading fraternity. I think it's second link in the description. He's vice chair of supervision. But I don't know if that gives him a vote, does it? But when I looked earlier in the morning, they said we couldn't listen to him. Yeah, it's Monetary Policy and Financial Stability Forecasters Club Luncheon. They might make us pay to watch it. Remember? They do that sometimes. Yeah. I'm not... Man, I knew it. That's what I was saying. I was like, this one's hard to get to. Even today, bro, it's really hard to get all of the Fed stuff. You have to pay $60 and $95 for guests. So $30 for virtual attendance. That's good. I mean, do you guys want to listen to it? I can buy it for $30, but this I don't. We've listened to shit for like 3 hours today. I have all the headlines though. Again, he hasn't said anything except supervisors banks to be ready and willing to use discount window. Everything he said sounded positive so far. Don't do it. Please don't do it. How much can big tech sustain higher interest rates? It has to show in earnings at some point. Well, no. Honestly, ever since they've gotten through the first couple years, I think it all depends on. It literally just all depends on the what's it called? On their use of their capital and the other maturities and debt that they have. It's crazy. It's actually impressive. But I'll show you for one more time here. Give me a tech company. I'll just tell you Amazon. Let me just give you Amazon, and I'll show you what's up with what I'm saying. It's kind of nutty, man. It is kind of nutty. But like this, and honestly, we could do this if you want. I could try to pull this on every company, and I could upload it somewhere. Or maybe we should do this while we're playing 2K one night on the Twitch. But yeah, I really think if you look through every company you want to buy and just do this will tell you so much. So, like, just look. This could change, but, like, this is what we're talking about here is, like, look at their debt. Like, this is Amazon, bro. This is Amazon. This is, like, Jeff Bezos. What's debt? I don't know. Like, literally, they're paying $1 million in a quarter. You see, and that's their interest expense. Their repayment is 6.5. Bro, you have like crypto bros, like individuals who pay more interest on this. You know what I'm saying? Like they're spending $1 million a quarter on interest, and then they're repaying $6 million of debt. Yeah, they don't have debt. Do you see what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of these companies where, unfortunately, it's like, yeah, interest rates are high, but like they don't owe money at 5. Like, you know, they don't have a debt expense. So what happens, and you know, throughout the whole cycle of credit in history, what ends up happening is that every time interest rates go up, interest expense, how much the companies spend on interest, that should rocket up, and then profits should drop. But what's happened over the last 2-3 years of interest rates is that they all had rates that were so low. So even though interest rates went up, the interest rates are not going, the interest expense is not going up. Therefore, profits are still holding up. So, but like even then, this is kind of like, you could even see it's kind of new for Facebook. But here's like Meta. I'll show you guys their numbers, but even then it's similar. Not as good as Amazon, but you'll see what I'm talking about. It all depends on the company and how they move forward from here. But like Meta is another example, but they're spending $116 million every 90 days on interest. You see prior, so all of 2022 they weren't. So do you see what's happening now? So if this starts to ramp up for Meta, they're going to get clobbered. But then again, they issued $8 billion in debt. So that's why their interest expense is going up, because even then, that quarter where they started to pay, it's because they issued $9 billion in debt, right? So, but this is the answer to whether or not interest rate is going to kill you or anything. We can do that MPW 3M. We have on all of these, I believe. So I said I think we should just go through with every single company and have them there. QQQ. I mean, the Nasdaq still. Oh wait, it just dropped there, but it didn't. It won't go negative, man. That's what I'm waiting for. If there's anything, like I said, that could be a decent one. Bonds are kind of ramping though. What time is it? 10:09. Oh, I tried to buy 10. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. I went with the M. I tried to buy. I think I tried to buy 100. It's at 189,000. I grabbed one NQ to the upside now. MNQ. Excuse me. Again, I flipped that earlier to the downside, but I just got a pretty bad fill on that. Maybe if it's that pump fake, I still think it could drop by like 0.10. I was going to wait for it to go negative. Ally starts job cuts, less than 5% affected. Oh, no. Okay. So this one, I think this is 3M. Yeah, this is 3M. So they've been raising money in the last 180 days. They did that last in 2022, but their interest expense is stable over the last year. Let me see if I could push this back. It's just going to be too big to screenshot. I could go back to 2020. But it's pretty typical. Again, their debt amount is the same, and then this is repayment. So this is good too, though. You guys have to realize when companies are repaying, that helps. That means that if they're repaying it, it should be a little bit lower. And then where's the other one? MPW. So MPW, again, they raised the money in the last couple quarters. Honestly, they've raised $400 million, and then they repaid $400 million, but seems to be about the same over the last couple years. Let me see if I could get a longer one. So the key is if that number starts ramping up or if it just starts to get bigger than everything they have. So they repaid debt, but even then they got some cash. But as long as it's stable, it's showing that their interest rates are not going up. Their interest rate expenses are not going up with the higher rates. So you're going a little lower. Yeah, that NQ's flushing. Nextera. What's that? No news there. And then Fitch says they revived world growth forecast for 24 downward due to deepening China property slump. Fitch says U.S. bank deposits funding costs stabilize as betas near terminal levels. Fitch says U.S. bank deposit outflows should continue to stabilize second half. Fitch says U.S. banks net interest margin compression will likely slow in the second half of 23. Fitch says global structured finance ratings resilient as asset performance weakens. Fitch says world economy continue to show positive momentum this year due to consumer resilience and consumer demand. Levels for the SPY, it's like 42.70 and then 42.50 and then 42.30, I think. A baby level at like 42.61 where we're at now, yeah. So otherwise like 42.70. Here's another one. Otherwise you're going to go to like 42.50-ish and then 42.38 would be the next low to test and then maybe 4,200 flat. Bounce. NQ still green today, so I was waiting for it to go negative, but I figured I'd go a little earlier. There's like a quarter point of risk on there, but again, that's assuming nothing blows out. NEE credit spreads blowing up. I think they cut their dividend, right, in Outlook today. I think that's why XLU is getting murdered. So I think it's just all related to that conversation with utilities. But that's why I'm saying it's either they're going to get really bad or utilities will result if we could get a pending recession showing up quickly. But as of now, they're just showing a blowout, and then you got problems there. It seems more issues with the consumer, or the longer it takes for a recession, the more utilities can drop in the meantime. Yeah, Fed Bar was saying a lot of the bonds have gone up ever since statements from Fed Bar came out. Bonds have chilled out. Dollar's right near the high. It didn't come down, but it's still ready to go again if we flush into this. Where is it? Yeah, but some of these are still expensive though. Like Nextera, still like 2018 highs. But a lot of charts, man. Even though like Apple and a lot of things are holding up, bro. You look, man, the dailies on a lot of names is just death and destruction. GoPro, why? What do you think about GoPro? I haven't used a GoPro since like 2015, man. Actually, I think 2018 I made a video, but I bought their IPO. I made a killing off the IPO back in the day, but I don't know. I don't know what I haven't really kept up with them, and I don't know if they got it like that. Good morning. I'm traveling. You miss Powell. Press hit that like button. God bless you. Good morning, Brian. I hope your travels are safe and fun. YouTube hates me. Super chat's impossible to send. Hey, you're here, baby. That's good enough for me, man. I'll take it. Happy Monday, baby. Yeah, you just had allied job cuts. Price target cut on Target 120 from 135. BA Davidson or Bank of America Securities. All right, SPY a little bit off the bottom. Again, Nextera, GoPro. Nextera's on the low. That's hitting 52-week lows. Buying DG. General. I guess my deposit don't come till tomorrow, it look like, but oh wow. Let me check the 20-year. Yeah, they're back to like 2017 levels. It's not bad. Is the yield low though? Yeah, there's still a 2.2% yield. AAP, that one's still 1.8. My goodness. How much lower do you think Square can go? Their growth, the world is yours. Even then, what I'm saying, they go as low as they want. If we're getting blown out on even like dividend, high quality names, interest rates, if it's not a bulletproof tech name with low interest expense, it's, it could go as low as it wants. Because again, we still have to deal with rates, the normalization, and then even what the economy, consumer, all that's gonna what all that's gonna do. Disney. I did not buy anything for the long term. Not this month. Last month, I think we grabbed Altria. Oh, whoa. Is Altria? Bro, 41? Nah, bro. That's October lows, huh? Or hit 40. What's the yield on that? 9.44. I'm not in Tisha or Nikolai. I have a random play. Tisha, I sold out that first day we played it. All right, so SPY kind of bouncing from there. 4268. Let's see, 4271 or like 73, but for the day it looks like 4276. NE is decent, but I don't really like those in the long term, but it might be good for utility and energy. But, there's other names out there, too, that could be decent. I'm not against it, but it's just not really my style. I'm looking. I have a couple of names I want. We've gone over them, but tomorrow I might make a purchase. I like MO, I like Disney, and I like Walgreens right now. Even I'm kind of even thinking 3M, too. I'm not going to lie. Because now 3M, if that... the other couple weeks, it just kept holding up. I don't think 3M's yield is as high, though. But MO at 9.4, bro. I'm kind of down with that. Walgreens, 8.7. All right. Oh, that NQ went up for a little bit, then just came down. Let me see. I love MO. Honestly, it's good. I like it. 3M Divvy. MA will take. They haven't announced anything on there, so unfortunately, it's just kind of been slipping until then. But that will be the issue. But in the long, again, I think Ultra has been the most stable name in the long term. It's borderline where we've never really been down more than the dividend, and then it goes back up. It's already paid out, several years. So I kind of like the drip on there too. Let me see. BTI. I've checked the yield, but if you like other tobacco plays, you can go for them as long as they have the same stability. Again, we just held MO for a long time, and like I'm saying, that stability is a big, big factor of it all. Uber. What price? I think right now are the low 40s. Let me double check. I want to see again. Here's the long term. And then we're still moving up. Let me check the NQ. That thing's working a little bit. But Pfizer, we're down 2 on that. We just got. Where's MO? MO. We didn't get the last drip. Again, I grabbed, so that was my last shares in August. What did we grab in September? I got O drip. That's Walgreens drip. 4 shares. Jeez. Then 3M. Was it Walgreens purchase? Pfizer. I guess Pfizer was what we bought in September. And then MO is what I bought in August. Yeah, but where's our side? We have 246. I don't know. We get like 300 shares maybe of Ultra. I don't know if I'd have enough. I got MO last time at, where was it? At $43, 43.10. That was when they announced their dividend raise. So it's lower already. And then Pfizer's barely down. Then I think Disney, we could get that 8% lower. And then Walgreens, you could get it like another 15% lower. Again, the drip on that is pretty decent too. Chrysler parent Stellantis faces $3 billion in U.S. fines. General Motors faces $6 billion in U.S. economy fines through 2032. I want to trade it. I just hope I don't want to get clapped on that, bro. But you're getting some GM and Stellantis potential fines. The source says letter seen by Reuters. I take 100 shares short. Let's see what happens. Won't go. Again, GM, that's on GM. It moves small, but it's already low, so watch out. I don't know, but on that one's Reuters, so I think it's gonna hit before Bloomberg, and then it'll even hit before here. If you don't see it come up on this one, but I do have one thing coming out there for a little. U.S. Automaker Group calls fuel economy penalties alarming and will hurt American competitiveness. And then I sold out of the MNQ. I made like $30. So I just got out of that. And see if Stellantis. GM's not really doing anything. How much time? I just grabbed 100 shares short. So, I mean, if it runs back up to open, I'll lose $61. Then pretty much every penny is $1 gain or loss. Yeah, Mary, what the hell, man? Come on. Ally Financial starts job cuts. You already have that one. Then there's the pop off the bottom on Young GM. Low time on shares. Just the love of the game. Fed bar, likely we are at or nearly sufficiently restrictive level of rates. So again, more positive comments out of your boy. Actually, we'll see. Yeah. I went with the MES. So again, I just got out of the NQ or the MNQ. I did a MES, just one of them to the upside. I'm still in the GM for now. Trump talking. Oh shit. I'm surprised. I haven't been banned yet, so I don't know. Is he? I see the Reuters thing about him, but I don't see him. The CAFE standards are too unrealistic for automakers. Fed bar, I'm confident we will get to inflation at 2%. It's likely we will need to keep rates up for some time. NEE still getting clobbered. You see him on Fox. I think I'll have to pull it up. Oh, is this? I thought this looks like the old one. Oh, wait. No, he's...
Judges. And I hope my lawyers go in and I hope they fight him very hard. Because this guy's getting away with murder. And his clerk should not be allowed to be in his ear on every single question. You take a look at what's happening with her. She hates Trump more than he does. So that's where it is. We have 80% of this trial has been won. In June, they came down, the end of June, with a decision, a very powerful decision. And it said, on statute of limitations and just about everything else, would you say approximately 80% of the trial?
Yes, sir.
Attorneys, is that right? Yes, sir. Approximately 80% of the trials won. He refuses to acknowledge his own appellate division. And I think it's a disgrace to our country.
Intel
Somebody has to
CPU
fight.
price hikes
Because if
have
you don't
leaked.
fight, our country's just going to go down the tubes. This is election interference.
Troy's saying a price leak
guy's a
on
highly
Intel
partisan
CPUs.
Person.
Check that. The stock's
And
going
we
down
can't
initially.
let this stuff happen. So you should ask yourselves as professionals, I have a lot of respect for you, not all of you, but a lot of you. Why is it that he didn't honor the decision of the appellate? And by the way, I believe it was a unanimous decision, right? It's a 5-0 decision, unanimous decision. And he said, I'm not going to honor it. Let's go to trial. This is a judge that
Etsy on
should
the high.
be disbarred. This is a judge that should be out of office. This is a judge that some people say could be charged criminally for what he's doing. He's interfering with an election, and it's a disgrace. Thank you very
Lake
much.
prices have
Why
leaked.
do you want to be here in person today? Because I want to watch this witch hunt myself. I've been going through a witch hunt for years. But this is really now getting dirty between Jack Smith and between all of these DOJ people helping them along. This is a pure witch hunt for purposes of interfering with the elections of the United States of America. It's totally illegal. This judge should be disbarred. He shouldn't be allowed to be a judge. Thank you.
Thank you. You shouldn't allow to be a judge. That's the second time you've heard Trump in a day. Wow, and I'm still not banned. That's amazing. So this is great to see. No, that wasn't replayed. That was a little update there. I thought it was, or he looked exactly the same. It was the same set in there, but it wasn't. It was not a replay. I guess they were giving an update. I think it was before he went into court, and then he came out. Mm-hmm. Up and down, but it sounds like progression. All right, market's still going up. GM didn't move much. Again, even it looks like a little pop. It's like $10, $8. We're up on the MES. Again, I flipped out of the NQ, and I went with the MES because, again, NQ's already climbing up, but I think this has now more room if it's going to get us at least back up to VWAP, but still kind of difficult here. That entertainment. I mean, there is just, I don't even know what it is, but like it sucks with this whole thing now. It's going to be a wild 24 election, but I don't know. Unfortunately, we live in a world where I know what I'm about to say is going to bother some people, but that's not my intention. But it's like I do agree with Donald in terms of just this. It's like it's getting kind of ridiculous. Again, I wouldn't mind if they prosecuted him or tried to prosecute him after an election, but that is something that, again, I've never voted. I don't plan to vote. I have my degree in political science, but I do think there is, whether the younger generation gets older and starts to realize it, but I do think there is a bit of distaste for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. So you don't have to like Donald Trump. I'm not saying that this means you have to throw him your support. Not at all. But it is just very distasteful. Is the best way to put it, especially for America. It's just not. If they do in my country this type of stuff, not here though. Mm-hmm. So buy MO or O. I'd rather go for MO. Because there's no duration risk with tobacco as much as there is in real estate. Bar seems to be kind of slowing happening in housing. Oh, that's good. That's good, Bar. Thank you, Bar. It's after the election and everything Donald does is distasteful. I understand, but, as a society, we should not, just because we don't like somebody and just because they're distasteful, if we treat people wrong, that leads to all of us being treated wrong. If you want equality, you want love, you want, you know what I'm saying, and people to be treated fairly, unfortunately, that virtue only works if we do it to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like, I get it. You could be an asshole, you could be distasteful, you could be rude, you could even be racist, but if a crime a justice should be served fairly and equally, regardless. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if believing in love and equality and fighting and being an activist for that, I'm all about it. But the sad part is you have to show that love to everybody. Unfortunately, that's why I feel bad when I'm mean to people, even on stream, because I feel like my job is to try to provide this stuff for free to everybody. So even if I don't like you, even if you like something I don't like, even if you say your God is fake, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I can't say I stand by love and fairness and certain things if I don't try to apply that to everybody, even the people who I think are distasteful. So like I'm saying, I'm not a Trump supporter in the sense I've never voted for anybody, but I just saying there's certain things that are just more equal and fair than not. And unfortunately, it's getting stark of that two people will not get treated the same on the same action, and that's an unequal scale, and that people hate that. Again, like I'm saying, I hate that. Doesn't mean I love Trump, doesn't mean I love or hate Biden, but I don't like that at all. And I think most people will eventually not like it. And if you do, like I'm saying, as a society, we hold the gavel. So if we accept that from everybody, then just remember you're setting up how people will treat you as well. And that's unfortunate. All love, baby. All love. No, that's not your cue to yell out MAGA. You know what I'm saying? I really hope people hear what I'm saying. It's just like straight up, it has to be applied equally. That's all I'm saying. RF. Well, dude, I don't know. Like, so is RFK, is he going to be on the ticket? I don't know how it's going to work with you. I was trying to explain to my girlfriend why RFK wouldn't, he probably is not going to win, or is not going to even get a shot, even though I like RFK. I don't know. After listening to him, I didn't before, but I've been vibing with RFK. I don't know. Vivek, I don't know. Vivek, I don't know, man. Vivek just gives me too strong vibes of trying to Vivek remind me of the kid who try to hang out with the weed kids to be cool. I just feel like Vivek is on it. So I don't trust Vivek. I'm sorry. He's just he seems like he's wearing he's trying to wear clothes like a millennial and be like, look, I'm one of you. So I don't know much, but I need I don't trust him the same yet. I just feel like he's that spot on. I don't know. I'm not being mean to, you know what I'm saying? It's it's literally the nerdy kid hanging out with the potheads. I'm not gonna be mean to him. I'm not trying to be mean to him. I'll hear him out. Maybe he's funny or something, but I don't know. He seems like he's acting. Yeah. He could play tennis hella good. ROIV on the low. Is that Lulu? No, that's Yu, not Lulu. Intel didn't even move off of that news. Do you trust Biden? Well, I've told you guys things years ago, and unfortunately, and maybe that's why some people get mad at me, or then they'll feel like I'm a certain way. But again, I said two things at the election. I said my pocketbook is gonna love it when a Democrat wins, and that's it. I said that right before, but then some people don't like this. It's kind of offensive. I view Biden, I think, as far as trusting him, he reminds me of a pimp. I know that sounds wild, but he got that pimp attitude, and that's what I've said years ago, and that's how I feel about him. So as far as trusting him, I think I think he's pretty gangster, bro. I don't know. I've said that for a long time. I don't know if people didn't hear me or not. Yeah, I said that. I said it a while ago. Yeah. Where that's it. He's in control. Go with the flow. You may not understand what he's saying all the time, but he has a lot of people. Even if they don't understand, they with it. But that's it. He's a gangster, bro. He's a gangster. And again, I don't say that with a negative connotation. I just say that in terms of a gangster is someone who does what they want when they want. He has no apologies, and that's it. That's the way. Him and Tupac. Go listen to how Tupac describes it if you would like to. But I've said that for a while. I would like to see RFK debate. I think he'd be cool to watch. Teladoc, I think, is a great company, but I don't know if they're in the same way. But that metric, Trump is also a gangster. Yes, he's a different type of gangster. Like I'm, but yes, again, I think Trump is the gangster in a suit with lawyers. Whereas I don't think Biden, even though he has lawyers and he knows business to a degree, it's different. So yes, 100%. But that being said, you should treat both gangsters the same way. No, the conclusion, full circle. Oh, no. And there you go. That's it. That's why we can't treat one like the saint and then putting the one in jail before an election. That's just weird. I'm just saying that's very weird. Unfortunately. Via the burn. Climate change can impose substantial cost on U.S. households, financial treasury warns. Fed Bar 30 seconds ago says not clear leverage ratio is top strain in treasury market. And bonds recovered a little bit. Manu's on the low. Manu's dying. GM went a little lower. GM is so slow. I forgot how much 100 shares moves. Society doesn't believe in the idea of equal treatment under the law. Believes the law is to punish. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. We all have our responsibility though, because like we love it. We love to see an asshole have something bad happen to them, and then we just cheer it on. But unfortunately, it's diluted our thinking and warped it into thinking that that's okay. Because I don't like any. I'm just saying it's the same. It's like I don't like Sam Bankman, but he should have a fair trial. That's it. Obviously we'll be surprised when he only gets 1 year of time. But you know what I'm saying? It's like you would expect him to at least be treated. They're just because you did something in that essence. But even then, Sam Bankman committed like he's obviously to another level. But it's like Sam Bankman was a nice guy. He wasn't even an asshole if you wanted to look at it on that sense. So it's just wild. Mm-hmm. You're young. This man stays getting in trouble with courts over 30 years. Look it up. Oh yeah, I'm aware of that. I just usually though it's just not really ahead of the election, and then again being processed by government agencies ahead of an election. That's just some Middle Eastern shit. That's the way you saying I'm young and I feel because again Donald does have his history, but to some point we are borderline just on some real Middle Eastern shit right now. Mm-hmm. Sam is a modern day Robin Hood. Mm. They're tired of him getting away with crap. I think it's him, not them. I disagree. They would have done it last year or the year before that or the year before that. It's not like you had 3 years so far. Again, it's not did Trump do anything within those 3 years? All of it. It was the same stuff. So it's like I feel you. If you want to prosecute him, you should have done it either before or wait till after. But at the same time, it's just like a lot of it is it's just weird. Again, I understand the justifications for it, but I'm just saying that's not it's very distasteful, especially in the name of democracy. Mm-mm. The world is in trouble. I think there's a lot of trouble for the election. For no matter what, we're gonna unless somebody else comes up, we'll find out. How do you rationalize that anyone charged with multiple crimes can declare they're running for office? The timeline is called Building the Case, bro. I'm very familiar, but if there wasn't such a grave negligence of treating other people the same as that man, it's not buyable. I'm sorry. Use big words, use legal process, call it whatever you want, but it's very simple. Biden had documents, Trump had documents. Where's one case, where's the other? You could go down the list. Family does this, family does. You could go down the whole damn list of it. And unfortunately, I would be on your side if the other parts were not like that. And that's why I'm just saying it's shady. I can't say anything else. And I get it. You could use intelligence and process and try to play by that. But like I'm saying, just all the other things compounded upon this, this does not look like it's done with a real effort of real honesty and justice towards a man committing a crime versus a more political endeavor. That's all. That's my opinion on it. Again, you could get it or not, and you're right to your own opinion, and I don't think you're foolish for believing anything different than I do, but unfortunately, it's all there. I don't think it's conflating issues. The point is, you get the man fairly. You have my support. That's all. It's just if it looks too political, unfortunately, you run the risk of losing people like me and the future generations. That's all. That's the way I look at it, even from a political view. You could run that line for a very, very long time, but unfortunately, it's hard to ignore. GM. I'm still in the GM. I want to get out. I'm like $4. The ES is going up now too a little bit. Everything is kind of moving. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna fucking close the GM. I won't close it, but then I think the news is gonna hit. All right, I made $6, sir. $6 net profit. SWBI pop. Capital gains, I feel you. They take 50% of that. Mm-hmm. Intel, if that reacts, that'll be great. SWBI is printing on the high ticker. Guns, Smith & Wesson. Yeah, moving up there. That's a chalupa. Hey, man, Ratcliffe Moles buying Manchester United minority stake. Jeez. Jim Rack. Oh, that was the other guy who wanted to get him. Bro, this deal is so just long and drawn out. My goodness. And then Intel, a little bit. Intel's still lower, though. I'm surprised that didn't move much. Again, I even closed the GM. The news really wasn't getting circulated. You do have Fed Barr still speaking. I got a headline from him 5 minutes ago. It seems like it's been at least a year and a half for Manchester United. It really has been. But then, remember, they're even, I think, till 2024. That's why I got out of it. we'd be up, we'd be down, but I just said I'm over this. I don't think you're actually gonna get. I don't think like the guy is really serious about selling. I think he would have already. If the Saudis came up to you with a bunch of money and you're not selling and you're like trying to do this and do that, you're not trying to sell, bro. You know, Saudis are like, we'll give you whatever you want. And you're like, nah, wait, man, can I keep some of it? Like, you ain't trying to sell. All right, SPY coming down a little bit. Where's NQ? 4270. What a Monday, bro. Even then, if we like run up and do the little VWAP dance, but remember, every Monday has been green. There has been 6 to like 9 Mondays in a row that have all been green. NASDAQ is still hanging on right now. TLT is at a 2007 low, even hit 52-week low. Again, the whole bond curve absolutely wrecked today. Again, even if you go pull up the 10-year trading economics, you will see it's at 4.75 almost. It's like 4. I think it hit 4.7 briefly, or 4.6957, and then came down. But already, wow, yeah, I think we hit 4.7 for a little bit, and then came down. Fed bar generative AI could potentially improve productivity and growth quickly. Feel weird is green. It's half green today. Russell's getting destroyed, and then bonds too. I think even though the dollar's up like 0.5%, I think the problem child of the day it's young bonds. Again, just another blowout. Remember Friday? Remember we were looking for that bond stability, and then we didn't get it. That's unfortunately what's returned. You know, like there was like 1 day of bond stability. We loved it last week, and then it just, you know, we had what it was like Thursday. This wasn't. It was like maybe Friday or Thursday, kind of. We just like held within this range for a couple of days, and then that's it. Today, right back to it. So, like I was saying on the watch list, I do think if there's any selling pressure in October, it will maintain until we get the data. But at the end of the day, though, it has to. We got to get through all of this week, and then I think we start October seasonality. People like you that defend his actions are the reason he's so bold. The sad part is I don't know who you're talking about. But amen. The conversation is over. If you would like to continue the next political thing we bring up, feel free. But unless, I mean, you can keep, I mean, don't, but I'm checking out, you know what I'm saying, as far as that one goes. There you go. Well, even then, I'm talking to the middle. I'm not even, if your mind's made up, I'm well aware. But if you're on the middle like myself and you are part of the silent majority, that's who I'm talking to. That's all. But everyone else is just, you're doing your thing. You either with it or not. You have your own views. I've never voted in my life. So that's where I stand. Stocks are down. I mean, I think it's because of bond rates, but NASDAQ is still up. We're kind of climbing up here a little bit. Let's see. NASDAQ 0.3. You're talking to 3,400 people. Yeah, but if you're like full Republican or full Democrat, you're not listening to a word I'm saying. So they heard it, but yeah, but like I'm saying, it's just not. I'm just calling out something that I'm observing. I'm giving my opinion with it. And again, I think there's people in the middle like myself who are just observing, and like I'm saying, that's it. So you got both sides. Ever considered banning politics from the channel? We have for a little bit. But it's just like it really. I don't think it's been a problem until the end of 2020. Again, a lot more political ideology today than other times. Russell 2000 turns negative for 23 as small cap struggle. Then you like Chipotle? That is unbelievable. McDonald's was down earlier. I don't even know how food is going to play out. Again, Kellogg's, they had their thing today. I guess now they're called Kellanova. No, yeah, it really is intertwined with the market. I mean, again, your war, that's very political, all of that stuff. Again, policies on energy. The beginning of 2021, we've rallied off of industrial politics. Again, all of this stuff that Biden put out, that caused a lot of reaction as well, too. So, again, it's there. And then also, too, I mean, I told you, if this talk is even just wait, I'm gonna be a lot like I need to get these comments out, but honestly, I'm very happy and peaceful and ready because I'm telling you, next year is gonna be a shit show. So if you think this was a bad political discussion, I'm just telling you now, next year you're gonna have a lot more advertising dollars on this topic, and you're gonna see people a lot more into it. So some of you might even get politically mobilized. So we'll find out on the next episode of The United States. Her girlfriend works at Chipotle. She said the sales are crap across the whole region due to price hikes. Said the food is being shipped to them is noticeably worse quality. Damn, I had Chipotle like a month ago. I had the carne asada and I liked it. Now you just ruined it for me. Allure, A-L-U-R. That's a weird ticker. Allurion. Sounds so seductive. Chewy's on the high. Again, big tech kind of stopped moving here. What the fuck? What's the... The bonds are whole. I'm looking. The commission on the ES is $2. I depressed you thinking about the options next year? Nah, just don't worry about it. Just take care of your local community. Show love. That's it. You might be better off just freeing your mind. Just get ready. That's it. You don't remember. You're gonna have friends and be like, I'm not your friend anymore. Why? Wait, because I can't speak to someone like why? Wait, what? Because of what? I'm crazy. I think that was only in 2020 though. That was only in 2020. I've never just you had people in the chat all over. I had people I knew. They were like, yeah, I don't talk to this person anymore because of the election. It was a very divisive election in 2020, man. Very well. I mean, stocks do good after elections sometimes, but usually the year before, that's when stocks are supposed to do better. Oh, 2020 great song. My dad and uncles are already ramping up the tribal politics. It's already starting, but give it just definitely if we could get through, they're gonna try their best to get us through Christmas or Thanksgiving. Last thing we need is that we're gonna save that one for next year. But then again, just watch out for the holidays. But we should be able to make it through holidays without too much craziness, and then starting 2024, it'll be all about the economy and then elections and primaries. And before you know it, it will be here. All right, SPY coming lower. I am back negative on that ES now. I'll work for a little bit. If we don't get VWAP, that'll be kind of ugly. It's already 11, so one more hour till power hour. And usually around 11, things get crazy. Again, Fed bar is still speaking. Again, random headlines are coming in. There's one 5 minutes ago. Potential positive and negative implications of AI could be quite large. Do I like Rubio's or Chipotle? Oh, I think they're completely different. I don't know. I like them both. Okay. What time? How you guys feeling about push-ups right now? I want to do some resistance bands. Are you with me? You guys know we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. It's a weird time. We missed it a couple times. But get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get our knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything, but get the body moving. Then the optometrist recommendation. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, it feels good, huh? You're at the gym right now? There you go, baby. There you go. So relax. Relax the eyeballs, the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Here you go. You want some halftime uncle? How about instead of uncle, I give you F350? I feel like we haven't had enough F350 on the day. Because I'm going to step away to do my back workout, so you might not hear me. Let's see. Where is it? You know, you guys could use it. Oh, I searched F350. It doesn't come up. You damn. I guess F350 is a lot to go against. You are going down a little lower. Just passed your MLO license. Good work, baby. Congratulations. That's what I'm talking about. Good work, baby. Now get some push-ups in. There it is. Okay, do your push-ups. I'll leave it unmuted, but I'm going to be doing my push-ups.
Angel on the track.
Yeah. Loading up my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her why they driving in the slow lane if they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Nigga, I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me mad. Loaning on my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird.
There it is. There you go. I love it. I love it. That's good. I got workouts in. I hit a quick bathroom break in that. We could do a lot in that 3 minutes, man. That's beautiful. And then even I even got some of y'all converted in here. You don't realize it, huh? Mm-hmm. This is why, because look, at first you guys are like, it's trash, better on mute. And like, look at that, 48 hours later, you're like, it's so bad, it's good. That's why now you like, it's so trash, it's such a bad song that it's catchy. That's good though. Welcome, you've been converted. That's okay. Put it on. Would you like it one more time? Loading on my F350. Oh, it's fun, man. It's fun. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it. That's so bad, it's good. I'm fucking down with that. Are you kidding me? What do you mean? That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Let's amen. That's a work. We're getting a little positive. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. 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 That's what I'm talking about. That's progress. Progress, baby. That's good. There you go. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Whether you thought it was bad or good, I'm glad you got some enjoyment. No other updates. Again, Michael Barr might be speaking still. You'll still get some. Issue right now is bonds in dollars. And, bro, America trading a little different than Europe Friday and Monday. We are following along, but we'll see if we get a Monday close. We were just talking about that. Every other Monday has been green. So let's see, man. Let's see. I'm converted now. It's good, man. Well, listen, it's on Apple Music. It's on Spotify. Wherever you want it to get stuck in your head, it's there for you, bro. Amen. 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 It hits, man. Good. Bro, I like it too. I be listening to it, man. That's it. That's it, man. So no more music. I could cut my speakers down. I got 8 people in the studio listening. Let's go. They got long terms? I hope they do. Hope. Progress, not perfection. All right, SPY. I'm still in that the MES. I kept them small today. Pfizer's been going up. Again, you guys were calling out BioNTech. It looks like the NASDAQ's getting some juice, but if anything, I think this is SPY closing up the gap with NASDAQ. UNH. Did they stop production of the Lightning 150? I think that was a couple weeks ago, or I think they said they were lowering it. I don't know. I want to say they restarted it, but I don't remember. Love you, bro. Invitation to the farm still open. Next summer might be best. Still need to send you details. Oh, yeah. What's it like during the winter? So, because that's the thing. Winter is, I think there's more holidays towards the end of the year. But I still want to see it, bro. That's actually an experience. I want to be on a farm. I would love to spend the day on a farm and know how it operates, what goes down. I think it'd be very educational and fun. And then the videos you've already sent me, I'm like, no way, bro. It looks so legit. Disney fat green shoot. A little bit, yeah. Good call out on that. Disney, a little runner here. There's some volume behind it. Your song should be on the radio, man. You a very positive, loving person. That's it. You were showing love today. You said you subscribing. Now you get that song on the radio. We need more people like you, man. Just in the world. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot here in the chat, but in the world, we need more win and loser out there, huh? New password account sharing for streaming are set to kick off November 1st. Oh, is that for Disney? I I don't know. Remember, they unleashed the same steps as Netflix, but their stock performance has not played out the same. I am still in GPCR. Yeah, we're down like $3 a share, $2 a share now. It came back up. That was the Ozempic play from Friday. No, Netflix did it a while ago. If they just did it for you last week, you're lucky. But no, it led to people getting kicked off of their accounts and then other people signing up. So far, it wasn't too nuts, but they did have some of it. So, like, they had some positive and negative churn off of it. But overall, like, if you remember Disney, it was like last earnings or 2 earnings ago, pretty much their game plan was copy everything Netflix did to recover. They said they're going to raise prices, they're going to do password sharing, and then something else that Netflix did. But just Disney's stock has not gone up since then. I just stayed signed in on the smart TV, and it always works. Really? Damn, bro. That didn't work for me. LRCX off of that? Off of which headline? Oh, they're dumping. U.S. warns China updated rules on AI chip shipments are coming. Reuters. So, again, Reuters had the GM stuff earlier. Usually they're first. If Reuters has an exclusive, that one drops very early. Oh, ES is popping now? And then Biden administration warned Beijing to expect updated rules curbing shipments of AI chips and chip-making tools to China as soon as early October. So check even ASML. Disney's even popping a little bit more. ASML is going down. Where were they off of that one headline? They were at 560. Remember last week with all that stuff, and then they had that crazy pop. But they're kind of already back down, so watch out for that. SPY's kind of running pretty big. Stoney. Oh, welcome. And the guru. God bless you. Look at that. A peach and a pony. A peach and a pony walk into the chat. One guy looks at the next guy and says, hey, you have a long term? The other guy says, no, what's that? And then Josh pulls up and slaps the... No, okay. I was going with it. Thank you. God bless you guys. Got it back. It never left. It never left, baby. It never left. It never left. Was that a good joke? You guys like that joke? Wow, I did not expect any LOLs from that joke. Because, like, if I said that joke and I looked at myself saying that joke, I would have looked at y'all and been like, what? That's a weird joke, sir. I guess. A chat, a pony, and a peach. Josh drives. I was going to rent a F-350 last weekend just to, like, but it didn't work out, but, yeah. Is SPY green yet? No. Bonds are kind of going up, but this is some BS. Again, I guess where were the bonds here earlier? You're around the same price. I don't know where the dollar's at. Dollar's been the same thing all day. All right, I sold the MES, made another like $50. Honestly, not bad. I think I've realized like 170 on the baby ones so far. Again, if these were the bigger ones, that would have been like 1,700, $2,000. But I kept them small here because I don't really want to take these trades. But I'm seeing some things, and I'm keeping them. Again, I'd rather keep my cash, but it's not bad. I should go camping and drive. I want to, bro. She don't want to camp. I want to go glamping, bro. I want to go glamping, but she's not down. Record a F-350 like we used to in the land. I know what you're saying. The Watchlist videos in the car, that could work. Buy bond. I think on it, I'm still in that other bond. It keeps getting clapped, and then the next day I'm like only down like 400. Then it gets clapped intraday. But I do like that approach. Buy at close, sell at open, or sell when it goes up. Did glamping. It's one of the funnest vacations. I think it looks cool. I told my girl, I was like, I want to get like a crazy ass RV and just try. But she's like, camping. She's not. They don't do that in Europe. She's not a big fan. But I'm trying to go. Glamping is where you take, like, you go camping, but just in, like, some really nice shit so that it's, like, glamorous camping. Glamping. Ta-da. Did she say it like that? No, she said it way more annoying. It wasn't, like, mine. Mine sounded a lot more pleasing to the ear, I feel like. The way she says it just ticks me off sometimes, but, yeah. U.S. may update China chip rules as early as October. Yeah, camping with electricity. Let's see. Where's AMD and NVIDIA? They're still kind of holding. Yeah, NVIDIA hold 2.5, the Goldman upgrade. Basically camping for the soft. Exactly. That's why I'm like, this sound perfect. Because, like, I'm never going to go camping normally. So I was like, give me electricity, a bed. You know what I'm saying? Like, bug repellent. Like, because I'm inside. Oh, man. And then, like, I can walk outside to the woods, you know? Maybe I'll make s'mores or something. No. Like, you just take, like, it's just like it's just a decked out. It's just like soft camping. Camping light. Hotel in the woods, yeah. Now you talking. I love camping, rugged style. Nah, man. I did that. I told you I did it back in the day when I only went camping once. It wasn't that bad, but I learned a lot that trip. I went camping with the church. What was it? Royal Rangers. I went one time when I was young in church, and I was like, dude, this is so different, though. And, like, it was all new to me. But I got to camp one time. It was real rugged camping. I ain't ever gone since. I have not gone since. I've been ghetto spreading the bond puts and then buying back the one I sold as they go back down. That's honestly, it'll suck if you get caught off guard on one of those trades, but that's not that bad of a approach because literally you get to play all the effery of the bonds, you know, just literally short it when it runs up. And then if you're still kind of in that position, comes down, you could just profit and realize money every day that the bonds are doing this stupid back and forth. I like it. SPY down 0.27. Oh, I sold out the ES, right? Fuck yeah. I just sold out of it. So, again, I have no more of these little mini future plays for the day. I still got the old bond play from last week. You took your wife on a date camping before you got married. It was 20 degrees. The weekend we went, she was sick and stuck it out. You were proud. Yeah, that's not my girlfriend. She's like totally stopping me from camping. My girlfriend doesn't get sick. It's weird. That's why I think she's a spy too. It's hella weird. Like every time I get sick, she's fine. I think I saw her with a cold once. I rewatched their options video and it sounded different. Honestly, we could try to replicate it. You guys want to try to replicate it? Because somebody said that earlier today too. But I think it's my microphone because I'm using a different mic. I had a different recording setup, but I don't know. Maybe should I go plug in the old mic? I have it. I have the old mic. It's a Rode mic instead of a Shure. And then SPY coming back down. That was a good sell on the ES. Ever since I had kids, I get sick. Yeah. I still have that. I don't know. I like the Shure, but the Rode mic captures my voice differently. It's more like echoey in a weird way. I don't know how to explain it. Biden remarks on Americans with Disabilities Act. Your mom might think you're on Ozempic. Dude, that was so... I got kind of mad at my mom. But I was like, Mom, like, why would you say that to me? I'm like, come on. Like, my mom, like, even if I was high in front of my mom, she wouldn't know. But, like, she's never be like, are you doing drugs? Like, that's why I'm like, what? But then now my mom's like, are you on Ozempic? That's so offensive. Yeah, I'm like, are you saying my face look weird? What are you trying to say? Are you saying I can't lose weight? Were you calling me bigger before? Yeah, bro. I was like, what's up, Mom? Oh, wait, but no, let me tell you this. Can I tell you something that made me really excited? Can I tell you something that made me, and you guys might be excited for me, honestly, because this was so exciting. This is why we were talking about it. You guys hit it. I was going to tell you this earlier in the day. I'm so happy, bro. Honestly, that's why I hope I'm in a good mood. I hope you benefit off of me being in a good mood, man. I don't know. Again, we even hit play. I think we're like 3 for 3 on the day with scalps, too. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, I love it. Bro, my mom. I got my mom into the gym. Uh-huh. I don't know what happened. My mom just read the right article or something, bro. My mom is down with the gym now. And it's weird because, again, she has a lot of like physical problems like with movement and stuff like that. So I've been trying to like get her to do like it's very hard for her. So it just over the last like couple of weeks, bro, she's been like slowly getting into it. But this weekend, bro, I was in the gym with my mom, like showing her how to move. Like we do the pool a lot. That's where I'm like, yeah, like. But like, nah, bro, this is a blessing. You have no idea. I got her doing resistance bands now. I'm so happy. You have no idea, because I'm like, finally, like we're gonna see some very, very good progress there. I'm very excited for her. So yes, man, we got moms in the gym, bro. But are you ready for this though? Here's the funny one. I didn't just tell you this so you're happy. I told you because there's comedy in it. Are you ready? Mm-hmm. I take my mom to the gym because she's asking me about this stuff, and I'm like, let's just go. And then we go, and I'm like showing her all this stuff, showing her how to use machines. Like, she doesn't know, like, if you pull the weight dumbbell out, it won't do any weights. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like showing her it, but she now has me try to show her the leg press, you know, like not like a real leg press, you know, the machine where you like sit down and there's like you put your legs on it and it's like it's machine weighted, right? But here's the thing. She didn't know how to use it. She starts looking back and she's like, how do you do this? And long story short, my mom thought where your feet go was where your back goes. So my mom was trying. She's like, I can't do this. It's so hard and this and that. No, because it's really easy. This is like a machine. It's generally safe with low weight. But yeah, she just didn't know how to operate the machinery in this case. So I was like, man, so I'm glad I was there to help her. Oh, I laughed too. I was cracking up. You have no idea. Mm-hmm. I think, yeah, it was like, she didn't know how to position herself. Like, I was like, what? No. Because then she saw me doing it, and she's like, that's how you do it? So we'll see. We in Vegas, baby? Oh, what? Are you guys already in Vegas? Oh, man, co-realist. Is it really? I guess EXP, huh? Oh, my goodness. Dang, you guys are already going to be in Vegas? Oh, my goodness. Hair for the week, baby. We'll enjoy it. Be safe out there, okay? I hope you guys don't develop any, like, crazy drinking stories. You're like, I went out to the cult real estate thing, and then it turned into the hangover. What? I know Watch wanted to send some love. Full-time student, let's go, baby. You doing good though? At least enjoy it, man. School is always a good time. So it's the best time. You'll realize it later, man. I'm glad to see you. Have you gotten it? You got to see some of the 2K streams though, right? Below VWAP. I'm kind of down to buy the MES again, low key, but what price was it at? I think this is the same price I bought it at. Where's the dollar? We're 0.4 from going green. Biden is speaking right now, I think. I don't know if you want to watch it. We've had a lot of listening. We had to listen to that round table was insane. That round table was very long, it felt like. We had to do a lot. Yeah, there's only 200 people watching this, even on CNBC.
I know I don't look old enough to do it, but one of my first
you look
acts
older
was
today, sir.
I was a co-sponsor
It's the
of
sun.
rehabilitation.
The sun have him squinting. He don't usually look like this, but he got a good glow.
The first time in nation's history we declared in law what we knew to be true. That Americans with disabilities deserve dignity, respect,
Give you guys 5
and
minutes.
equal chance at the American
5
dream.
minutes to Joseph.
The Rehabilitation Act is one of the most consequential civil rights laws in our nation's history, banning discrimination on the basis of disability by any entity funded by the federal government. It promoted equal access for communities, access to our communities, authorized independent living services, and research that supports disabled people in living their lives that they want to lead. Folks, that after the Rehabilitation Act was signed into law, its implementation was delayed. In response, disability advocates staged sit-ins named for the section of the law that the government had failed to implement. One of those was, as you've already mentioned, Judy Heumann, who we lost earlier this year. And we're joined today by so many of Judy's family and friends. Would her family stand up, any of Judy's family? Thank you. As an infant, you all know Judy contracted polio and lost the ability to walk. At the age of 5, she was prohibited from entering kindergarten because her principal deemed her wheelchair a fire hazard. Judy turned that pain of this rejection and the many more that followed into purpose. After the Rehabilitation Act passed, she led demonstrations in San Francisco, testified in congressional hearings, demanding that the people in power actually implement the law that was passed. And after 4 years of protests, Judy and disabled activists all over the country were successful. History shows it's often not the people in power, but the power of the people that moves the nation forward. And all of you did. The Rehabilitation Act laid the groundwork for another landmark law celebrated today, the Americans with Disabilities Act. Steny Hoyer led the charge in the House, along with Major Robert Owens. And Tony Polo, I don't know, as well as Tom Harkin and Bob Dole, they led the fight in the Senate. I was enormously proud to be a Senate co-sponsor. Today, 3 decades after its passage, many of us can still recall America, where a person with disability could be denied service in a restaurant or a grocery store, or an employer could refuse to hire because of the disability. And when we passed this law, we made a commitment to build an America for all Americans, Perhaps most importantly, we did it together. This was a bipartisan bill signed into law by Republican President George H.W. Bush 33 years ago on this spot in the South Lawn of the White House. It marked progress that wasn't political but personal for millions of disabled American veterans and families. Folks, for more than 61 million Americans living with disability, these laws are a source of opportunity, meaningful inclusion, participation, respect, and my dad would say the most important of all, dignity, being treated with dignity. Ensuring The American dream is for all of us, not just for some of us. A bulwark against discrimination and a path to personal independence. And for our nation, these laws are a testament to our character as a people, a triumph of values over selfishness. But of course, these laws didn't bring an end to the work we need to do. Disabled Americans are still 3 times less likely to have a job. They're often earning less for the exact work someone else is doing who's not disabled. Too often, disabled Americans are unable to vote, to get to and from work and school, to enjoy public spaces. But thanks to all of you, we're continuing to make progress. My first few months in office, I was around to sign an executive order. Proud to do it, establishing a government-wide commitment to advancing equality and equity in federal employment, including for people with disabilities. It brought together the Department of Labor and the Office of Personnel Management to ensure that we're making federal workplaces all over fully accessible
And you're hitting a low
to
on
people
that.
with disabilities. So the dignity and rights of disabled Americans are lifted in every policy we pursue.
I grabbed a
The
MES
whole purpose
4301.
of engaging my labor department is to help protect workers with disabilities and fight to end the unjust employment practices. You know, we're also helping state and local governments.
Again, I still think it could go lower, but
businesses and nonprofits.
I think this is like
Access for the
4,300.
funds
I do have one
to hire
MES.
More disabled Americans.
Just long side.
Continue to make sure this
I'm worried about the
looks
dollar,
like
but
America.
bonds are still chill.
Appointing people with disabilities
So that
to
could come
positions
down,
all
but
across our government.
4,300 is a very
And
big
over
level.
my first 2 years, my administration, we've seen a 22% increase in people with disabilities employed by the federal government. And we're going to continue to grow. We're making the federal government a model employer when it comes to wages, accommodations, opportunity to advance for people with disabilities. We're also taking action to improve access to health care for disabled Americans. Today, as many of you unfortunately know, some doctors and hospitals are denying medical treatment.
Dollar is about to go
related
up here.
organ
That will
donation.
not be good. Again,
For
success on the high
life-saving
now
care
too.
for disabled Americans
TXN, a
based
lot of
on
things
their
on the low.
disability alone. That's why the Department of Health and Human Services just proposed the rule barring these kinds of denials from medical treatment, because no American should be deprived of health care they need, period. Simple. No American. And the Department of Health and Human Services also launched a long COVID clinical trials and created the Office of Long COVID Research and Practice with a first of its kind initiative in our history. And because of your advocacy, the National Institutes of Health just designated people with disabilities a health disparity population. And you all know what that means. I'm going to try to briefly explain that to people listening, which opens up new funding for research into unmet health needs specific to disabled Americans. We also launched ARPA-H to drive breakthroughs in biomedicine to prevent, detect, and treat diseases including cancer, diabetes, Alzheimer's, and other neurological diseases like MS.
Yeah, bonds look hideous.
American
Bro, if the
rescue
bonds
plans
get clapped
provided
from here, it just
billions
is
of
going to be
dollars.
pretty ugly. Again, we're
All
already at
50
these
states.
lows
All
prior,
50
but
states to expand
everything's in the same
home and
position.
community-based services
Dollars,
under
one
Medicaid.
candle up, will
So-
probably hit when the market goes red, and then bonds if they flush. It
Again,
just,
in my
again,
experience,
that's the problem
friends
child.
would say, well, my experience is it also just continues to provide the dignity they're looking for. Just dignity. More people with disabilities, including intellectual and developmental disabilities, can live independently at home. The Inflation Reduction Act capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month, and out-of-pocket prescription drug costs are going to be limited to $2,000 a year for older Americans.
That's
no
how
matter
serious
what
it is,
the
yeah.
disability,
It's
no
only if you
matter how
like it.
expensive, no
But yeah.
matter what
Oh,
drugs they
I'm still
use,
unmuted on
even if
YouTube.
they're using cancer drugs
I was
at
answering
10,
a Twitch
12,
question.
$14,000, no more than $2,000 a year.
Right, none of it.
A bipartisan infrastructure law makes the biggest investment ever, $1.75 billion to make transit and rail stations more accessible. We're modernizing airports,
Okay, dollar's
adding
still
wheelchair
creeping
ramps,
up.
accessible restrooms, and so much more. The Department of Transportation issued a rule that now requires all new single-aisle aircraft over a certain size to have wheelchair accessible restrooms. The Department of Justice proposed standards for state and local governments to make their internet content and mobile apps more accessible to disabled Americans so they can easily do things like travel to and from work and school, care for themselves and their loved ones, and vote. And look, accessibility is the cornerstone of ensuring government works for everybody. Accessibility. So let me close with this. Judy Heumann, in reflecting on her life, wrote, and I quote, "Change never happens at a pace we think it should. It happens over years of people joining together, strategizing, sharing, and pulling all the levers they possibly can." That's the story we're celebrating here today. Progress hard fought and won, making real our nation's founding promise that every American has a right to be recognized and respected for who they are. Millions of Americans with disability, this is a source of identity and power. This is the essence of the disability pride. Look, folks, it's the essence of what Judy and so many of you here today have fought so hard for, and the progress we'll continue to make together. Folks, as I look out on all of you, I can honestly say I've never been more optimistic about America's future. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Never. We just have to remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity. We set our mind to do it, and we work together. And folks, there's so much more. Because it's so hot out here, I don't want to keep you here. Folks, the fundamental research going on for all the various disabilities is staggering. It's staggering. And for example, whether it's ARPA, we're spending billions of dollars on research and development for health disparities. Everything from,
Anyway.
You all not only had the physical courage to deal with
you know you're
disability
doing.
is.
You know what it is.
In this community.
Okay.
But you stood up.
Yeah, get out.
You spoke for everybody else. You spoke not just for yourself, but for everybody. You've changed their pride, their dignity, to be able to do what they want to do as best they can. So I think this is just the beginning. I think someone's going to be standing here 20 years from now talking about how fundamentally it's changed across the board. Across the board. We can never stop. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you.
I love it. I love the little quick jog, bro. There you go. There you go. Good job, Biden. Good job. Good to see you. Good to see you. Dude, that White House lawn looks magnificent. You know, it looks magnificent. I love the I love the Biden shuffle. The little, with the shoulders, he gets going, and, you know, it's like picking up. He's like, all right, I'm going. I don't know why the NASDAQ's green. Again, I've been saying all day, waiting for it to go negative. I took that earlier one, but that never happened. I mean, we're holding back down. I was just saying it a couple minutes ago. The problem is everything looks exactly how we started in the morning. Again, it's not like there was headlines. There was data. All the data came in hot except for prices paid, which we liked for a little bit right here. But other than that, you know, it's been the same all day. Bond yields are getting blown out. The dollar keeps going higher. All the other currencies, again, the pound and everything else is getting weaker too. So it's pretty wild. Your predictions starting sell off, then rip in October. I'm still feeling that. I'm 100%. If I'm wrong, it's gonna cost me. Not only just like with the MES, I don't plan on holding, but you know I do. That's why I've been holding some stuff, even though I want cash. But I do think it's like if the data supports that, we could easily see October come out. But it's not gonna be as easy as we think. So right now we're still getting some selling pressure. The bonds are still relentless. And we'll see where this takes us. Target plans to close 9 stores. Is that beyond what they announced last week? Because we've been hearing that a lot. Again, Target's just clapped another 4%. My goodness. the exception of oil, the Magnificent Seven is propping up the entire market. Sadly, again, you guys brought it up, and we had that little talk, but I think equal weighted S&P is negative. So there is a lot of truth to that statement. Unfortunately, it's not like all economic data is collapsing in the same respect of like last year or not, but the equal weighted S&P, where is the beginning of January? Right here. So I don't know if this might be trading one day behind. Yeah, this is as of September 29th. It's one day behind, but that's definitely negative on the year now, which is crazy to think about. We would just be back to the beginning of the year. We wouldn't, which would be 20 points higher than the low, but it'd still be ugly, dude. Target's flushing, SPY again, LRCX, a couple of other names. They had reactions there with that chip news. Federal Communications says Dish to pay $150,000 to resolve space debris enforcement action. There is, I think, your 2.5 standard deviations of oversold. That was the headline we read in the morning. So that is part of some of the bounce argument as well. UVXY is going up now, too. That's up 4. NASDAQ has gone negative. So if you were waiting for that, there you go. Again, NASDAQ is now finally red, 14,875. I guess it hit that briefly at one point. So NASDAQ futures haven't gone red yet, but the NASDAQ on the E-Trade is saying negative. Yes, and impossible open face, that's the exact answer you need. UVXY is just printing success. Again, even Yang. Remember, China is closed. I think volume is slightly above average. I don't think it's too crazy. Yeah, 57 million, and we are, almost at power hour. It's like 10 million an hour, slightly lower, I think. Realty income, anything related to bonds. Again, the bonds are getting blown out right now too. So all REITs, even I'm surprised financials are doing good, but they're even down. KRE is down 2.7 right now. Honestly, that's probably where we should be looking, bro. This is hurting the banks. Again, once again, every high the bonds hit, everything related to banks, real estate, lending, loans, it's just whether they're getting impacted by it right now, it improves the likelihood they will have to react to it down the road. But even KRE, again, I'm pretty sure we're right in the gut of SVB levels now. Actually, a little lower, believe it or not. This is even getting to FRC levels. NASDAQ, it went red before. The futures haven't gone red, though. That's what I'm waiting on. Go look at /NQ. Wait for that thing to hit red. That would be the only one, I think, that hasn't. Again, ES is already down by 0.62. ES hasn't hit a new low. Same thing for SPX. But we're right there, again. And then dollar, like I'm saying, from the morning, everything is just right where it needs to be to look ugly. Again, we're coming into the low. Dollar's already into the high. You just start trading futures. I love it. Thanks for putting you on, of course. Keep it small or find your element with it. But again, in a world with back and forth and the premiums and that, it's a great tool to have. So, hopefully you paper traded them a little bit, but you will find them as part of your arsenal. Definitely be careful. Paper trade them. No, options are great. You didn't really get scammed, but options changed, and the options will change back eventually. But make sure you paper trade the futures for a little bit to get familiar with them, and you'll be good to go. Longer dated puts on KRE are selling at a discount. I looked at them a while ago, but they're all still pretty expensive. All of them are like this, implying a very big drop, unfortunately. We're setting up for the greedy bears. No, I think we're waiting for data. Just don't forget everything I was telling you last week. It still applies up until October 13th. We are in the catalyst vacuum. So this like weird momentum, it is the beginning of the month, and we just had the end, and now we got the beginning of a new quarter. But this idea that there's nothing meaningful up until really the 13th. Again, there is big data this week. The jobs report tomorrow, ISM, all of those can cause reactions. But like we're kind of seeing today, bonds were already dying even before that. They were kind of already doing that. So it's like 13th, we get CPI and then Powell, and then it's earnings. So like that right there, that's where the market's going to make its mind up. So if you think the market is going to bounce without checking anybody else, like without checking in with anybody, you're incorrect. If you think the market is going to crash and die without a total abysmal something either blowing up or, again, checking in with someone, you're incorrect. Why? Because most investors on Wall Street, they are going to make up their mind after CPI, Powell, and earnings. Why? Because it makes a lot of sense. If you want a tax loss harvest, if you want to get ready for the next year or whatever you think is going to happen, why would you sell out or buy in with any impression when those data points are what will determine whether or not we go higher or lower? Pretty much bad CPI, bad Powell, bad earnings, you're going back lower. It's going to be a rough end of the year. If all of that stuff ends up good, you're probably going to end the year how we started it, with a lot of activity. So that's why we're kind of in this weird, we've already sold off a lot, dramatically to a degree. It was one thing to do it in August and bounce back up, but you could kind of see where we're at now. That's one thing to keep in mind. But the general idea here is you have all of this. It's the week of October 13th. So pretty much we got this week coming up here. It's by next week, by next Friday, pretty much. That'll be, I think so, next week. That's why this week does it. It's the end of next week. Let me get it for you. When does next week start? Monday. So Monday, you're not going to have anything. Tuesday, you're going to have 3-month auctions, NFIB business optimism, and then consumer inflation expectations and wholesale inventories. Then on Wednesday, October 11th, you'll have the PPI, then the Fed minutes, and then oil, then Great Britain GDP, then China. Then on Thursday, the 12th, you're going to have, You're going to have the CPI, and then initial jobless claims. And then you'll have to wait for Powell November 1st. But that'll be enough. Then you'll have earnings season. So honestly, you get to wait for Powell. That means Powell is going to wait on those events to do anything. That honestly fucks. I thought Powell was the 14th or something, or the 16th. Powell is November 1st. Yeah, there's no September or October meeting. But yeah, so next week is everything though. And then China comes out with inflation too, then Michigan consumer sentiment. But that's why I'm saying, though, it's like if you think it's going to die, if you think it's going to rally up, the real death, the real rally, no one's going to sell off or buy until, again, at least get bank earnings and a couple of others. But get our CPI, we've had oil going crazy a little bit, then we start earnings. That will let, people will react starting from there. So pretty much this week, there's no promise of anything. If the data moves us multiple standard deviations in terms of misses or beats, then we'll get some movement. But I hope you're seeing, though, for like what's going to happen in October, we need next week CPI, get the earnings, and then I guess end of earnings or middle of earnings, middle of earnings, end of this month, then we'll have Powell. So Powell's like 2 weeks after that. Have we found one Chad that has participated in the Michigan Consumer Center? No, we have not. I don't think we ever will. I hope so. I'll give you $100 if you could get interviewed by the Consumer Sentiment. Does that sound fair? I'll give somebody 100. You have to prove. I want to see, like, if you could honestly answer that. Like, I don't know. Do they give you like a sticker? If you could like record the call too, I don't know. But I'll give you $100. I know that there's been a lot of Chads on the Twitch lately. You guys have been liking some of the commentary on certain things where it's audio only, but it's good. You guys have been liking 2K. We've been getting real active, so it's good, man. It's good. I already abandoned TikTok, so if I didn't go. I didn't want to do that this morning. Too much work. I go to University of Michigan. Call the people. It's that lady. I've seen the website. It's wild, but do it. 500 of them. Let's go. Let's go, man. $100 if you could get an interview with. If you could be a part of the survey, I'd love to learn more about it. Spy's bouncing up a little bit. Go blue. Brent settles at 90.71. I'm still in that MES, yeah. But it's just, I think I'm break even. I don't want the money. I want proof it's not made up. I think it's not made up, but it's, if you're familiar with statistics, it's like, how you get your sample size and how you like get your sampling group. That's the whole point. They supposedly go for, it's supposed to talk about people in that local area, but at the same time, it's just like, I forgot the metrics. It's like certain people that they reach out to, it may only be like phone. I forgot. It's go on the website and read it. It's actually kind of wicked. Landlines only. Yeah, is it? I think it might be, bro. Bond. I don't think bonds might do it in the morning. Maybe at end of the day pump if the market pumps. But everything is like, this is even kind of worse than the last couple of days, if that makes sense. And just the fact that the dollars, there's no like gap. So like the other days, Thursday, Friday, the SPY would be up and then the dollar would be up and then bonds would be down. But it's like now dollar is literally into the high. Bonds are right next to the 52-week low. And then the SPY is, at a range where it might even clap a little bit. So very interesting. It only made $300 today. That's good. That's good. I had a trade for like $6. I was happy. I haven't made like 150. So you're good. You're good, baby. You're good. I'm gonna buy 3, and we get our deposit tomorrow. It should have came in already, but they make us wait. I have to explain the check-ins and the savings, in the long term, in the short term. That's that whole joke works with like long term and short term. It's the same exact thing. I feel like it's the same one. Yeah, it sucks. There's high commissions on the MES. They move small. Like these moves, if they were bigger, they would have been great. But even then, if you had to flip it, if they went negative, they wouldn't be as you wouldn't be as happy about them. But just watch out for the commissions, but they do kind of move like that. I like 3M a lot, but it's very it's just starting to move lower. So if you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have said no because it was still at like $100. Other names have moved way more. So I really I figured it would be a good time, or it would be a good idea to wait. But now it's a better time. So tomorrow I'm eyeing 3M, I'm eyeing Walgreens, I'm eyeing Disney and MO. It's probably going to be one of them, but I still don't know yet. I mean, out all day. Nothing's really been happening. We had like a Powell that caused nothing. You just bonds in dollar just destroyed off the morning. There was like subtly bad China data, but it wasn't too crazy. You heard from Fed speakers. There were some positive comments, and then the data all came in hot. There was one positive factor on prices paid going down. That was it. It seems like there was a lot, but the overall reaction. It's like if you just gave me the market without any of those headlines, it looked like it was going to do this anyways, just off of where bonds and dollar and how they've been moving all throughout the day. Great stuff. I hope it helps. But also, too, just, in the theory I said on the watch list, I think October still has room to flush in the beginning, but October should be a good month. But we were just talking about how next week is really important, and then after next week, we could actually start moving. As of now, though, we are still in the borderline same scenario, market movement, what's it called? The catalyst vacuum of last week for the most part. Tech stocks are crap. Well, that's the thing. So, given what we just talked about, maybe we talk about that now. But what do you think is going to happen? So if tech stocks are overvalued, overcrowded, whatever it may be, it's like, what's the event that's going to confirm or deny that? Anybody? We know that's why we got to keep this in mind as we move forward, because we're going to have run-up plays and playing after. Yeah, man, the results, the earnings. So you see, that's the thing that could really, not the rate cut. Rate cut will be, down the road, other things, but earnings. That's why I'm saying after October 13th there, once you're going to get banks, you're going to hear from Netflix. Once we really hear from these guys, then we're going to be able to see, okay, that's it. One of them, how many times have we seen it even last year? All it takes is one bad Facebook report. You're down 15% on one company. It's like any of the big seven that's holding up. And this is why I'm saying we're getting these awkward movements because we have these things right around the corner. There's no point to sell off till then. Like I'm saying, if you want to, damn the market till hell, bad earnings can help you do that. If you want to buy up this thing crazy to the end of the year, a good earnings is going to give you that justification, and then it'll be like a three-week gap until you hear from Powell. If we have a bear for today, it'll be crazy, though. If we close red, this will be our first down Friday, down Monday in a while. Again, we've been having some very green markets lately. So it's about to be power hour. 2 more minutes. Well, that's the thing. Maybe the bond dollar stuff, like I said, the difference between here and the last couple days, you don't have there's not like a big gap between any of them. So we'll see. Maybe either SPY rips up or one of them has to catch up, but maybe it pushes that all till tomorrow. Again, JOLTS jobs opening still has the potential to be big, especially if it continues the 3-month trend or chooses to recover for a little bit. Buying share. I was like, what are you saying? Binder? And then it came back to me. I was like, what the hell is binder? And then I forgot that was what somebody literally told Jerome Powell. They shared the story of their dating. I blanked for a minute. That was literally one of the biggest headlines of the morning, which is insane to me. It wasn't a real headline, but that's all I could remember from the speech. Oh, my goodness. Pfizer is looking good. It's moving up there. Don't forget about him. I don't like this chart at all, bro. This is so bad. This is a one-day chart. I can't believe we've gotten this close to 4.7 that fast. Even today, we were about 0.05 from the high. It's the only thing I took away, too. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. It's weird. That was just so... I didn't... Again, because, like, you guys have always asked, Josh, if you got to meet Powell, what would you say? Like he had his moment, and he was like, yo, bro, you hear about this app we worked on? He's like, yeah, bro. Power hour. So we're still near this low all day. See what the bonds want to do. FDA reauthorized Animal Drug Use Fee Act and Animal Generic Drug User Fee Act programs administered by FDA until 2028. Animal PDUFAs. So PDUFAs for animal drugs. I forgot. There's one company that makes, one biotech that does a lot of them. My wife thinks you talk like Southern Cali. She walked in the room and said that. She's from LA. That's good. You don't remember the first couple of years, people be like, you're from New York. I had somebody once tell me that I sound like, what's his name? Somebody told me I sounded like Mark Wahlberg from that one movie, The Departed. I was like, no. I've heard it before, but I was like, no. So I thank you. Tell your wife thank you. That means a lot to me, because that's a lot better than people telling me I'm from New York. Because New York, they don't smile, they don't laugh, they get angry. Zoitis. My mom says you sound like Pat Mahomes. I don't think I've ever heard the dude talk. I've only seen him through a football. But I've never actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever heard Patrick Mahomes talk. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm sorry for being a reductionist when it comes to athletes. Oh, you're coming down here. Watch out for that. Again, oil and futures have already settled. 4261 is the low, or 4260 is the low. You're at 4262 right now. Raul came to strike back. And then, GM even went a little lower. I think we could have got it like maybe $30 off of that. 4262. Malibu's most wanted. Thank you. I appreciate that. Falsiza. I think in Malibu's most wanted, though, I'm more like the Middle Eastern dude, unfortunately. That's where y'all forgot the cast. You know, there's more than one of them. Kind of sound like Squidward. Okay, fair enough. We're about to 1 point from a low. And you're almost down there, and the bonds have not moved. Yeah. Oh, Japan stress test banks for risk of Silicon Valley stock. What? Japan to stress test banks for Silicon Valley bank-style crisis. Coming out from the Nikkei. Interesting. Watch the yen on that. I wonder if that'll move anything. That's a weird one. So Japan is going to start doing apparently Japan is going to start doing a stress test that would like account for unrealized losses on everybody who has bonds. That's terrifying. Because if you don't know, they have a way bigger problem than us in terms of people holding debt and the value of said debt. But they don't, because again, if they raise rates, they would get clapped. Interesting. That's a very interesting headline. Or it's not, it just means that maybe they're getting ready to raise rates. Yeah, exactly. They're testing. Maybe that means one step closer for sure. That's why I'm like, if they're saying that now, we'll see what happens. USDA says 1.783 million tons of DDGs produced in August, down from 1.86. What's a DDG? Oil futures are settled, I think. I think they're still open, but like you might be able to trade them, but so far it should be. Yeah, so some of them are trading. Greedy long. Well, maybe let it flush a little bit. I'm already in that MES from earlier still. But we still have 55 minutes. You haven't hit another low, so maybe it does. But it's weird because from here, it's like maybe we go to 42.55 and then it goes crazy. But we'll see. Twirl Dwayne Gradberry Jr. Pontiac made DDG. I don't know what that is. It's something related to the USDA. Yeah, NEE is the actual reason. So I think all of them are going down, but if you haven't seen Nextera, they're one of the biggest holdings on XLU, and they cut their dividend and then guided lower on the year. So they're down 10.5% right now. So that's part of it, but it's clear. There's a lot of other stuff. There's your pop. Yeah, NASDAQ futures all day. They've refused to go red. They're barely in the green, but again, NASDAQ just flipped red on that bounce. Again, S&P, that has a little ways to go, but my goodness. I think I'm up on that play by like $2. You sound exactly like your uncle. Well, yeah, I think it's because I'm getting older. I think I'm just like, my voice is starting to sound like my family members. It's kind of weird. Okay, a little pop there. I want to hear Patrick Mahomes.
Back on CBS Sports HQ, let's take a look.
And then the offense had 2 drives in the fourth quarter where we had some staying drives, and that's a good defense. So
I sound like that?
But obviously
Fuck
a lot
you
to
guys.
learn from and a lot to correct.
Patrick, you guys killed the last.
You think I sound annoying?
Minutes with the ball.
Nah.
Similar to the way the Jacksonville game ended.
Yeah.
Why you guys been so good in those situations?
Yeah, it was just guys responding. Obviously, we didn't play to our level in that kind of that second, third quarter, but guys responded and kept just pushing.
What? No, I don't hear that one. Maybe usually when I deny it, I later realize it because I'm just saying no right now out of like, you know what I'm saying, out of denial. But I don't really think I sound like him. No, Kenny Powers is unique. You just got a better mic. Okay, maybe. Literally him. I guess maybe if you put him on a shore, because that's what I'm saying. I sound different if I go on another mic. That was at a press conference. Yeah, I'm still in them. MES went up. NVO on the high. Novartis. Yo, Novartis running. I swear. Didn't you guys just post a headline on that? Or did you say NVS is running? But NVS is on the high right now. Check news on that. Yeah, NVO rocketing now. That's another one. NVO weight loss drug sting maybe easing for device makers. They got approval for Rifloza. That was this morning. I forgot. But I don't know if that's it. 59. Let's see. The headline, weight loss drug sting may be easing for device makers, but that was a couple of hours ago. And then in the morning, press release, FDA approves Rifloza for children 9 years old and adults living with primary hyperoxaluria type 1, PH1, a rare genetic condition, Rifloza. And then they got the price target of 110 this morning by Argus, and then initiated at buy at Argus, and then share repurchase program. That's all this morning. So this could just be delayed reaction, but there might be another headline. Again, NVO. Oh shit, bro. Where's Jeep? Again, this is your boy, Ozempic. Wait. I thought they said this morning they didn't get it. Declines to draw. Wait, hold on. Yeah, no, they got Rifloza. Oh, I'm searching NVO. Yeah, NVO, excuse me. I saying Novartis, my bad. Yeah, I meant NVO. I searched both of them. But I'm searching NVO. This is the one, again, Rifloza. Eli Lilly, $9 pop. They're all getting ready. It sucks. They've came down from their highs, but remember, they've all just rocketed up. I like NVO, but I've not brought myself to buy it. Where to take your chick for your birthday today? Or her birthday? Have you taken her to, have you been to Lumi or have you been to Huntress? I love that place, bro. I've been telling everybody. That's a solid place, good vibe, downtown, right on 5th Avenue. You'll enjoy it. I like good food. Yeah, either one. If you want like steak and other food, go to Huntress. Yeah, it's fire. And get the katsu sandwich, bro. This is NVO. This is the one I was just reading the headlines on right there related to Rifloza. Haven't been? Go book it. It's good. It's good. I think, yeah, Robert. Didn't you go? I think Robert tried it out. But it's fire, bro. There's a cut. And they have other good stuff on the menu. It's just this. Oh, what else? They have one more thing that's fire. They have a cheap caviar. It's not like normal caviar. It's not like the black caviar. It's like the orange balls. I know this is going to sound really weird, but it's like $50, I think. Maybe less, but it's the best tasting smoked one. That's another one you add on there. That, but the katsu sandwich, you can't. No, that's it. It's like salmon roe. Yeah, that's what it is. But it's like usually they don't taste. I don't usually like it, but they got one and it's fire. It's fire. It's fire. And you got a little red. The hash browns born and raised have. Those are fire. Criminal trial of Menendez starts for May 6th court hearing. May 6th, 2024. All right, 45 minutes left on the day. That was man, all these little reds today, everything. What a day. Bonds or dollar just relented. I mean, bonds technically did, but bonds are one candle away from going really red, even more than 1.5 down on TLT. And then UUP still up 0.75%. OPCH, Novo's going up again. Watch Lilly too. So Novo, NVO, and then Eli Lilly. Again, I had Novo up from like $89 there. It's going insane. Yeah, dollar's right near the highs. That's interesting. GSK on the high too. Watch GPCR again. This is another. It might run with NVO. This is one we grabbed on Friday. This is one of those Ozempic drugs are related to it. GLP. Wait, what? Someone in the Twitch chat? North Dakota State Senator Doug Larson and his wife and 2 kids are killed in Utah plane crash? I don't know if... Let me verify that. Yeah. Hour ago. There's AP putting it out. Doug Larson, ND state senator, family killed in plane crash. His wife, yeah. It's coming out a couple of other places too. North Dakota senator. Yeah, bro, it's sad. I feel like I've heard a lot of plane crashes in the States, like low key. Like just little planes. It's always the small planes. Very sad. Change one of the UUPs. My bad. I'm putting up Novo because I was going back and forth. Eli Lilly's still going again. GPCR reacted a little bit, but not too bad. That SPY's still working its way up. CVS is now starting to pop. What is this? This thing's been red all day. Walgreens found a way to go green. MO 4-1. Think we're green tomorrow. That depends on the JOLTS jobs opening. So the beauty is nothing matters for tonight. Again, like I'm saying, even then, just you got to even keep an eye out for earnings and all that other stuff. But as far as all of this, I think tomorrow, yeah, you got job. You'll have Bostic in the morning. Nothing overnight that should move us. So pretty much first 30 minutes. All that, as far as green or not, it just all depends on job openings. Tomorrow is going to be super simple, actually, because it's very simple. If jobs bounce up, if job openings bounce back up, that won't be good, but then people will feel a little optimistic about it. But if jobs actually like crater and we see this again, that'll be both good and bad data. Honestly, I think tomorrow might be good no matter what. I know that's crazy to say, but it's going to rely on this, but market might find a way to spin bad is good and good is good too. So again, job openings go up. Technically, we don't like that, but it would stop the cratering. But then if it drops too much, the bonds would catch a fat bid. So simple. Jobs go up, bonds go down. Jobs go down, bonds go up. And again, we're talking job openings. So, but I think everything green, red, all depends on 7 o'clock my time, 30 minutes after the bell tomorrow. All right, can't get above that level. ACAT on the high. Dollar still catching some volume. 4269. We go high. I mean, any real rally, any real death spiral, I think we find out after CPI next week. But I'm just saying in general, if you want to figure out tomorrow, kind of like today, we kind of waited for the data, and even then the reaction was quite interesting. But, what it's really boiling down to is that jobs report in the morning. If that could cause something, depending on the trends we've seen recently, if you get a more than 2 standard deviation move on the jobs, I think the market will move very, very sizably. But if there's no big reaction, then back to punting. Powell has been. Again, they're all going to wait for that data and earnings, and then after we get CPI and earnings, then Powell's going to be deciding on everything else in terms of what he's going to do with rates and everybody else on the Fed. Netted indeed. 40 minutes left. SPY's still holding up. Again, we're up on the mini future too. Bonds are kind of. I don't like this though. It's like SPY kind of wants to hold green, but bonds look like they're looking over the edge, and then dollars like ready to just pogo stick. Boing, boing. Novo Jump says Milan challenge of 2 GLP-1 patents denied. There it is. So other patents denied overseas. So they're running up. That'd be good. Again, I love them, but there's so much, just they're so high. Taught me well. Hope I'm not annoying. Stated my opinion. No. Have no fear. I will tell you if you're annoying. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you. Thank you. NVO is a good one, man. I liked it. I've known it. Every time I've wanted it, it was already high, and then it just kept going higher. So SPY's working up Celsius now. I feel like a lot of previous runners from last month are kind of gassing up here. Again, Celsius up 2.5 into the highs right now. Dollar still wants to go. Bonds have not flushed below this level here. Again, this was kind of support here in the morning. Kava's on the high. Someone said a cart was on the low. Cart's at 27? Oh, my Maple Bear. What in the cart is this? What was their range? Was it 25 to 30 or was it 27 to 30? That's actually crazy. MES long. I'm up on mine from earlier, so I'm seeing here. We'll find. This is back to open though, so this is going to be one level on SPX. If we get past there, probably the 4280s, 4288, then back to 4290 or 4300. The news on Eli Lilly, again, 2 foreign governments, or I forgot what it was, they apparently denied patents related to GLP-1 drugs. So NVO and Eli Lilly started popping up there. What was the range on CART? Was it 21? It was 21 to 30? No. I think it would have went up after all the fear. No, I was saying this, though. This is how, like, every October starts. So even October, like, 2021, 22, we kind of start like this. Even last year, October was vicious, but it ended up being good. But it started off with, like, a little bit more of a flush. So the seasonality is all in check, but, you know, there's just a little bit of kind of moving into it. And then just with the schedule, there's so many things for October lining up in the beginning. So I think we got to get those out the way, and then we're going to find out if it's going to be good seasonally or not. But just go back and look at the last Octobers, and you could kind of get an idea of how they played. Send you the front, sides, and back of your 2K player for the bobblehead. How do I do that, man? I've never met him in real life. What do you mean? How do I get, like, in the game? Or, like, what am I? What? You got an IPO at 30, but what was the range? Remember, it was like 20. Was it 25 to 30, or what was the initial range for CART? I could just double check. It was like 26 through 28-ish. That's one of them. That was from September 11th. As soon, yeah. So it started at 20. Where was it? 22 million shares. 26 to 28. So the low end is $26. Yeah, CART 52-week low. He's getting mollywop. I buy CART at 16. Dip buy. I kind of like the lower end of the range. I'm not even like too opposed of it. I like 26, the initial price they wanted, because a lot of it's traded hands now. They just got everybody at such high prices now. And then again, ever since then, interest rates have just rocketed up. We've already talked about gold in the morning. Again, we had a nice little lesson. We talked about gold and other things in terms of being, what's the word? Clapped by dollar and interest rates. I'm talking just trading, not long term. No long term here. Amazon, UNH, yeah, CART's still into the low. Airbnb, but we'll have long term tomorrow. I have a couple ideas. I don't know. I want MO, Disney, and Walgreens quite equally right now. Just Walgreens moved down the most. Disney is kind of down, but then Disney's like right in the middle, and then Altria just has highest dividend with a good little sell-off there. Trade QQQ or SPY. Every now and then, something kind of similar. I'm in a MES, a micro future. That's something we traded a couple times today. My brother, tell him how important it is to stay focused and not emotional on the market. It's like 2K. I'm just telling, it's like if you play 2K and you get too into it and get mad when you miss a shot or something, you're going to do a lot worse. So if you do keep the emotions in check, it goes along. Like you got to be concentrated and in it enough to like know what you're doing and take it seriously, but not too seriously to the point where it kind of backfires on you. I think is the best way to put it. Yeah, I do. I have a lot of option tutorials on YouTube. So if you don't know, I got a YouTube channel, youtube.com/the trading fraternity, the stock market. So if you're new from Twitch, you may not see it. You could check it out there. But honestly, get a long term. I mean, if you hang out here, you'll get fast news. You'll learn a lot of other things. But best way to go about learning trading, set aside a budget that you could add every month. You know, how much money are you willing to put up in risk that you feel comfortable with, does not disrupt your life. And then on the other side, you set up another budget for stocks that you're gonna be like, the first day I joined this stream, I bought stocks and held them. You'll become a rich man one day. It's called the long term. So yes. I love you. I love you too. I'm the big bro, man. We family, bro. I said, man, amen. Sometimes I'm big bro, sometimes I'm little bro. I'm the middle child is what that's it. I didn't sell the MES. I'm in it. I'm up $40 on it, which is pretty good, almost 0.25% on the S&P, but I'm still riding that out. SXI and CTOS on the high. Oh, shit. That fucked me up. Okay. I'm kind of down. I don't know if I wanted to hold this for a couple of days. I wanted to do a semi-big position. Again, I think there's one more dollar it could drop. Damn it. I went for a cart, but I wanted 500 shares. I walked away with 1,000 though. So, hot dog. I'm in at 27.10. I think it could go down to 26. If it goes below 26, I'm fucked. If not, I do think it might have one of those stupid pops eventually. That's flip for sure. Maybe some people want it for the long term. We will see. About to cart your cash away. They might need to. We'll see. We'll see. Again, I still think it go to 20. That's why I was looking up the range. I've been waiting for this. I waited for 30, and then it just went right through. So I went to the earliest pricing they ever put out on September 11th was $26 a share. So again, it's traded, several times above the float already. So I'm hoping now at this point it'll get it, but still a lot of risk. Again, if any of the data turns out bad, pretty much I'm looking for a market rally at some point in October to dump that. So we'll see. Haynes brand does not offer a dividend. Oh, I need a bro, I'm going to order it right now. Is there an audiobook actually? I was about to buy that shit on Amazon, but let me put it on my playlist. Yeah, bro, I got you, bro. Yeah, full audiobook. Yeah, I'm down. They already got the effects too. I'm with it, bro. I'm with it. UPS, I have considered it, yeah. They could be good. But it just travel and everything else is also sticky spot for them. Or just, again, everything going on, freight, all the way down to shipping, unions. But they're also up a lot. That's the only problem. A lot of good names that we like. what book? He said the greatest salesman in the world. What's his name? O.G. Mandino. What do you think about hotels in New York are sold out? What do you mean? Now, is this related to Airbnb? This is what I was saying, though, but the prices will probably shoot up. Now we wish we had an Airbnb, but instead the Hilton family gonna monopolize. That's hot. What? You get it? No? Okay. They're great people. God bless you, Toriano. Enjoy the day. There's only 35 minutes left, 36 minutes doing our thing. Oh, it's related to the flood last week. $25 minutes left. Sorry, I'm not good at math. But for now, we'll accept it. Pronounce Uji. Uji. Oh, I thought it was OG, bro. I'd be like, I love that name. I was like, his name's OG. That's what I'm tired. His parents knew from the get-go. Makes it damn straight. All right, you're right at VWAP. I mean, I don't know. 25 minutes remaining. It's either we get the crazy move or not, but like nothing looks good still to this very moment. So again, dollar still elevated, TLT still near that like little flush zone. I mean, you have a pretty awkward day of just, it's like pressure all day. As far as trading goes, I have to set a small budget, like $50 a week to day trade. It's my entertainment budget. I used to dread losing days. Now I treat it like playing blackjack. It's helped because it restricts FOMO and beating myself up over losses. I think for trading, I think you could scale that up at whatever level you spend on entertainment, like legitimately. That's why I mean for trading. That's why I'm saying 0 days, options, gambles. You find out what it is, and then long term. Same, you set a budget that's based off of savings, and then you go from there. But 100%, I think that's how you do it, man. All right, came down $1 new high, though, on the day. So let's see what happens. UUP on the high ticker. Look at that. You see that? 295.9956, man. He's right there. Again, SPY just hit VWAP, kind of coming down. We got less than 25 minutes left. Volume's kind of creeping up. We might do 80, 90 million. Surprisingly, it didn't look like too crazy of a day there. Dollar strong like bull. Very strong. Nutella, Nutrila on the low, 52-week low right there. Can we hit 30 before the close? Nasdaq's still green. My question is, are we actually about to get a down Friday, down Monday right now? Let's see what happens. That's going to be, I remember I was saying that last Monday too, and then we somehow closed green like right there in the last like 30 minutes or something. I'm not in UUP. Unfortunately, the random play has UUP options, but I mean, what do you think happened to them? Even if they were out for January and you bought them in January, it didn't really work out too well. And then we even had the bond plays too from the random, but no dollar plays. I mean, the only thing I have related to the dollar could be the yen, but that's it. But I'm inverse of it. Again, by owning the yen, strong dollar is what hurts you. So I'm on the wrong side of it for now. And then dollar climbing, bro. UUP on the high ticker. LABD, the biotech inverse is there. So you're still, surprisingly, the market's holding up good. But again, last time to give you an idea, last time the dollar was like at 29.92. That was what? We were literally at 422 or 4 points lower. So again, this doesn't look good for tomorrow. None of this is, again, even on when bonds are lower, dollar is higher, stocks are somehow holding on here. So I think the equities are waiting for something, but there's a lot of unanswered questions coming into the next day. So be on the lookout. You're going up against VWAP. It's still holding up a little bit. It's fighting. Dollar could still dump overnight. And then, like we're saying, by the data tomorrow, don't forget one right set of data could bring the dollar bonds really, really high or really, really low. So that's at least, if it is at least above a 2 standard deviation move or 1 standard deviation. Events this week, JOLTS jobs opening tomorrow, non-farm payrolls by Friday, and then ISM services, and then you've already had Powell so far. You're going to have a couple more things. That North Dakota thing, that was sad. Well, it's not confusing. Last week it did this before. It just would catch up a lot quicker. So I even said that this morning. Don't confuse yourself. If you can accept that this can happen where the stocks can go higher than the dollar and bonds, you're going to be fine. The point is, give it time. It has to catch up. So even then tomorrow, this could get worse and it may not even come close to each other, meaning this market stays up and then the dollar goes way higher, hits 30, the bond yields go past 4.7, you know what I'm saying? So it's like that could happen, but that's okay. This is how divergences get created to begin with. So as long as you don't view it as like, oh, it has to follow, none of this should be too mind-boggling. But as of now, what it's telling you is that something could either move tomorrow. It's either going to continue this tomorrow or you at least know where the gaps are. So based on this is telling you the stock market is probably either going to come down tomorrow or bonds are going to keep going up. Yields will go higher, but then the market is going to wait to catch up. So we're not tripping on it too much, but this did happen last week at the beginning of the week, and then by the end of the week, they were all moving in tandem, second by second for the most part. Yeah, so that's why with the data, people will get the data, and maybe there's the divergence gap today, but maybe by the job openings tomorrow, that could move things around and close that up, and then we'll see what's really up, and then what will be the case for now, day number 2. Yeah, gold I think it dropped 4% in a month or 9%. I think gold dropped a wicked amount, bro. It's wild. UNH still on the high. Gap down tomorrow. Last week, dollar ran up. Market didn't correlate until next day. I think so if the data supports that. But if pretty much by here to the morning, if something could bring the dollar down, then maybe we'll get a move. But that's what it's saying. So pretty much if markets end up high and then the dollar's closing in at a high and the bonds no recovery, I think it is reasonable to expect downside unless data or something else gets in the way. All right, 12:43. I wonder, is the SPY going to go green? We're down by a quarter now. NASDAQ's already in the green. Dollar is up. Now the final question, 20 minutes or so, about 17 minutes. Do we get it down Friday, down Monday? Yeah, what a question. OPCH. There might be a flush in store, but it's just now, if you get a flush and no bounce, it'll be harder to get up to green. But right here, we're close. But dollar keeps going up there. Bonds are looking like they're chilling out. So we'll see. How will we end today, Chattadonia? Up, down, or Kanye? Wow. Does it not do it automatically? You're gonna need a mod to get that poll up there, bro. I don't even know how to do polls. Not gonna lie to you. And the dollar chilled out after hitting another high. Why? Where are the China plays? Baidu. Every day is down for Zim. Kanye Monday. Yeah, the shippers. I still think related to oil, though. Again, a lot of those. Oxy's down 4% right now. Like, what is this? So that's the next thing. If oil does start to decline or go back up this week, that's something to keep in mind. I mean, all of October, really. Yeah, bro. Oil's at 88. $4,277. SPY still holding up. Something Ontario Securities Commission alleges Manticore Labs collectively and then CoinFill operated unregistered crypto asset trading platforms. Is crypto reacting? Again, SPY still holding VWAP. Dollar a little bit off the high. Bonds just haven't gone lower. Yeah, China's closed all week. So China is going to be closed all week. But you are going to have their U.S. equities moving. So I think they're just literally paying for what we're doing now. But they were green in the morning, or they were up a little bit. And no, I sold out of the ZT right before everything got blown out. I don't think the ZT went much lower. But then I held my 30-year short. I covered that. Yeah, so thank God yeah, bro. Today was oh my gosh, that's what it was. So see, the SHI hasn't broken down like this since July. I think you just had to shake up everything to get it moving. But yeah, I'm out. I'm in ZB long though. That was a flip play. I ended up holding it. I said I wasn't going to. But again, I've realized a couple grand on profit last week. I'm still down on that one now, but I'm going to try to flip in and out of that. But for the most part, no more ZT. Not yet. Allah S&P. Cart. What was the other one? ARM? They're still kind of holding. NVRO on the high. What about NV? NVO is still kind of holding up too. Damn. Hey, Josh, I know you're talking about this financial stuff. I want to tell you about this great new app called Binder. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, wow. That's amazing. I forgot. I really did forget for a second, and I don't know. I don't ever want to interview Jerome Powell anymore now. That's it. I can't compete with that. I have nothing cool to share with him. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't compete with that, bro. Bro, this dollar is unrelenting. All right, I sold the MES. I had $70. I walked away at 56. So it's good. We did $100 on MES and $100 on NQ today. Woohoo! There was a lot of trades though. If that was the big ones, that would have been $2,000. But since we did MES, it was 200. I flipped them a couple times. I did a couple flips today on it. I don't know why. To be honest with you, I don't know what came out of me, but I think I justified it by going smaller. But it was good. I got to get some momentum. I got out of here. I think there's still that upside for the close. We closed Monday, but we did good. We did good for the day. I like keeping it small. But not really. I kind of want to go for the big ones now. But then I'm like, wait a minute. Maybe middle of October, I'm going to start shifting to big NQ, big ES. Once after October 13th. I had a couple big ones. Yeah, those are good. Those are really good. The 13th is that's going to be day after CPI. So I guess October 12th is really what I should be saying. 12th is the CPI. But then after that week, then earnings begins to kick off. So after October 13th, you'll get CPI on the 12th, and then the next week will turn into turns into earnings. So you're going to get banks, Netflix, and all that good stuff. MCRI on the high. By time. We just had earnings. It's been a couple months though, but I'm very excited for this earnings though. It's going to be very telling. So let's see here. I had shy again, and that's something to note, bro. The 2-year, actually, I think that's some of the issues we had today. This is both good and bad, but we legitimately the 2-year has not moved this whole time. Again, the 2-year over the last month has been a lot more stable. It doesn't look that bad, but where was it? So today it got clapped. Was that September? Damn, it hit 5.3. Yeah, so this is higher than even July, and then in March. So SVB, that's what I'm saying. The 2-year was slowly. This 2-year is holding up great. So it's up 1/10 of a basis point from 5%. But again, the same worry if it keeps climbing. You don't want that to move too much, but it should. Again, that's matching up with everything. But that's the whole curve just shifting negatively. 1.1 billion of this sell. That's good, Habibi. That's positive. 10-minute rigged. So 10 minutes left actually. Finalize your play, my brother. You got GPCR 50, nice. I know I'm holding it. I like it. I'm down on it. From that, we got most of the money back here today, but I like GPCR. It's just, especially with NVO and all those guys running, they just got a FDA or at least positive data, not FDA approval. I keep making that mistake, but I do like them. I do like them. What's the other one? Oh, cart, that one flushed already on me. So that's going below 27. Even with any greens, again, 2-year bonds, all the bonds today. I wonder how that plays out. Maybe we get bond actions during 2K tonight, Chad. I don't know what the Brickin project is, no. Have a beautiful day. Oh, you bought ZB? You thought you shorted before bed? Oh, man. Okay, it'll make a move by the morning and then tweak everybody out. Yeah, they got NVO also got a drug approval, and just even better though, just less competitors for young GLP-1. Does your missus know you're a video game Twitch streamer? Oh, you weren't there on Friday? So last Friday, I didn't know. I forgot. I had a meeting, and then I was in the middle of a game while I was streaming on Twitch with the Chad. And I pretty much, I kind of knew what was going to happen, but I set up my girlfriend. She had to take my meeting for me. She had to meet the contractors and do shit, and then she had to like even like move cars out of the garage, bro. It was funny, but yeah, she knows. She's like supportive, but at the same time, she's like, you're a nerd, and like she does kind of give me some looks, but she's very, very supportive of it all, for the most part. But then again, like I don't want to say this unhumbly, but I'm an amazing boyfriend, so it makes sense. It makes sense. My girlfriend's really chill because, like, I'm really chill, I'm just amazing, so it's hard for her to get mad at me, depending on what I do. But she won't let me go camping. That's the only thing she's not down with. As long as I don't make, like, she doesn't, I play 2K. It doesn't, like, that's it. She'll get less time with me, but I'm not making her, like, go sleep in a forest. I think she's down with anything as long as, like, she doesn't have to do it. So if I told her to stream, she would be like, what the fuck? Nah, she don't care about Vegas anymore. She got over that. Oh, man. Bro, both times I made 2 good covers today, but, like, couple more minutes, you would have got an extra $50 off of that on the small one, or 500 if it was a big one. I do want to see a show at this Sphere. Bro, that thing looks so cool. I've never seen anything like that. Disney went through highs. NVO, Spy running up there. Yeah, Disney, again, they had some news, give or take. Unconfirmed reports on what? Oh, whoa. Look at the time. Oh, I'm ear bleeding is what you're talking about. Yeah, so Chad, get ready. We are about to get ready to close out here. The new guy's going to come on. If you don't know him, he just gets really loud. So when we say earmuffs, just, make sure that you mute your speakers. I don't want you to have bleeding eardrums. So, and just have a good viewer experience. So when you hear that, just know earmuffs means that it is time to mute, okay? So I hope that does help. Just make sure you're safe out there. We're going to go green. That's it. No down Friday, down Monday. You held that last play. It was like 4 for 4 on them, though, but they were all, that's it, bro. Taking it home. Taking it home. Taking it home, ladies and gentlemen. Taking it home there. That's it. 0.02. If this goes green, that's fascinating. No down Friday, down Monday. I think the algos know the history. I guess, or that means people aren't worried at the end of the day. The people are not worried. But Chad, earmuffs. It is time. Earmuffs. He's going to get loud. Earmuffs, please. Earmuffs, okay? Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 68 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day, unless you thought the market would stay red after everywhere else in the world going green. Yeah, so unfortunately that didn't happen, but fortunately we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is you drop one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, It's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. The market is only a couple of seconds and a couple of points away. I closed my MES right before the pop. We did good on it, though. We got out of it, but now, Chattadonia, you do not have much time left. Tomorrow, you have data 30 minutes after the bell, and that is going to be the main key. But right now, the market is a little bit right where we... Oh, I can't even believe this now. And you have... 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. The big data, you got 30 minutes after the bell. You might have flexibility with options, but shares, futures, options, you got to decide now. Finalize it. We already made it. Welcome to the first Monday of October 2023. You have less than 30 seconds remaining. Oh, my goodness, Chattadonia. That's it. Wrap it up. 15 seconds left. The market's going up. Oh, zero. Breaky is going green. We should have held it. We should have held it, but not even that, bro. It's green. No down Friday, down Monday. If this holds, that's insane. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0.01 close. It's going to settle 0.01 close. That's a joke. You can't make this up, Chad. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. But now I need my GGs. But where's my song? It's not. I was about to play you F350. Hard. Let's go. We made it to the bell, Chad. Let's go. Oh, Chattadonia, we did it. We made it. The S&P found a way to close green. You better find a way to drop a GG. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go. Good game, ladies and gentlemen. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, everybody in the game, posting plays, posting news, posting good vibes. That's what I'm talking about. GG, baby. Good game. It don't matter who you are. Members, non-members, stream alerts. I need a GG. It don't matter. You're a baby back bitch. You the biggest hater in the world. I need a GG. It proves you ain't a baby back bitch. You drop a GG. That's all we need, baby. You think you the best chat in the world without a GG? You ain't really contributing. I need a good game. Show that you got love, spirit, some sportsmanship. Oh, good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I see you too, Twitch. It don't matter who you are. I see you 2K, not 2K. It don't matter. Hope you know we stronger as one. Way to hold it down, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. That's how you play. Good game. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. Show you the top. Everybody on my bubble. The key in the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. With my freedom a lot. I need me that rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. No? Okay. Oh, is it a classic? I don't want to hear it, though. I don't want to. Chad, I love you. Thank you for being here. I love you. Happy birthday. It's not your birthday, but I thought I should tell you. It feels like a birthday. You know why? It's a new month. It's October. The year has ended. It's time to start more, baby. God bless the Chad. Let's go. I love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here, baby. Oh, all the Chads holding it down. I love you. God bless you. Fill out that prayer request wall. I'm praying for you. Pray for all the other Chads, baby. You are the watch list or you ain't, baby. That's fine with me, but we love you.
I got blue, I got racks, let's face it. Your girl kinda cute, but I don't like her cause she basic. Bought my mama house, no shoes, didn't think you say I made it. I just bought that bitch some food and now she think we dating. Trying to judge me, check my life, boy, I never settle.
Yeah, there it is. That's the day, man. God bless you. Google's popping. You got some headlines. No other earnings. Thank you for being here, man. We love you. Now vibe with me, baby. Vibe with me. Vibe with me. Yeah, I want that limelight, son. Let me get it with you. Come on, there you go. Thank you for being here, Chad.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty. But I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane? If they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me. think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350.
Sing it with me, baby.
I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank
Let's go.
still
Keys up,
on
baby.
empty.
Keys up.
But I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me mine. My driving got my girlfriend stressing. Screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster. Hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe. But all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Nigga, I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me
Ready? Oh, sing it with me, baby.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing. Screaming in my ear like a bird. They said they wait an hour to charge. I know.
Crazy. That's it. Oh, you see if you and then listen, if you guys keep asking Twitch, were you guys there when you guys heard Uncle on Twitch? It was to this beat. Uncle got on my computer. Uncle started the stream on Twitch before I got there, and he was just chilling with them. Y'all remember this? It's dope, bro. It's dope. I don't know if you saw it. Oh yeah, Babe was there. Babe, is it Babe Bandit like Babe Bandit, or I'm thinking like Babe like? I usually see you in the Twitch. I can't do it like Uncle, bro. He has something for you, though. Yeah, he has something. That's just the beat, bro. He has something for you. He has something, Oh, yeah. No. He has something for you, bro. He has Uncle. He came on. Uncle was like freestyling. Oh, this again? I'm down for an encore, bro. Lurker mode, baby. God bless you, bro. I love it. I'll see you guys on the Twitch tonight at 6 p.m. If you're a gaming-ass nerd, I hope you know I'm a gaming-ass nerd as well, too. Again, people judge me. I get gamer guilt as well. But feel free to join the Twitch tonight, okay? 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Depends on how my workout goes, okay? And if you got a jump shot, I would love to pay you for it.
Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my
I'm doing it again. The Spy Clothes Green. If you don't want to hear this song twice, then I don't.
My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane? If they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile.
This was Marcus on the
I came to California for the women in the vibe. But all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I like everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive.
Amazon posed for substantial revenue gains from ad inclusions in Prime Video. That's a little old. UBS says that.
Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Nigga, I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me ride.
You see, I see my spy says.
Loaning on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. They said they wait an hour to charge. I know.
So that's it, man. I would love to see the songs just play and then I keep listening to them. I don't know if that happens to you, but listen. I didn't even give you a PHILO, but I have a couple of PHILOs to give you. You know, maybe we'll talk about this tomorrow. It came up today. It's funny because even like Mikey, I was playing with Mikey on 2K. I got a game in last night and Mikey was on. I played a game with Mikey real quick. We were even talking about it a little bit. I wasn't even like I didn't even give Mikey like a good response towards it. He was even talking about the old PHILO, but I'm telling you, there's just something with, and it comes up a lot, man. I'm telling you. And some of you guys are even asking about like prayer requests today. I pray for all of y'all, and I read through it, and y'all can fill that out in the description. I don't like to bring it up towards, again, I don't want anybody to ever feel called out or anything like that. But, dude, it's a lot, like I'm telling you, a lot of just beating up yourself on stuff. It's the same PHILO I gave you just a couple months ago. I think that's what Mikey was talking about. And it was literally just like what I'm saying. It's just like, whether you're in a good position or a bad position, it's like you could still beat yourself up. Like, it's a wicked concept if you think about it, but like I'm saying, that's part of it. And what I'm trying to, I don't know, you guys might need a little bit of like we talked about. I want to say F it, but that's the Cat Williams joke for weed. I don't want you to think I'm telling you to go smoke a bunch of pot. But for real, like enjoy life, be involved in what you're doing, but make sure you don't take anything too seriously to the point where, again, if you are like serious, if you're getting so deep with yourself that like good or bad things, you're like tripping out, then for real, take a moment to reflect on all of the blessings you have. And quite frankly, if you're going to tell me you don't have any, like literally, if I say you have blessings and focus on what you have and your immediate thought is like type out or like you're like, I don't have any, you need to fight that immediately because one, you're here, you're alive. I don't know, some of us, we're in better health than others. You know what I'm saying? Like, and there's some of us, we have more of our family than others. Like, there's so many things. And again, that was a PHILO I was saying. It's like, I felt like I was even being a brat at other times because I could look back and be like, man, you could be in a position, things get bad, it could get even worse, and you didn't even realize it. But then it's like there's still other levels. Like, people always, people love to flex. Yeah, there's levels to money. There's levels of lifestyles. There's levels to this, right? It's the same thing, though. It's like if you think things are bad, like, believe me, it could always get worse. That's not the main point, you know what I'm saying? But it's borderline, just all it is, Don't take anything too seriously. Vibe with it. It's a lesson you could learn from gaming to trading, you know what I'm saying? So all you got to do is factor that all in, and you will be good to go and vibe. So that was the first one, but then I got another one. For you, okay? I got another one. I just heard this. I saved this video. Again, I'll be training that algo. It's beautiful. I like this one. I'm going to make you listen to it. Listen, here's the deal, because you guys want to be ignorant as fuck. And I say fuck now, half the Christian audience going to get crazy with me. It's okay. I love you too. But here's the deal. If you don't want like some Jesus stuff shoved down your throat, then X out the video. If you stay and complain from here on forth, the Lord loves you, but I'm going to call you a little B word. Okay? Just don't get ignorant with me and saying I'm shoving anything down your throat, because I'm giving you fair disclaimer. This is Jesus as heaven. You know what I'm saying? This is some Jesus as heaven content, and that's it. So is you riding with the Lord, or is you hanging with the sucker side? I don't know if you could handle it, but here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
There's a Bible verse that scared me more than
It's good. It's
like
good.
I asked her, I would walk around this neighborhood crying because I was like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die forever because of this Bible verse. And it was the Bible verse that goes, many will come to God and say, have I not prophesied in your name? Have I not casted out demons in your name? Have I not done this and this and this? And God looks at these people that did his work and says, be away from me, I never knew you. Forever. And in my mind, I go, well, these people dedicated their life to him, and they're like, see ya. Who am I, a man who just goes on YouTube and talks about God, sins every day? I'm sitting next to my girlfriend, and we're not married. We fool around, Cliff. I'm not proud of it. But we do, we sin. So if these guys are doing this, and they're being pushed away, then who am I to be even welcomed into the kingdom of God? And a man explained it to me this way. He goes, because they came with a list.
It says Joshua unedited. But you guys said, oh yeah, George Janko. Yeah, you guys know who this is. This is the first, or like, I've had like 2 clips from this. And then I have a cartoon of Jesus. I saw a cool Jesus cartoon. I love it, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Even the follow-up with that, like, too, is just chill, bro. So, you know, I mean, honestly, God is good, bro. God's plan. And that's it. Oh, he was Logan Paul's friend? No way. Really? Oh, is that the guy who Logan kicked off because of Jesus? Oh, that's even doper. I really like it, honestly. Good for him. That's awesome. No, bro, it was dope. It was very, I love it. I love that. That's even better. That's awesome. Honestly, good for him. Good for him, bro. And, like, even then, I'm like, bro, this is just, again, tying it into everything, man. Like, broadly speaking, I hope everybody is, like, you know, relax a little bit. Have faith in, again, destiny and something bigger than you, and relax a little. But, you know, again, your actions, too. I don't know whether you thinking you're falling behind in life or falling behind spiritually. Again, a more calm reaction. And, again, a more Fati, love of fate riding with it. Again, I take that. That's what it added to that with me. But I loved everything he said. And, again, I said, amen, bro. He's talking freedom. And that runs so deep. So I hope you guys do free yourself from, like, you know, beating yourself up at his stuff. And, like, it's funny because, like, what are you saying there? Just like, dude, you could do things out of love. I don't know how to describe it, but I can. But it's like, I'm really good at being not loving. I could be really good at, like, being angry and, like, you know, and I could even, like, clap back, you know. But, like, I really thought about it the other day because, like, I'm sitting there, bro. I'm, like, just, like, very appreciative of certain things. And I'm like, dude, at the same time, like, it's way, I wouldn't say easier, but it's, like, just as much to the same measure as you could deal hatred and anger. Like, you do have the ability to deal out, like, love and do things and be motivated by love. Like, you know, again, the same way that you would get motivated, anxiety, just thinking of stuff. And there's certain, like, negative things that you could focus on. But it's like, dude, you do find things that you love. It's like you really could bring love on the opposite end, you know, just like the way you would think one thought torments you negatively. It's like same thing with, it's like if it's a loving thought, like, I don't know if that hits the same way, if you feel me, but so I hope you could take it though, and just be free, my brother, be free, you know, and yeah, just do more things out of love though, like I'm saying, and out of love is just, I don't know, it's better, and you might be surprised you have the same energy for love as you would anything else, and you know, and then that's what it is, you know, where you are directing that energy. But I'll leave it on that. You go check out the links. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation. Don't say I didn't leave you without a PHILO today. We still got more to talk about, and I'm still praying for you, and pray for me, pray for the Chads, baby. But don't forget why we're here and why we keep going, and why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, baby, and why you want to do things out of love and tap into that motivation of doing things out of love, developing that passion for a lot of other things. It's deeper than you know, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Hey, man. Wait, where is it? Yeah, no, we need this. Yeah. That's what's up, baby. God bless you, Chad. All right, you have a wonderful day. I'm going to head out, but not going to head out without telling you that we have, actually, I thought it was going to come up. I'm not going to do it to you, okay? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to give you something else. Don't forget, I love you. I know. Yeah, you got tired of me already.
Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. Nah, I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. 4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to Percy, that's me. You could just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen that I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm lost. Who I think they mad? My fault, talking about inflation. I caused, dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
All right, have a good night. Good morning. I'll see you in the morning. Yeah, bye. Goodbye. Yeah, and see you later. Now, Joshua, you thought you were going to get by without speaking to me? Exactly. No. I heard Joshua was live on TikTok. Does that mean that his Wi-Fi is now compromised? How did you purchase the TikTok? Did you get a receipt? No. So if I go to the Apple store and they have no produce, they're going to offer me a TikTok. Did I get a receipt? What is the 99 cents I just paid to iCloud? Exactly. It's $1.99 to 99 cents every damn month. I don't even understand it. Have you seen the cloud? Exactly. What cloud are we paying? It seems like there's a hurricane. Exactly. I yield back. I reclaim my time. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.